Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello, hello, and welcome. And we have one more here that I want to add in. Hey, Mark. Hey, Mike. Hey, Rick. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Hello to everyone in the chat. Welcome, welcome. I know we've got a lot of people here. People are very excited. People are super active in the chat. I don't know if you guys have been following this case, but I know there are a lot of people in the chat have been. I don't know if you guys in the chat were able to sleep last night or if you were too excited. I was a little too excited. It took me a while to fall asleep. So I've got some extra coffee this morning. Also given the early hour here in California, since I'm out in California this week. So how are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to hanging out and you telling me what's going on here, because I'm on the stream and I know enough to be dangerous. I was following the initial UK stuff early, but everything that has happened since, I need updates. I see your videos going through with all this crazy sounding stuff, and I need a little bit of update for what we're going to see happen here this morning.
For sure, for sure. So just to introduce you guys to the viewers,
Sure.
in case you don't know, we have Rick from Hogue Law. You have a channel on YouTube as well.
I do. Importantly, I'm a commercial transactions attorney who does mergers and acquisitions, and my channel talks about video games and contracts and antitrust and whatnot. So I'm mostly here through the beneficence of the rest of LawTube, including you, Alita, to hang out and watch trials and be told things by litigators and folks that regularly attend court more than me.
It's great. It's great. And Mike, you are new to the channel. You've never been on here before.
I've never been on. We only sort of met yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about this because I know nothing. You kind of remind me of what you just said. I know nothing about this, but it's so famous that it's pervaded my space. So it's like I'm not paying attention to this at all, but it's such a big deal in popular culture.
Yes.
Not so much law. This is really has the Me Too movement gone too far? Is sort of the subtext of this case, and that just affects everybody. So it's fascinating. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And Mark, welcome to have you back. Ooh, great to have you back. Welcome.
We'll get those out of the way early. Yeah.
One of my I know. One of my law school friends from University of Texas. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to have you here.
Thanks for having me, Alita. It's great.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to have you back. I'm excited. I don't often get to go to trial anymore. So I'm feeling you on this. And but working as an entertainment attorney and working basically with all the type of contracts that these two individuals are signing all the time. This is kind of up my wheelhouse, and I might be throwing in a lot of Amber Heard puns and Johnny Depp movie title puns. That might be my contribution.
Well, that'll be a welcome contribution.
Yeah. Just know that, let's get this out of the way. Drive Angry 3D is one of the greatest action movies of the last 15 years. And so, Amber Heard gets a little couple checks in my book just from playing against Nick Cage, who loses an eye. But other than that, I'm impartial.
I've actually seen that movie, so I don't know what that means about me.
I have too. I love that movie. I was in the position.
I've never heard of her outside of this context, but I know nothing like in terms of pop culture.
Well, she's Aquaman's girlfriend. She's Nicolas Cage's girlfriend. We already saw that. Yeah.
No, I of her filmography, the only thing that I can really point to is is Aquaman 2 or Aquaman,
Sure.
because she might not end up being in Aquaman 2 according to rumors. And then what was the other one? Oh yeah, she was in The Danish Girl. I actually haven't seen The
Oh
Danish Girl, but
yeah.
I only know about it because of the James Corden show clip that's like so famous because of her allegations. So, if you guys aren't aware, so she has she started off with like 4 allegations of domestic abuse against Johnny Depp when they were divorcing back in 2016. So around the time, like the same week that she filed for divorce, she also filed for a domestic violence restraining order. And along with that, to support the restraining order, or the request for it, she alleged 4 different incidents. And then since then, up to now, that has since grown to like 14. So either she's fabricated a lot, or she's remembered a lot that she didn't remember, or she just didn't think that she needed to mention back then. Multiple ways of looking at this. So
Has he ever had criminal charges? I guess I'm showing my ignorance right here, but
no.
these are just allegations she's making with respect to the lawsuits and the divorce.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And to be clear, the domestic violence restraining order, she actually voluntarily dismissed as one of the conditions of their settlement agreement for their divorce. So, or I believe it was one of the conditions, because just based on the timing, because she dismissed it at about the same time that they settled. So, yeah, so that ended up concluding that way. There's been no criminal charges that were filed. Nothing like a Chris Brown kind of situation like that.
And when was that? That was years ago.
2016.
Okay.
So then what happened was the Me Too movement obviously exploded. And around that time in December 2018 was when she came out with her op-ed in the Washington Post, where the headline was something like, "I spoke out against domestic violence and I felt the wrath of society as a result," or something like that.
Sure.
And so he responded about 4 months later with this lawsuit. And it's been going on since March 2019. And it's been with a lot of motion practice. She tried to dismiss it several times. And then she finally in 2020 filed her equivalent of an answer in Virginia, as well as a bunch of counterclaims alleging defamation against him. Most of those counterclaims were dismissed, but there are a handful of them that are still alleged, that are primarily through Johnny Depp's attorney. So as a little bit of context, just before all of this happened, just before the Washington Post article happened, I should say, after the divorce, the Sun, the newspaper publisher out of the UK, they published an article about Johnny Depp being named for Fantastic Beasts, saying, "What is J.K. Rowling doing? Hiring this wife beater for this movie. This is a terrible thing." And so Johnny Depp first sued the publisher for the Sun for defamation for saying that he's a wife beater. Now, of course, in the United States, if that had been filed here, that would be a very, very difficult one to win because of actual malice, and because there had been reports, of the DVRO and their divorce and all that kind of stuff. So if that had been filed in the United States, I would be very, very skeptical of the strength of that lawsuit. Apparently in the UK, their defamation laws are a bit different. It's actually a bit easier to win a defamation lawsuit. But there were some issues in there. Number one, I mean, it wasn't a jury, it was one judge. And there was a lot of evidence that was excluded. The judge ended up just not allowing any experts to testify, which to me is just insane when you have a case where, underlying it, you have to prove whether or not some violent assault happened. It's a bit nuts. But anyhow, what happened was he ended up losing that case, as people can tell from the headlines. And so through the course of that litigation, Adam Waldman was an attorney for Johnny Depp. I think he's still one of his attorneys. I don't think he's one of his attorneys on this particular litigation, though. Anyhow, he was making statements to the press about how this case was a hoax. She was putting up a hoax, and how XYZ, she was lying about all this stuff. And so she used a lot of those statements for to claim defamation against Johnny Depp, trying to attribute through vicarious liability, which to me, like, I had to wrap my mind around that because of the litigation privilege,
Yeah, if he's
defense.
acting as an employee, doesn't it swing back around to privileged? I mean, I don't know.
I would think so, but I spent a lot of time looking at this and I couldn't quite wrap my mind around it. And to be honest, the court's opinion on that defense was very, like, there wasn't that much reasoning to it. So he
Okay.
kind of just was like, nope, that doesn't work. Moving on. And so I was like, I need more. I need more to analyze.
All right.
But yeah, so yeah. Anyhow,
And
so
is
here
this
we are,
case in
basically.
is this case in Virginia because of the Washington Post?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And so, and I think one of the reasons why it was preferable to Johnny Depp to file in Virginia was because of their anti-SLAPP laws. They're less robust than they are in California. So,
Sure.
but even still, she's Amber Heard is planning to use that as a defense. He tried to get that dismissed. He couldn't, but so she's going to try to use that as a defense as well. So I would anticipate, looking ahead to the opening statements, I would anticipate that she's probably her legal team is probably going to use something along the lines of, like, she's just speaking out about, something about public, in the public interest, about domestic violence and about Me Too and about this and that. And that's all this was about. And he just wanted to continue abusing her, through this legal process.
Our client has a right to be heard. That's what the First Amendment's about.
Yeah.
Time we put a stop to people that want to put a stranglehold on that speech, et cetera, et cetera. That'll be a section.
Yes. Yes.
Right. I mean, that's why this case is so difficult. All these cases.
Mhm.
I do like personal injury and I litigate cases and that kind of stuff. And I you have like clients just all the time thinking somebody said something mean about me. Can I do? I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Like you have no idea the level. Here it is interesting. She destroyed a very lucrative career.
Yes.
That much is clear.
Yes.
Whether or not you can make defamation is another issue, but there are damages. There's something to fight about in this circumstance.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things that was a little bit annoying too, I caught a little bit of the commentary from Court TV, and there was some commentary from, she was a prosecutor, so maybe she's thinking, if nobody's died, who cares? But but she basically was like, this is rich people problems, like this is like one Hollywood person against another Hollywood person, like kind of like, who really cares? But at least it's entertaining. And looking at it from a civil litigator's perspective, I'm like, just because nobody is going to be going to the prison at the end of this lawsuit or at the end of this trial doesn't mean that it's not important. Like, a lot of money is at stake, and it's somebody's entire career. It's somebody's
beyond
reputation.
That.
It's
every guy.
Yes.
Every guy on the planet. She is every man's nightmare.
Yes.
And every guy, an electrician in a small town who got run through the mud on Facebook, is looking at this and saying, if it can happen to Johnny Depp, what chance do I have? Yes. Literally, I can't tell you how much that pervades all of society.
Yes. And actually, there's a second sort of level to that too, because there are some instances where there's some evidence showing that he was in fact abused by her. For example, when they were in Australia, because he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean, there was an incident where there are two sides to the story. Her side is that she was trying to defend herself against him, and so he accidentally hurt himself. His side, which is what I tend to believe more based on everything that I've been looking at so far, is that she was throwing vodka bottles at him and ended up severing his finger. So there is also this layer also that she is the one that has been physically abusing him throughout the relationship and then turning it around and gaslighting him and making it look like she is the victim. So there are a lot of men out there that are victims or survivors of domestic abuse as well. And it doesn't really get talked about all that much. I mean, because of all kinds of reasons, there's stigmas around masculinity. There's the idea that no one's going to believe you, that people are going to laugh at you if you try to come out and say that some woman is abusing you. There are all kinds of issues like that also kind of, there's sort of that sort of tone and undertone that come in. So Yeah. There's
Well,
a lot.
and back to your original point, yes, this is celebrities. Yes, this is something that we individually weren't involved in. But I really do think, especially in kind of the Legalbytes landscape, YouTube in general, these kinds of streams, you can still take something that people are interested in anyway because of celebrity or whatever,
Yes.
and have interesting legal conversations, explain how defamation works. God knows I'm explaining how defamation works all the time because everybody thinks, just like Law Talk with Mike said earlier, that, oh, they said something bad, let's take them to court. It's like, all right, let's ease up. Let's back up on this, because there's a whole host of things that go with that, and you can talk about fundamentals. I mean, like that's what my channel does, right? I talk about video games. I talk about publishers and companies like that, because I think oftentimes it's easiest to have important conversations about contracts or law or statutes or whatever, hopefully without the additional baggage of something that's really, really critical to you, whether that's politics or something else. So I think these kinds of venues are super useful. And I think it's important, you know, what all of LawTube is doing, but certainly here at Legalbytes, where I've chosen to spend my time.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, no, I think one of the really good things about this case too, it sounds weird because but I think the low stakes of it is actually part of what makes it so important, because so often you can get tied up in the undergirding politics of a thing because of how actually high stakes the case is, when there's life and death, when there's, you know, and so it's really difficult to ungird yourself of your own biases and kind of analyze it from a political lens, because you're worried about these individuals. And not to say I'm not worried about, you know, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's millions, but like there is absolutely less at stake than there is often for a lot of private individuals or a lot of other cases. And that makes it almost a better case to really everybody be able to actually talk about it, analyze it, and say, okay, what is going into this, you know?
Yeah, and I'm more comfortable with YouTube puns and things like that. You know, sometimes, sometimes when we're doing one of these dramatic bits of coverage, I feel bad about laughing or a joke someone makes. It's like,
yeah, that's true. I can be a jerk, and I won't. You know, it's okay. I can. Yeah. And one thing, just before we get, so I have worked in domestic violence advocacy for a while. And that's one of kind of my little things. So if I end up getting up on my high horse or, you know, kind of going in a different way, it's not because I'm meaning to be a jerk. It's just kind of a reflexive reaction.
Sure. Of course. What was your stuff that you did in
well,
this area?
It started before law school. I was involved kind of, I was helping shepherd cases. And then in law school, I did the domestic violence clinic, actually, where I handled a lot of divorce cases. I also handled a couple death row cases for women who may or may not have killed their abusers. And so I talked with them and about their stories. And then after, I did similar work. So kind of I've worked in the space a lot of helping usually women, but it is not always, find safer spaces and how to kind of get extricated from that situation, whether it's restraining orders, whether it's temporary restraining orders, whether it's figuring out how to divorce in a way that won't get you murdered.
So fantastic.
That's kind of
fantastic. Let me add to this stream, Nate, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? How many lawyers do I get to see in the morning?
I know. So many lawyers. Well, let me just make a quick note for everybody, because I have seen some questions in the chat. So the opening statements trial is supposed to start at 10 a.m. East Coast time. So we've got about 40 minutes until then. So we are first sort of catching up on this case, the background of the case, and sort of what has happened recently, and sort of what to look forward to in this trial and in the opening statements. So you've got about 40 minutes before trial really kicks off. So I'll share the screen as soon as we've got a feed up to look at, and yeah, we'll go from there. But for now, we are chatting, we're hanging out, we are just kind of getting acquainted with the case. Just being a bunch of lawyers, just hanging out. And I do expect people to just sort of rotate in and out as people have availability, because y'all, this trial is going to be long.
How many weeks?
It's supposed to be 4 to 6 weeks.
from what I saw.
Damn, that's longer than the murder trial. That was longer than Rittenhouse, right? Rittenhouse is just 2 weeks, right?
I know this litigation has been longer than their relationship.
Rittenhouse wasn't in the Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know what to tell you, Nate.
But this is a factual mess, though. I mean, I can
It
see
is.
it.
Oh
You
my
have
God.
to go through a bunch of incidents and say, who do we believe?
Yes.
There's no other getting around it. That's it.
That is going to be one of the hardest parts about this case because there is just so much information and so much to go through. And it's really hard to put witnesses on in a particular timeline, right? Because it's like you have to work with, their availability and whether they're on, the plaintiff's side or the defense side. And so it's like you kind of, that in this case, for example, the what am I going to say? The opening statements are going to be I would say even more important than a lot of other cases, just because of how mishmash this whole factual pattern is. That they really need to do a good job of framing the argument and framing the narrative for the jury so that they can fit all of these facts into their heads, because it's going to be a lot flying around in that courtroom.
Yeah, I agree. I also think too, this is one of the toughest cases, I think, for just any litigator, civil or criminal. And what I mean by that is there are two different audiences. One, obviously the audience in the courtroom, but these stars are really, you're really kind of their PR person, because what happens in that courtroom is going to be on Entertainment Tonight. It's going to be on TMZ. So the lawyers have to kind of massage their arguments for both in courtroom consumption, but also for that public relations piece, because that's the reason why Johnny's suing her. Johnny's suing her because it's a public relations nightmare for him, and this is a way for him to get his story out, especially with the Me Too instances. And like I think you guys were saying it earlier. Mm-hmm. When Amber didn't lose her jobs when all this first blew up, right? She still was in Aquaman. She was still doing her Hollywood thing. And Johnny, because he was a male, he kind of lost everything. And I think this is that. He's trying to kind of get back to that status, like, hey, I was the actual victim. And these lawyers, his legal team, have to kind of accomplish those two goals. Number one, win the case in the courtroom, explain to everybody what's going on, but also win the public relations, because I think that's the part that Johnny really wants to win. Even if he loses his court action, it's going to be bad. But if he still loses the court action but wins in the court of public opinion, I think that's a win for him.
That is my prediction right there. For what it's worth, the way too early prediction, just because this case is so hard and what you have to do to make it, I don't think he prevails on the defamation. I do think he prevails in the court of public opinion, and that may be enough. That I have no idea, but that's my guess as I sit here right now.
Have you guys ever had a client that just says, I want to take it wherever it goes. I don't care about the strength of the case. Like, I've had clients just say, like, hey, I just want to pay to have this person show up in court. And like, you sure, we got a really good, no, I need my day in court. But sometimes, and I think Johnny's that type. There's no amount of money that Amber's going to be able to pay him. There's no settling this case, right? He wants this in front of a camera, just like it is, right?
Yeah. So, and that's the nature of defamation cases, especially high profile defamation cases in general, I think, because if you bring a defamation case, it's because your story has not been told. You've been wronged out in the public sphere. So the only way to really write that is to have an equally public statement made for the public, so that they can sort of write your story. And so when you file a defamation case like this as a public figure, of course you want it to go to trial, because if you settle, that people will misunderstand that as like, oh, okay, like you weren't going to win or something like that. Something which of course is not true, as we know. There are all kinds of calculations that go into settlement, but it's not quite the victory that people want when they file a defamation case.
No, but remember Cardi B trial when we were talking about that. She tried to settle multiple times, right? And it was the defendant who wanted to go. She was begging to settle. Please settle, please. Hey, I'll do whatever you want. She was like, no, and then she had to go to court. So sometimes I think it really depends. I think for Johnny Depp, like you guys were talking about it earlier, for Johnny Depp, this is just a money issue now, right? He's not getting the jobs. He's not getting the fame. And the only thing that's stopping him is Amber Heard and Amber Heard's story. That's and he's caught up in the Me Too. And I think if he can get over that, and that's what this is about. The trial is just the performance for us. It's not really, I think, even for the jury. If he wins, though, it's icing on the cake. But I don't think it's as important as like Law Talk what Mike was saying. It's about the public relations piece.
Well, and I think, Nate, I think you bring up a really good point because one of the things that's pervasive along this through this whole case and through this whole fact set is it seems like Johnny understandably feels like Amber aired like private laundry, right? And at least, and there's one thing that in Los Angeles and in the celebrity culture, one of the things that is really important is celebrities being able to carve out some level of private life. And it's been fastly shrinking since whatever. And I'm not saying that this is something that should remain private, but once Amber published this sort of grievance log in the Washington Post, now all of a sudden everything that was private is now public. And so there's only certain things that Johnny can really do in that situation to say, like, okay, now my stuff, whether it's true or false, now my private is public. And so like this trial is kind of the only way for him to also get that sort of level of private public back, right? And so really this is a war of, and I'm, again, there are very serious allegations on both sides. And I, having not seen the trial, only having read articles that I half believe anyway, I'm not going to necessarily say who I think, but it is not surprising to me at all that this makes trial, because you're right, Nate, the point of this is the trial. This is Johnny's op-ed, so to speak. This is his reply brief. And this was never not going to happen, because this is what they have to do to be able to be human at all and not dissolve into their role in Pirates of the Caribbean or whatever.
Yeah. And an interesting note about the privacy aspect too is that one thing that I didn't mention earlier is that apparently a part of the divorce settlement also was, of course, a non-disclosure agreement.
Sure.
So she agreed not to talk about the details of their relationship, which is something, so that the ACLU is going to be involved in this case too. It's going to come up because the ACLU had a strong hand in crafting that op-ed. And so they were able to get through discovery, the redlining going back and forth on this op-ed, where they were like, okay, well, we're trying to not say his name. We're trying to sort of skirt this and that and this and that. And I think a lot of that had to do with the non-disclosure agreement. But it's like, of course, as soon as they hit publish, everyone's like, it's Johnny Depp. Like we know you're talking about Johnny Depp.
Did she not say his name in the op-ed? Is that was what they tried to do to get around this?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, to me, that's just consciousness of guilt. I mean, they're sleazing, plain and simple. And if I'm going to write this hit piece and not name him for the technicality of asserting that defense later, it's bad.
Well, identifiability is going to blow right through that anyway. I mean, like that.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, the
point,
last
Hope.
major relationship that you had that ended very badly publicly, where you filed a DVRO. Who could that be?
Do you guys think Elon Musk is going to testify? Because supposedly he cheated on, she cheated on Johnny with Elon. And there's like pictures of them in the elevator and all this stuff.
Yeah. So I was talking with Rick about that backstage last time he was on Latest in the Law on Thursday. We were talking about it, and I didn't realize then that Elon Musk actually has managed to not be served any subpoena for any deposition or any of the trial subpoenas. So if he's not properly served, he doesn't actually need to be there. He can't be compelled, right?
I mean, do we have a witness list?
We do. We have some major witness lists. And he's on it. He's on it. Yeah.
All
He's
right.
definitely on it.
He's a named witness. Okay.
Yeah, he's a named witness. James Franco is a named witness. Paul Bettany is a named witness. And I think that's it as far as like Hollywood.
Elon Musk wants to stay away from this. It's not his proud. He's done a lot of cool things. This is not his proudest moment. He wants to run. Trust me.
I would imagine.
It's amazing what a ton of money and an army of lawyers can get done too for you, especially if you're tangential to the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let me get some super chats so I don't let these get away from me as we go along. Matt Bond, Johnny for the win.
Okay.
Jackson Kai. I got a solid 3 hours of sleep. Can't miss this though.
I'm
Yeah.
intrigued by this storyline of y'all not being able to sleep before this trial. This is very amusing
I
to me.
was just very excited. And it's funny because, like, you know, I feel like a relative newcomer to this story because there are people that have been following this case for years and years. I mean, they have been going through every single detail as it happens. And like picking through the evidence and picking through the claims. And so, I mean, so for them, this is like the grand opus, you know, like
Trial of the century. Yeah.
Yes. And
Wild.
so I've just been focusing on this for several weeks. And I feel like for me, I'm so pumped.
Yeah, I'm just finding out right now. Just was reading the chat. Ellen Barkin's on the witness list too.
Yes.
Didn't they? Yeah, they dated Johnny Depp. She did it like they dated like what, like 94, 93?
Character stuff? Just
Yeah,
like
I mean, I
you never did
guess
anything
so.
bad?
I guess
Yeah.
so. Yeah, but this is right. This is that sort of stuff that I'm just like learning about right now. Thank you, chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and apparently she also testified in the Sun trial, and she was an adverse witness to Johnny Depp.
To
So
Johnny,
They do things
yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
All right.
That
Then.
doesn't surprise me.
yeah. So yeah, there's that. Mike the Dad Crosby, middle son will be swimming for UT Austin next year. Hook 'em.
Gonna need some
Awesome.
Wolverines up in here.
And this might be bad or good. I don't know if y'all know, but do y'all know Amber Heard's hometown?
Austin,
No.
Texas.
Austin, Texas.
Unfortunately.
I have like this horrible crush on Amber Heard. I'm glad I wasn't married to her because I'd be caught up in this.
Oh man, you'd be missing a part of your finger.
It would be well worth it. I'd take it, Amber. Take it. Sue me anytime.
I think this is a different kind of live stream, Nate. Yeah.
That's true.
Oh man. Matt Bond says, I object. Why is the rum always gone? Why is the rum always gone?
References. We're gonna have references. I think.
Many references.
Yes.
So many. Dragon's Treasure says, support Legalbytes and her covering this trial. Come on by to the Dragon's Treasure and use code AMBERTURD to get some anime themed tea and tea accessories. Took me 15 minutes to get around censors. Fantastic. Yes, if you guys do go to dragonstreasure.com and buy some tea, number one, it's really great tea. It's delicious. I meant to have some with me this morning. Maybe I can text my mom and she can steep some for me. But yeah, you can use Amber Turd as a code and you will get 10% off. And I get a nice commission back from that too. So it's a great way to support the channel also.
And you're disclosing it. How about that FTC
Of
compliance?
course,
Come
I
on.
have to every single time because
You
I
say
am
you
a
have to,
lawyer.
but I've been on the internet a long time. I have a ton of videos on, you really should say something, people. Come on.
Yes, of course. KH8 says, do we know what happened with the pictures and sanctions? Okay, so this is something that I should probably let you guys in on also.
Sure.
There is a big issue with Amber Heard's evidence, specifically with her with the photos that she has produced to the public showing her injuries, showing the wreckage in their penthouse, after an
This is
incident.
immediately after claimed events.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So, she produced these pictures. They're all in all of these articles and whatnot. So Johnny Depp's team said, we need to be able to analyze all of this digital evidence so that we can take a look at the metadata to ensure that it is in fact authentic. And so there have been a lot of motions to compel in this case. It's been very, very contentious litigation. And so to the extent that they have a, what was it called? Conciliator, to sort of manage the discovery. And even still, they had motions to compel on top of that. It's been crazy between these two. So anyhow, the court ended up ordering saying, yeah, you have to provide all of this evidence, provide it by November 30th, 2021, so that they can have everything ready and they can do forensic analysis and have things ready by by trial. So then come early March, Johnny Depp's team is like, hey, so we still don't have any of that stuff that they were supposed to get to us by the end of November. And then there was another motion to compel that came, or a motion for sanctions actually, that came at the end of March that were like, so now we have a little bit of stuff, but we don't have nearly everything. And we don't think that we're going to have enough of it before trial so that we can actually analyze this stuff in time to be able to actually authenticate this. So they filed a motion for sanctions, either declaring that the evidence cannot come in, none of Amber Heard's photos of this stuff, or to say that that they can come in, but that Johnny Depp's team is fully able to freely comment on this stuff, because this is like, it's very, very, very suspicious, I should say, that they are
suspicious.
I was just going to ask, why wouldn't they ask for an adverse inference if they can't get discovery on it? Just give us an adverse inference.
So that's and I believe that's what they're asking for. So we don't know yet whether or not the court ended up ruling on it, because it's on the Fairfax County website. They've been posting a lot, I should say all, but not quite all of them. A lot of the motion papers and the opinions and stuff on this stuff, but we haven't seen any result from this court on this specific issue. So we don't really know what's going to be happening with these photos, or if, you know,
I think all that would get barred and motions in limine right there. It would where I practice. You're not turning this over. Whatever. Nobody cares about Illinois, but it'd be Supreme Court Rule 213. You're out. You haven't turned it over. It's barred. Good luck.
Yeah. It's and I don't know exactly what this particular judge is like. You know, whether she is one of those, it's just going to say everything comes in, but you're free to comment, or if she's going to be super strict. Something tells me she's not going to be super strict, but either way, even if they say, okay, it's going to be admitted, but let's just be able to tell the jury, like, oh, hey, by the way, we can't trust any of this because none of the metadata, et cetera, et cetera. That might be the case. That might be actually very beneficial, so long as Johnny Depp's team is able to communicate that in a way that the jury can understand. Because of course, if you get too in the weeds about metadata, and you know, I mean, we saw this with the Rittenhouse trial. I mean, it ended up fine for Rittenhouse, but you know, like the pixels and the you know,
what happens when you zoom a philosophic argument for 3 hours?
Yes. Yeah, so you can really get into the weeds on that kind of a thing. So it could be very beneficial to let them in with comment, but like I said, so long as they can actually properly communicate that to the jury. So, but this is like, it was a whole 11th hour issue that, you know, Emily D. Baker would say this is just pure fuckery. So
I'm scandalized right now.
I know.
But the Rittenhouse case, I only saw it on one piece of evidence, but I saw that it wasn't nonsense. The defense said, hey, you turned this over and it's really bad resolution. And I saw the two. Like, I did not follow that closely, but I did see this. And I'm like, that's night and day. One shows what you need it to show and the other doesn't. Plain and simple. This is not small stuff.
Yeah. Right. And and speaking of the metadata from Rittenhouse, Natalie Wisco said that she's going to try to pop in at some point today. She's got some hearings and stuff until 11. So the attorney that argued that issue in the Rittenhouse trial.
That's quite a moment. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that was a big.
So it'll be cool to talk to her about the metadata stuff if we can. But yeah, so hopefully she'll be able to.
Well, she's in the chat. She just said hi, Natalie. What's up?
Hey, Natalie. There she is. So this is going to be.
You didn't upgrade it. You didn't upgrade it to a mod. How can you not upgrade Natalie to a mod?
Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right.
She's not mod worthy. I wouldn't.
No, she definitely is.
We don't trust her. We don't trust her.
She's been on the channel. Usually, if I have somebody on the channel and they comment when they're in, then I try to mod them. But yeah. So if you guys,
y'all are much more fancy than me. I don't even know what power people get.
If you guys have want to say something in the chat, I can mod you guys too. It's always helpful to have people modded, especially when we've got some bigger streams like this one.
Hey, so we got about 15 minutes until like the real action is supposed to start. I wanted to ask a question.
Sure.
I in my catching up on all the fact sets, I've only heard rumors about the turd incident, and I want to know if anyone else could tell me about this, because I don't. It's ungoogleable. The more I Google it, the less I want to Google it and have it in my search history. You know what I mean?
Just let me give you the short on the version that's not going to get us demonetized.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly somebody was in a bed, and as retribution for something that happened earlier, there was some things left in the bed.
Now, okay,
Johnny,
left there
Johnny,
as in taken from another place and placed there,
no,
or left
supposedly
there. Okay.
left there purposefully. So Amber says it was the dog that did it, and Johnny said it's human blank.
Wait, so are you
So
saying that we might see some photos of that? Like
It's-
that might literally come up where we have to
I don't
discern
know.
whether or not the scat is
is it human or dog? I'm not sure.
okay.
So I don't know that
Thank
we're
you.
going to see any actual photos, but to be clear, he actually didn't, he isn't the one that found it, but it was supposedly left for him. But they had gotten into an argument, and he left the penthouse and went someplace else. And so she was like, oh no, like it was a prank, I guess, that, or at least she says it was a prank or something. And then apparently that the poor housekeeper is the one that found it and had to clean it up.
Oh,
So
Always the way.
yep,
Yeah.
it's always the way. We have rich people getting into arguments, and then it's just the working class that has to bear the brunt of their
yes.
their chicanery. Yeah,
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's the basic gist of
Okay.
that
All right.
story. It's
Appreciate
pretty, I mean, God, I can't imagine grown ass adults, right? Like
All I can think
Bare
of is
minimum, there's a
Frank-
lot of drama here. There's no
all I can
question
think of is
there.
Frank on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? Like there's that whole episode about trying to figure out who left that thing in the bed. No? Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
All
that's
right,
an office
whatever, guys.
episode.
The chat will side with me on this one.
I'm sure. You know what? If Andy, if my brother were here, he would agree with you. He loves that show.
All right.
So, Charlie Heathcott says, "Take my money and keep up the good work." Thank you. Britt Cormier says, "Real question: if Elon gets called in to testify, will he allow talk about it on Twitter?" LMAO. That's a good one.
Not on the board anymore, folks. Not on the board.
Yeah, that's right.
Better call
Or was he ever? I think.
No, he was never on the board. Pitch my channel. Just did a video on it yesterday.
There you
But
go.
we talk about fiduciary duties and why Elon would probably be reticent to actually take that board seat when he has a lot of money, a big voice, and can just shout about things as he will without it.
Yes. Yeah.
See,
Better
now
for
you're gonna
all
make me-
parties involved that he is not on the board. Every
Now-
single person involved doesn't want to.
Hogue, now you're going to make me go to your channel and pull up the link and
That's
drop
the
it in
job,
the chat.
right? Go to my channel, check
Oh my
that
God.
out. When we
There
have
you go.
when we have a recess, you can pop over, whatever,
Also,
No, I'm putting it in the chat right now.
There
I'm
you
going to grift for you hard right now.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it.
The grift king.
and also on that note, so everybody that's here on the panel, I'm updating as we go to add links to your channels. And then Mark, since you don't have a channel, I'm adding a link to your Twitter profile so that people can go and check you guys out as well. So
thank you.
so be sure to go and check these guys out. It'll be great. Hello Nada says, good morning, just wanted to thank the panel for being available to review this and give a legal opinion. It's gonna be a wild ride. It is going to be a wild ride. Linda Poulin says, slept like a baby. Can't wait for your commentary. Awesome. Anna Berenson, thank you.
By the way,
Thank you.
Anna jumped in the chat. I've been reading the chat because I know that a lot of people in the chat have been following this a lot longer than I have. So I've been using the chat to kind of educate myself about it. And Anna said some things about exactly what Ellen Barkin testified to and what she didn't. Basically, it sounded like, according to Anna, that she was the only adverse witness against Johnny. And the only thing she alleged is that he yelled a lot. I don't know 100% if that's true, but thank you, Anna, for filling that.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. And I think that maybe on top of that, that there was something about like him throwing things or something in a hotel room or something, I think.
Okay.
But, I would expect Johnny Depp's team to clarify that, that there's a difference between violence against a thing and violence against a person, or words against a person and violence against a person, like that kind of thing. So we'll see how they try to, get ahead of some of these bad facts, because of course they know that she's going to be, or that she is on the witness list here. She's probably going to be called. She's probably going to be, running up there to testify because she's people have said she's a woman scorned. So, more than happy to help Amber Heard's case. But so that's going to be really interesting to see how they navigate that. And then Greg Belota, can we get a plumber and a turd expert in here? Oh man, perfect. So Anyhow, this has been a great morning so far. And one more, Britt Cormier, a drunk yelled a lot. Why, I never.
I just want to say, I gave props to Anna, but now I have to give slops to Britt. Once Britt found out I was a Longhorn, she started to turn against me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Britt. Okay.
There we go. There we go. So we've got about 15 minutes until, okay. And then we've got the live feed. I'll get this pulled up as well.
Let's not forget to shout out Secret Squirrel in the chat, throwing up all
Yes.
of our links. Thank you, Secret
Yes,
Squirrel.
thank you. Oh, and Eric Hunley's in the
you.
chat too. Hey, Eric, how's it going?
Eric,
So, okay, so I've
do you
got
mind if I
the.
ship Eric the link?
Oh, he's got it.
Oh,
He's
cool,
got
cool,
it.
cool.
Yeah. So he can. But if you want to send it again, you're more than welcome.
Mhm.
But yeah, I definitely talked to him about it yesterday too.
This is starting at 10, right?
Starting at 10.
Oh.
We've got Long Crime does have a live feed up now. So I'll be sharing my screen in a minute. Hey Kurt, how's it
You waiting
going?
for the copyright strike.
Yep, get ready for the strike.
Knock on wood. God, please no. I mean, it shouldn't be, right? It shouldn't be, because it is a public proceeding. And we're not using any of their commentary or any of their, like their stuff that they would be adding onto it. I would say that it's the same thing as essentially trying to copyright a court's opinion.
Yeah,
So.
and they just lost its argument with Ricardo's channel, so I don't think they're going to try it again.
Yeah, I hope not.
Is this the stream where I come to talk about Ninth Gate?
Yes, this is.
Yes,
Yes, you came to the right place.
Okay, good.
Secret window,
Hello.
Ninth Gate. Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Gonna talk about January
I have
6th.
thoughts.
All the vaccines,
Yeah, we're good.
all
Right.
the things. Let's get it all going.
Fire away. See what damage you can do to the channel.
Mm.
Is what it is. I tell you what, your chat's flying. You got a lot of interest in this, so we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot going on here. Britt Cormier says, this is the last money I will ever spend talking to a Longhorn or an Aggie,
no.
because let's face it, they really are the same. LOL.
Britt,
I told you.
lying. Britt, we'll
That's
see
a
you in
good way
5
to-
minutes.
That's a good way to get someone riled up in a hurry.
We love you, Britt.
Yeah.
Britt's a long-term fan. We love Britt.
Yeah, Britt is great.
Go
Yeah.
Britt
Clemson.
sends a lot of hate super chats.
That's true. Well, we love Britt.
I got to find some Wolverines to invite. We're surrounded by Texans.
You got a Wolverine right here, brother.
Do I? All right. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
then we're
There
okay.
you go.
I did my time in Ann Arbor.
Oh man.
So yeah. All I'm saying is I'm going to be dropping a lot of references to Magic
Perfect.
Mike XXL, Alpha Dogs.
Sure.
What else? She was in a great film, The X Terminators. It's like X Terminators, like the X's who terminate. You know what I mean? Which I think is
Is it a
really
porno?
apropos to the subject matter.
Amber?
It sounds like a porno.
No,
It sounds
it is
like
not.
It did
but
sound
I
Sounds like a
Right.
straight to video. It sounds like one of the mock movies there.
Yes, I agree. It does sound like that, which is why it makes it more fun to bring up. And you should check it out. It's really not.
Your Atlantic rims, your moon
Not what you're
crashes. You know?
Atlantic Rim. Oh my goodness.
There is an Atlantic rim.
Atlantic Rim, yeah. there is
That
an
also
Atlantic
sounds
Rim.
like a porno.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Do
I
we
do
know?
wanna see-
Do we know if they finished jury selection or something? Are they going to kick off and like still have to pick a panel
Oh.
or something?
So no. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me share the screen here, because we've got
We get
Amber
into
Heard
it.
showing up. Okay.
Oh.
People arriving at court.
Amber Heard's
Here
in
we
the
go.
chat.
Yeah. Well, she's not in the chat, but
This is-
she is.
Courthouse?
She is
Yeah.
here.
It's like, yes, I'm about to lose this case.
So she has so to answer your question, Mike, so they finished jury selection yesterday. It was a 1-day jury selection, which is, you can be anxious about that or not. It can go either way. Rittenhouse was chosen in about a day. Ahmaud Arbery that jury was chosen in about a week. So you could go either way on the amount of time that was taken to pick the jury. But in this case, the judge did anticipate that it would take about a day. So it does seem like this was expected. And so starting today is I guess right on schedule.
You don't
So
There's
Yeah.
one question that no one's ever going to ask about this trial, but I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
How many black people are on that jury? Doesn't
I don't
it doesn't
know.
matter in this case, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
I don't
in every
know.
case we always ask. In this case, it doesn't even
Yeah.
matter.
I don't know. It's so true. I
What is
don't
on her
know
sleeve?
what the demographics are. Because so of course this was not televised yesterday. The court kept the cameras out of the courtroom, and this is funny too. We can talk a little bit about what happened in jury selection, because there are some people that went there personally and were there in the courtroom, and then afterwards like tweeted about it. And so, okay, so one of the reasons why I thought that they were um keeping cameras out of the courtroom for this was just for the privacy of the jurors, because it's such a high profile case. But that's the case with all of these high profile cases, right? But I think that another possible reason was because of the, let's just say, social media backlash that Amber Heard has gotten from the Justice for Johnny Depp community. There are quite a few people that are that are very vocal, right? And a lot of them are in the chat, not all of them, but there are people in the chat that are part of the community. And so I would anticipate now, actually, that there's Johnny Depp. You saw him right there in the corner. There he is. So that there were people that that could say anything during voir dire as potential jurors, right? So yesterday, what happened was let me see if there is any sound to this here.
Look at Captain Jack Sparrow. We've caught you, Jack.
Yeah.
Now you will pay for your crimes.
Hand over the black pearl.
It's
But
begun.
anyway, yeah. So apparently there was a guy who said that his wife told him that Amber Heard is psychotic, and that she was like absolutely just insane. And so the court made him read the court made him read his text messages from his wife in open court, where she was like, yep, she's a psycho. And then he was like, but I think that I can be unbiased. I can set that aside. Sometimes she exaggerates or something like that. So anyhow, but so I don't know if he actually made it. I don't know if he made it onto the jury. I'm super interested to hear about that.
Law nerd question. How do you
Okay.
get around the marital privilege? Because a lot of these conversations happened within the marriage. And now, so how do you overcome that privilege?
Both have put it at issue because they both have filed claims about the other. So number one, I mean, arguably she put it at issue starting from her Washington Post op-ed. Number two, he has by filing the lawsuit, but then on top of that, she also countersued after that. So I think they both have waived those marital privileges by filing a lawsuit and by filing claims against one another that come out of that lawsuit. They have to be able to talk about it. It's waivable.
Well, I think there's one that's waivable and one that's not, right? Because there are two privileges. Is the one where during the marriage, whatever you say is not waivable, but then there's like another one that is waivable.
Actually,
I forget the
so
technical.
they both are waivable, but it depends on who owns the privilege.
Okay.
So the testifying, you can testify against your spouse, you as the non-charged spouse, right? So if your spouse is charged with a crime, you as the non-charged spouse can Mark is back. You as the non-charged spouse can waive that and go and testify against them. They cannot claim that privilege. You only have that. But when it comes to the marital privilege, the communications between one another, it's the person who's to whom it's adverse that waives it. So
I've got a website up that at least says under Virginia's marital communications privilege statute, the privilege may not be asserted in any proceeding in which the spouses are adverse parties.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well, that solves that problem real fast.
Yeah. Boom.
So
This is what I do. I look up stuff.
Oh,
There it
that's
is.
cheating. That's cheating.
I mean,
Perfect.
right. The privilege exists generally so that you can't be called to testify against
Your wife.
your wife. But if
Yeah,
you are
true.
in a proceeding against your spouse, I mean, you should probably be able to.
It's already been done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, also, the marital privilege only protects communications. It doesn't protect any actions that you saw or behavior you observed. It only protects words.
Yeah, but it's
So
just what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not
Well, but does it?
super
it doesn't-
expensive.
Yeah, I don't think it applies here because a lot of the conversations were between, this is what she said to me during the marriage. So, but now, if it's waived, then that's it. It's done.
Yeah, it says when they're fighting, it's over.
Yeah.
That's the Virginia way.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's common across jurisdictions too.
Let the guy who's practiced DV. Yes, it's very easy to defeat if you want to defeat it. But
there you go.
just put it.
That's why it's great to have multiple practice
That's
areas.
also cheating. He
on the
knows from
channel.
experience.
Yes, he knows.
You got one guy looking it up, one guy who's actually done it, man. That's just all the cheating.
I know. Trying to bring actual information to the party is not YouTube's way, but here we are.
Also, welcome Legal Mindset.
What's going on?
Hey, the Korean assassin. What's going on?
I just got done calling Johnny Depp a beta, so obviously everyone's happy about that.
Oh
but yeah.
no!
Johnny Depp's a beta.
Shouldn't
Please
have
give
told
me
the
his
chat
bank
legal
account.
mindset.
What's up? What's up, Rick?
You shouldn't have told the chat that.
That's fine. I love the
We have
chat.
very
They live on
strong
big.
chatters. We have some strong chatters on the other side too. I mean, it's an interesting case for a lot of people.
Well, this is the Me Too case, right? This is she's tried to Me Too me, and now I'm going to sue her about it. So that's what this case is. It's literally about that.
And then he
so
gets
he's
to
trying
say
to
Me Too.
reclaim his Me Too.
Well, now it's well, and also the hashtag that I've seen for him is also Men Too. So saying the men can also be
I like it.
domestic abuse survivors as well. So because that's like we were saying earlier, that's one of the other issues in this case.
But
so
do
it's interesting.
But
do
she's
you
admitted
feel
to hitting him.
I
Sorry.
just want to say hi to some of the people who joined because I'm subscribed to some of you, and it's cool to be on a stream.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna name names.
He's not
Bye.
saying which he's subscribed to and which.
Yeah, no, he said to some.
Oh man. So yeah. Fun times.
What I was going to ask is like, do you guys think, because my whole thing is the most it will bring is some awareness to the situation with domestic abuse, but I don't think this is going to change the law one iota in terms of protections for men or in terms of the outcomes for men regarding domestic violence or in general for protections for men in any country. I mean, if you guys have a separate take on that.
No, I don't
I'll
see
be
change
slightly-
coming.
I'll
I
be
hope
slightly more
education comes
optimistic.
out of this, right? You got a lot of eyeballs on this, so
Yeah.
I hope at least people understand where the various burdens live, what this actually looks like in practice, and maybe if that's worthy of change, that kind of fuels that thought process. But nothing coming out of this directly, no.
Yeah. And also before the trial actually kicks off, so I will also make this statement too, that so we are going to be I don't know why I'm getting a scam call. That's fun. Always like when we're live
Is it
streaming,
law and
right?
crime?
Yeah, no, my phone's been buzzing all morning.
It's Amber Heard. She's telling me to stop covering it. No. So when we are showing this, we are going to be streaming the full everything soup to nuts, even during recess, during lunches. We're gonna continue our coverage and everything. It's going to be one stream for the whole day. We are also going to be giving commentary on top of it. So if you guys do not want commentary, go straight to Law and Crime or Court TV or one of these other places to stream it, because you can watch it without commentary. That reminds me, I'm going to turn on closed captioning so that we can have subtitles for it so that you guys can see it in case you can't hear it because we're talking. Part of that is because we are here to educate, to kind of guide you guys through it in case you don't know, you haven't seen trial before, you don't quite know what's going on. We love to share what we know so that we can kind of guide you guys through this whole process and understand it and appreciate it, and also to kind of have fun with it, because this is going to be a long trial, so we want to have fun. And also, as we mentioned before, it should not get any kind of copyright, issues. It should not, but it shouldn't be copyright. It shouldn't be copyrightable, I should say, by Law and Crime or any of these other networks, because of the fact that they're just running a straight feed of a public court proceeding. But just in case they try, we also want to be able to claim fair use. And the more commentary that we have, the more of an argument we have for fair use, because we are transforming this content into a completely different experience so that you are watching with us, you are learning, we are using this as a tool for education and for entertainment.
Yep. And speaking of, how you've been talking about how obviously they shouldn't be copyrightable, but for anyone who doesn't necessarily practice law or spent too much time in silly law schools, there was a pretty big case about 35 years ago how the NBA was trying to make box scores copyrightable. Just literally what the score, the factual account.
Good morning, Judy.
It's starting.
Can you hear everything okay today?
Can you guys hear it?
Okay, good.
Right on
Yeah.
time.
All right, good morning.
Good.
All right, do we have any preliminary matters before the jury
So
comes
this is
out?
Judge Penny Ascarate. And you know what? I will show us on the
All right.
side.
There's no objection to that?
Okay, that way we can see
People
the
change
subtitles.
places here. I just want to make sure I look in the right place.
So I believe that is Ben Chu,
Okay, we're good.
Johnny's attorney. I don't know the name of Amber's attorney. So if anybody in the chat knows, please let me know.
Okay. I'm assuming it's
I love how they have 2 tables for the attorneys. It's beautiful.
blank screen. It's hard to see if
Oh,
it's
yeah.
working or
And
not.
probably the
deputies
first
in the
row
back,
too.
too.
I'm sure the first row is also in
It is published,
in the peanut gallery.
but it's just a blank screen, I guess. Okay. We're going to hope that's it then. All right, thank you. Anything other? else?
Johnny Depp looks like he's wearing the same outfit
All
from
right,
the
ready for
movie
the jury?
Blow, like when he was on trial for Blow.
Ooh.
Is Johnny Depp looking a little too much like Mickey Rourke?
He
Mm.
does a
Mm,
little.
mm,
It's the
he does.
hair. It's the
Is it?
hair. Looks a
Yeah.
little like
Yeah,
Mickey
it
Rourke,
is.
right.
The hair and kind of the puffy-ish of a face, you know. But
That is
Well,
a
I
full
think
courtroom.
that's the stress. I think that he's really aged a
absolutely.
lot in this. Like, dude, litigation. I mean, you guys know, but for anybody that hasn't been through litigation, it can really age you quite a bit. And this has been a particularly stressful
Yeah.
one. I would say for both sides, honestly.
yeah.
So,
agree.
but looking at what they're wearing, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Amber doesn't have a little bit more of a tailored suit. But she is dressed conservatively as I had expected. And same thing with Johnny. He's got a simple tie, simple suit, you know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about their court appearance?
Yeah, you don't want to be too flashy.
Yeah.
And I think you want to look a little put upon, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's and I was thinking that's the lack of the tailored suit on her side is probably partially litigation
You
strategy.
can sit down.
Oh, that could be true. That could
Yeah,
be
you
true.
don't want to look too good.
Mhm.
Yeah. You definitely don't want to look too Hollywood, right?
Which Johnny's doing a good job of.
Okay, have you move your
being in the
water
middle.
down by your chair and just not have anything there?
So the
If we
jury
get
is closer
electronics, so we mess up
to
electronics.
the jury
I
is
get in
closer
trouble.
to
So,
Johnny
thank you.
because he's the plaintiff.
I hope you like
Okay.
the seat that you're in. I'd like you to stay in that seat for the duration. I'd appreciate
If Johnny
it.
had a
Hope you
cup of
good
coffee, I
evening.
might put
All
a
right?
quarter in
Thank
it.
you, and
That's
thank you
how
for
bad
being
he
punctual
looks.
today. I appreciate it. Have a seat.
It must be wild to be impaneled as a Virginia juror and just have
All right.
this appear
Are
in
we ready
front
for
of
the
you.
opening statements?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Good morning. My name is Ben Chu. My colleagues and I from Brown Rudnick are truly honored to represent the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp. Some of you may recognize Mr. Depp from seeing him portray characters such as Edward Scissorhands or Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, he's
from
going through the
Pirates of
resume. He's
Caribbean
going through the
movies.
resume.
For nearly 30 years,
Mordecai.
Mr. Depp
Oh,
built a reputation
21 Jump
as
Street,
one of the
baby.
most
I was going to say, it depends on how old they are.
talented
Go straight to Jump Street.
Yeah.
A respected artist
Mr.
whose name
Corso.
was associated with success at the box office. Today, his name is associated with a lie,
Boom.
Nice.
Here it is.
a false statement uttered by his former wife, the defendant Amber Heard, that falsely cast Mr. Depp, falsely and unfairly cast Mr. Depp as a villain.
My
A
glasses with
man
thick. His I can see
who
in the
would
next week.
violently abuse a woman. This is a defamation case. It's a case about how
She doesn't look good.
devastating
She did not
words
sleep.
can be
She looks better
when
than
they
I
are
do
false
on my best
and
day.
uttered
Well,
I got to agree with Nate.
Low
Under
bar.
the law,
Low bar, Nick.
a person
That's
who
true,
makes
it's a low
false
bar.
statement about
If
someone
I wasn't
else
married and she was at a bar,
can
I
be
would think I would be
held
talking to her.
responsible
Even
for
looking
the
like
lie
this.
that
You go in
results
your
from that
untailored
falsehood.
suit.
That's because words matter.
words matter.
They paint a picture in our mind.
That may be the theme.
Based on what we have experienced and what we know, or what we think we know. And because of that, words can evoke strong emotions in the listener and cause irreparable harm.
What's up with
to a
this close-up
person's
on her for the whole
I was
time?
going to say, the zoom in on Amber is a weird
And when,
choice.
like
there.
Mr. Depp,
Yeah.
your career depends upon
They can't
your
zoom in on
image,
Johnny.
and your reputation,
Career depends on your
or whether
reputation.
movie producers want their films associated with you, that harm can be particularly devastating. This is a case about the impact of Amber Heard's words on Johnny Depp.
Whew, there it is.
Specifically, the words that she used in an
So December
op-ed
2018.
published in the
Still
Washington
facing
Post
our
in
wrath.
December 2018. which is
For lying.
shown on the screen.
Rightfully so if you lie
And
about
the
it.
op-ed was published, and this is no accident, the evidence will show, on the eve of her first major acting role in the movie Aquaman.
Was that the day before Aquaman came out?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my
Yep.
goodness.
There you
Okay.
go. That's helpful in
The
the
evidence
narrative.
will show the words that Ms. Heard used, which are the subject of Mr. Depp's defamation suit against her. And there are three statements that we respectfully ask each of you to focus on.
Here it is.
There you go.
Statement number one, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. Statement number two, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I want to repeat that because you're going to hear that throughout the case because the timing here is critical. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Statement number three, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote.
Well, my immediate concern is proving that those
Ms.
statements are
Heard
about
did
Johnny
not
Depp. I'm not
use
saying it's
Yeah.
impossible,
Depp's
but
name in
all
And they're
those
not
statements.
opinions.
If
All
those
those
are the three
statements are-
main plank statements, that isn't the world's
Yeah.
strongest
You didn't have
defamation
to.
case.
Because
Yeah,
the
they are
evidence
gonna
will
have to
show
make the
that everyone in
connection.
Hollywood,
Yeah.
where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard both have their careers, and many others outside Hollywood, knew exactly what she was talking about when she used the word 2 years ago.
Yep.
I became a public figure
That's
representing
that's
domestic
that's
abuse.
one of the linchpins right there.
That's because, as the evidence will show, and you will hear, 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard had publicly accused Johnny Depp, her husband at the time, of domestic abuse. You
Okay.
will learn during
Query,
the trial
why isn't that
that Ms.
the
Heard's
charge?
actions were prompted
If that
by
were
Mr.
public, I mean,
Depp's
like,
request
this is the secondary
for
order
divorce.
effect, right?
He wanted out, which drove her to concoct, to make up a story that was, at first, designed to keep him. And then, when he made it clear that finally, after all he had endured, he was done, was designed to recast herself as an abuse survivor, with Mr. Depp as the alleged abuser. The evidence will show that 6 days after Mr. Depp requested a divorce, and he did so politely, and 3 days after Ms. Heard's lawyer threatened Mr. Depp with claims of abuse if he did not agree to her financial demands, Ms. Heard arrived at the courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to file for a restraining order alleging abuse. Ms. Heard, the evidence will show that Ms. Heard showed up with a mark on her face that mysteriously
taking notes.
appeared 6 days after
On
she
what?
last saw
I don't
Mr.
know.
Depp.
This is a fantastic.
I
opening.
hate Johnny.
Six
I-
days
oh, yeah.
before,
It's solid.
she
That's good.
publicly
Yeah.
That's
filed
good
a
opening.
request for a domestic violence restraining order.
He's
alleging
getting his
abuse.
$600 an hour.
The evidence will show
He deserved
that
it.
her publicist and the paparazzi were
600?
there at the
That's it?
courthouse to document the event,
Could be more.
to make sure
be a lot
that
more.
Johnny
Pay more
Depp's
than six.
name was forever associated with the image of an innocent, battered woman. It was a jolt. It was a shocking story, splashed across front pages across the country. No one had ever, in 5 decades, accused
Of course, there are
Johnny
like 5
Depp
attorneys
of
in the room.
being
So it's like
violent
$3,000.
with a woman.
Yeah.
No one had ever accused Mr. Depp of being violent with a woman.
He looks
had
like he's
been in
gonna
other
throw up.
long-term relationships. He had children.
Oh, objection on the opening.
Objection on the opening.
And never been accused before trying to shoot character, maybe? Improper character?
Could be. But no, but this is a defamation case, so a lot of character evidence is going to be coming in because of the reputational. You have to show that they had a certain reputation at the beginning and a certain reputation afterwards. So you kind of need some character
Yeah,
evidence.
but he was saying like he'd never been accused of domestic violence before. That's a
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's true, yeah.
object
It's acting in
on the
conformity.
basis of trying to show conformity.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
Yeah. Yep.
403, baby. What up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in conformity with a past. Yep.
It's
yeah.
just disrupting
Yeah.
an opening argument that's too effective.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So now he's challenged.
Well, I
his
think it's
challenge
also
is gonna
correct.
be-
I think it's the correct objection. I would have made the same objection.
Yeah. And now the challenge is going to be getting back into his flow because he had a really good flow.
He's doing great on the
he's going to
opening.
need to
It's very
backtrack a
good.
little bit and then just continue, which I'm sure he seems like a very well-seasoned attorney.
He'll be
You know, he's
No
probably
one,
going to come right back in.
as
But
I
let's see.
stated before, no one
Oh, he
had
won.
ever in
Yeah, they won
5
it, yeah.
decades. no
Oh,
one
he won
had
that
ever
objection.
accused
Big
Johnny
time. You hear
Depp
it.
of being abusive of any
Just in case you
kind
missed it, let me
with
say
a
it 3
woman.
other times.
Yes.
Oh,
That's the downside to objecting. If you lose, you get them to,
He had been in other
reinforce
long-term
everything.
relationships, as I said. He had 2 children. And no one had even suggested ever that he was capable of something like this. By choosing to lie about her husband for her own personal benefit,
Ooh.
Amber Heard forever changed Mr. Depp's life and reputation. And you will hear him tell you the dreadful impact that it has had on his life. The evidence you will hear at this trial contradicts the story Ms. Heard presented to the world in May 2016 and again in December 2018. The evidence will show that the last time Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard saw each other before Ms. Heard showed up in court on May 27th, 2016 was May 21st. And that's a very important date. And I will ask you please to remember that through the trial. Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away on May 20th after a long illness when Johnny and his sister Christy had been taking care of his mother for a very long period of time.
Mm.
And for reasons that Mr. Depp will personally explain to you throughout the course of this trial, he had resolved to divorce Ms. Heard. So on May 21st, Mr. Depp came by the apartment that he shared with Ms. Heard in the Eastern Columbia building, or the ECB, as some people refer to it, to tell her that, to pick up his things, and to say goodbye. There is no dispute that soon after Mr. Depp ended things with Ms. Heard and left the apartment on May 21st, he got on a plane to head out on a European tour, a music tour, for months with his band, the Hollywood Vampires. And Ms. Heard knew that he was going off on tour and out of state when she walked into court to get the restraining order, which she obtained ex parte. It's a Latin word, fancy word, but all it means is that Mr. Depp and his lawyer were not there and had no opportunity to be heard. That's what an ex parte order is. You will hear from the police officers who responded to a 911 call on May 21st after Mr. Depp left. The police officers will testify
That's the same
that
day,
they
though,
saw
right?
no injuries on Ms. Heard.
Yes.
It is-
May
it
20th,
is-
2016.
Both police officers.
It is not uncommon to get an
will
ex parte
testify that they
order
saw
in that instance.
No, for
They're
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
just they're just playing to the jury. That's a
Yeah, it
Nor
shouldn't be
did
though.
the police officers see any of the property damages that you will hear Ms. Heard claims existed in the apartments that evening. And you will hear those officers under oath testify that there was no violence and there was no crime. You will also hear from multiple witnesses who, like the police officers, saw Ms. Heard between May 21 and May 26. Those are the crucial days between the alleged incident and the day she walked into court with her lawyer.
My
They got a
client was
good
out of the
case.
country is pretty good in terms of an alibi. I just think, I'm
Yeah.
not sure we need much more than that. He was in Europe at the time.
And those witnesses will testify that they saw her without any marks, any signs of injury on her face.
So is there an overall allegation here that she wound up faking
And
injury?
you
at
will
some
hear
point?
Yeah,
from
that's
Yes.
sounds like
multiple
it.
witnesses, including Brandon Patterson, who is the manager of the Eastern Columbia building, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived together.
He called him Dap, Mr.
You
Dap.
will hear Mr. Patterson say that he saw, and others will say as well, that they saw a surveillance video from the week of May 21st that showed Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, throw a fake punch at Ms. Heard's face. Now, let's just stop there. This is a surveillance video you will hear about where the sister of the alleged victim threw a fake punch at her sister, which allegedly occurred, this incident, only a couple of days earlier. Ms. Heard acting out being punched, responding to the fake punch, and the two laughing about it. So you have the alleged victim and the sister laughing about a fake punch. And you will have to decide for yourself, or we ask that you please decide for yourself. Would anyone ever joke about that?
Lady Cop is also
Yes.
If there had
People
been
joke
Yes.
about that. That's
much
bull.
less.
This I don't like this
Ask
line.
yourself,
It's trying to paint
Ever
nefarious intent, which
joke
might
with an
be, but
alleged
yeah,
victim
Yeah.
about
Okay.
being punched by her husband.
I mean, if the facts can support it, they can
Of
support it. But if
course,
they don't, then that's a
None of this
risky area to go.
contradicting evidence
Yeah,
was
just saying like, oh,
publicly
people won't use
visible
humor to lighten up
when Ms.
dark
Heard
situations
walked
in their
into
life.
court on
Like
May
that's not a
27th
winning argument in my
and
mind.
got her
Yeah,
restraining
yeah,
order.
that's fair.
Instead, as you can imagine, the media storm was instantaneous. You will hear about and see some of that media coverage, which published pictures of Ms. Heard walking into court and other pictures, supposedly showing injuries supposedly caused by Mr. Depp, a man who had never been accused of abuse of a woman.
Just want to make sure you heard that again, by the way.
The evidence will show that Mr. Depp
In case he didn't the
and
first
Heard
time.
eventually settled their divorce out of court. Thereafter, Ms. Heard dismissed her restraining order against Mr. Depp.
A restraining order for the purposes of getting a
But
better
Ms.
result in a
Heard's false
divorce?
claim that
Don't
Mr.
say.
Depp had abused her.
Okay, I'm going to
remained
adjust the
in
volume
public
for everybody. I
sphere.
forgot about that part.
It didn't go away.
Oh,
The
Lord.
images
Good
were
luck.
permanent.
Thanks.
And the evidence will show that 2 years later, which is why we're pointing to that reference in the op-ed, in the wake of the Me Too movement, and just before the release of Ms. Heard's role in the movie Aquaman, Ms. Heard chose to remind the world about the festering allegations, this time under the banner of a international newspaper, the Washington Post.
It really does look like a PR.
That's what you were talking
campaign
about before.
In the
right before
op-ed,
Aquaman.
in
I
her
didn't realize
op-ed,
that was when the op-ed went up.
Ms. Heard again painted herself as the innocent victim of abuse, but this time with a wider audience primed to take action against industry powerhouses accused of abuse. The evidence will show that the clear implication in Ms. Heard's op-ed that you have in front of you was that she was the victim of domestic abuse perpetrated by Mr. Depp. The evidence will show that that was a lie, and it remains a lie when it was repeated and republished 2 years later. Hollywood studios don't want to deal with the public backlash from hiring someone accused of abuse, even someone with the incredible body of work and record that Mr. Depp can be proud of.
Yep.
A false
Mordecai.
allegation can devastate a career.
Pre-Mordecai, let's be real.
And it can devastate a family. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations had a significant impact on Mr. Depp's family and his ability to work in the profession he loved and loved to bring joy to everyone. Ultimately, this trial is about clearing Mr. Depp's name of a terrible and false allegation. We ask you in the next several weeks to please
How long is this supposed to go on?
consider the evidence.
4 to 6
Assess
weeks.
the
Holy
reliability
shit, dude.
and credibility
Yeah.
of that evidence.
Long.
And to
Why?
make your own determination.
We're providing
a
really good
lot of-
commentary.
About what actually
a
happened
lot of facts.
between Mr.
A lot of
Depp
facts
and
to go
Ms.
through.
Heard. And to tell you more about that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Camille Vasquez, who you had the pleasure of meeting yesterday. Thank you all.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
2 openings?
Tag
Oh,
team
okay.
opening argument?
What?
Opening part 1 and opening part 2.
Oh,
This is
no,
a new
you
one.
didn't.
Interesting.
If you're
Yeah, bring a lady up. That's
yeah, I was gonna
That
say we
is
want
very
That was my very
helpful.
first
Yep.
thought.
Yep. Because the optics of having
an
a woman on the
attractive
team-
lady too. An attractive
Yes.
lady. Let me be very clear about that. Not a no-go. That's very important.
And she's going to stand in the well as opposed to at the lectern.
You got blame it on
standing
me.
at the well. Why is she
No,
standing
but
at
it's
the
true.
well?
But it's true. I mean, it sounds like non PC, but it's true. Like, you know, these details are, you know, demographics, relative beauty, relative, you know, like
Well, you got to see Johnny Depp right there. You know, they're very comfortable together. She's explaining the law, and you have that also as the subtext, regardless of what she says legally.
Over the course of this trial,
ooh, that
you're
mic.
going to have an opportunity to get to know Johnny Depp.
Oh dear.
Not the characters he's portrayed, but the man himself. You will hear from Mr. Depp directly.
Seriously,
You
why
will
are we doing
also
2
hear from
openings?
His friends, his family, and employees. You will hear from people who have known him for decades. They have seen him at his best, and they have seen him at his worst.
Oh, she's using a
And
laugh.
they will
That's
tell
fine.
you,
Yeah.
each of them,
One that doesn't appear to
that
be
he is a
working.
kind soul
Why is she in the well?
and
We'll
would
just
never
go up to the lectern.
raise a hand to a woman. You will hear that Mr. Depp learned at a very young age how to coexist with an abusive woman. You will learn from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, and from Mr. Depp that their mother, Betty Sue,
So see, this section is more accusatory against
that
Ms.
was
Heard.
loyal over
So they
to
gave this to the second opening.
vicious words
Right.
and violence directed at her husband and their children.
Did they say what her name is? I'm sorry, I missed it.
And you will hear
They
how
did.
Mr. Depp,
I don't
how
know.
the personality of his
Okay,
father,
we'll probably see it
Camilla?
recorded.
coped with that abuse
Yeah, it's in
in
there.
the same way his father did. He just took it. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp learned that the best way to deal with violence was to leave, to get away from it. Give her time to cool down. But he never turned his back on his mother. Mr. Depp loved his mother, and he cared
Got
Camille
Camille
Vasquez.
Vasquez in the.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank
You
you.
will hear how
Goddess War.
Mr. Depp came to Los Angeles as a teenager. He first planned to be a musician, then became an actor, and eventually, thanks to his talent, his dedication, and a lot of hard work, grew into one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He had relationships with major figures in Hollywood and elsewhere, like Winona Ryder.
Oh, Camille Vasquez, somebody said in the chat. Thank you.
And before he met Amber Heard, he was with the same woman, Vanessa Paradis, for 14 years. He had 2 children with her. And even though he was a megastar, they had a quiet domestic life. In fact, you'll hear,
Public versus
as
private.
Mr. Chu already told you, that
He's
Mr.
just
Depp-
like you.
In Mr. Depp's 58 years, not a single woman has ever accused him of violence.
Not a
No
single
one
woman.
in Hollywood
Get it a 7th time.
had
Yep.
any reason to believe he was an abuser. Until
Expect them
Ms.
to like
Heard
hammer that in
accused him
5,000 times now.
2016.
Objection,
You're also
repetition.
going to hear evidence about Ms. Heard. You're
Nah.
going to learn that
I
she
know.
was
Yeah.
profoundly
That's just a
It was a
theme.
joke. It was a joke.
I mean, fundamentally,
Millions of
from a
people
legal
around her,
perspective, it doesn't
just
actually
like she
matter
did
to the
with Mr.
incident
Depp.
at hand.
Right.
Mm.
I
But
do
if they
wish
can
you
get away with
memorized
it,
Ms.
this.
Heard came to Los Angeles and sought a career in acting after Mr. Depp was well established as a movie star. Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard first met in 2009 on the set of the film The Rum Diaries.
Man, the captions are
There
struggling
was
with
a
the names.
significant age difference between them.
Mr. Death,
And
Mr.
at
Dog.
first, he avoided her advances, but she pursued him. She wooed him. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard went to great lengths to win him over by playing the doting girlfriend, and it worked. He fell head over heels in love with her. Those who watched this relationship develop saw red flags all over the place. You will hear from them in this trial. And over time, the real Miss Heard began to emerge. She would berate him, scream at him. He would try to appease her, and sometimes, just sometimes, things would get better. But it would always happen again. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp started coping with Miss Heard in the same way he did as a child. He would try to get away, avoid the conflict.
Coping.
But his
It's a
trying to leave
very good DB term.
enraged Miss Heard. She would resort to physical violence, throwing things at him, hitting him. She would tell him he was a coward. She would tell him he wasn't man enough because he wouldn't stay and fight with her. You will see that Miss Heard
There's audio
equated
of that.
anger and violence with passion. She would apologize with poetic excuses, as if the violence just proved how fierce and overwhelming her love for him was. And you're going to hear that when Miss Heard got violent, Mr. Depp would just retreat, just as he did with his mother. He would try to leave, to get away from her. In her words, Miss Heard's words, he would split.
This is
Mr.
this is
Depp
really
would
good.
often retreat into bathrooms, lock the doors, wait out Miss Heard's aggression. But his leaving just provoked her more. You will hear from Mr. Depp's security people, like Sean Bett, about how they often had to remove Mr. Depp from scenes with Miss Heard, screaming at him, chasing him, trying to keep him from leaving. You're going to hear evidence that when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard traveled together, his team routinely had to book an extra room for him so that he had somewhere to go when Miss Heard became enraged.
Ugh.
You'll hear from other witnesses, including Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's marriage counselor. Her name is Dr. Laurel Anderson, who perceived Miss Heard as the aggressor in the relationship. Miss Heard as the aggressor in the relationship.
Good.
The one who would strike Mr. Depp to try to keep him from leaving. You'll hear from medical professionals who were with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, often on a daily basis, for years, including their doctor, David Kipper, and Miss Heard's personal nurse, her personal assigned nurse, Erin Barem Filati, who did not see any signs of injuries that Miss Heard later testified to in graphic detail. Ms. Heard wants you to ignore the testimony of these medical professionals who saw her in real time, just as she wants you to ignore the testimony of the police officers who testified under oath, who saw her on May 21st, 2016, without any injuries. But it is up to you, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, to judge the credibility of these witnesses and that of Ms. Heard. In this trial, Ms. Heard will undoubtedly present photos that supposedly
here we go.
show injuries she sustained as a result of the claimed abuse by Mr. Depp.
Here we get the photos.
Here's what you should keep in mind when you see these photographs.
They're going to comment.
First, the evidence and expert testimony from a forensic pathologist, a doctor, will show that the injuries reflected in these photographs are not consistent with the brutal allegations of abuse Ms. Heard has alleged. Second, there are multiple witnesses, including medical professionals, and police officers who will testify that they did not observe the injuries supposedly reflected in these photographs. And you may be wondering, how can that be? Well, you will hear expert testimony that none of these photographs are the originals.
Ooh.
Not one.
Ooh.
And many are stored in an editing program.
Boom.
So they could have been manipulated.
They won the motion for
and cannot be
sanctions.
confirmed as authentic.
The whole like they were stored in an editing program, therefore there could have been edited. We can't prove that. That is always such a weak sauce to me, but I get it. I'd say it too.
And there is not a single photograph or video showing Mr. Depp becoming physically violent towards Ms. Heard. The only medical report of an injury during their relationship was a severe one, and it was sustained by Mr. Depp. After an argument shortly after their marriage, while the couple was in Australia. You will hear evidence that the people who cared about Mr. Depp were encouraging him to have a prenuptial agreement with Ms. Heard, but she rushed the wedding date.
Do I need to do more for the balance, by the way?
Without one.
For the balance of sound?
After the wedding, again, people
Or are we
close
okay,
to
do you
Mr.
think?
Depp encouraged him to consider a post.
Well, I don't know that the lav mic is the best way to test it.
That's true. That's a fair point.
As she always did.
All right, I'll wait.
At the suggestion that Mr. Depp might leave her. She berated him, and when he tried to leave, she became violent. She became so violent, in fact, she threw a vodka bottle at him that hit his hand and exploded. It severed the end of one of his fingers. You'll see pictures of Mr. Depp's severed finger and learn about his emergency medical treatment for that injury. And then you'll learn, and this is important, years later, after the false claims of abuse that caused Mr. Depp to file this very lawsuit, Ms. Heard came up with an elaborate story about what actually happened, according to her, in Australia. And what she said happened was that it was a 3-day hostage affair, an episode, where she was violently attacked and then sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp. You will see for yourself that the evidence does not support the story she told after she was sued. You will learn
I'm
that
not
there
sure I would have
came a
mentioned
time
that.
when Mr. Depp was done. And you'll learn from him, and he will tell you why.
Well, it's getting ahead of bad
The evidence
facts.
will show that on May
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
But if you're just going to say we're going to prove that's wrong, I'm not sure.
Betty Sue passed away.
Yeah, let them bring it up. You've already rebutted a
We'll
lot
hear
of
from
their
Mr. Depp
things they're going to
that
bring
his
up.
mother's
Or
passing
pre-butted.
was a wake-up call
Pre-butted.
that helped
Butted.
confirm what he already knew, that the relationship with Ms. Heard wasn't working, and that Ms. Heard was not going to change.
Just
If you've ever lost a parent,
Just as an aside,
you
having not
understand
heard
how
all this before,
much this experience
this
will
is going to
change your
be
perspective
the ugliest
on what is
trial.
important for your own
Yeah.
well-being.
Yes.
So Mr. Depp resolved to finally divorce Ms. Heard and told her that
Should have
very
happened
day
way earlier.
that he would do so respectfully and, most importantly, discreetly. The evidence will show that on May 21st, 2016, when Mr. Depp went over to the Eastern Columbia building to gather his things, Ms. Heard caused a final dramatic scene. In the wreckage of their relationship, Ms. Heard spun the final encounter between them into a tale of domestic abuse. Now, I understand that many of you may be asking yourselves, why? Why would Ms. Heard say that Mr. Depp abused her during their relationship if it didn't actually happen? Why would she make up the detailed, dramatic tales of abuse that you will surely hear in this courtroom?
they keep hitting on drama and like I don't
By
know.
the end of this trial, you will have the answer to that question. The evidence will show exactly who Ms. Heard is.
I mean, they're going to say it's PR for Aquaman, right?
And other witnesses, including their marriage counselor, Dr. Laurel Anderson, that Ms. Heard would go to great lengths and even resort to physical violence to stop Mr. Depp from leaving her.
Is it just
But
me, or
once
does this
Mr.
feel
Depp
unduly
did leave,
detailed for an opening?
Ms. Heard tried to avoid public
This
humiliation
is actually
and
pretty
present
common
herself
in
as a
cases
noble
like this that
survivor
include domestic
and
violence. You want to get your
representative of
emotional
the
story out in
doomed.
front of the jury first.
You will hear evidence,
Fair enough.
including
Yeah,
the testimony
yeah.
of Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate
And as I
Jacobs,
said, you could definitely see
Ms.
that they
Heard
gave
is
her the
obsessed
attacking.
with her public
She's
image.
allowed to attack Amber
It's her
Heard
number
more
one
directly.
priority.
Yeah.
And you will see evidence that
Yeah.
after she received a $7 million divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard released a public statement claiming she wanted nothing from him and would donate the entire settlement to 2 charities. The Children's Hospital
She's a
of Los
liar and
Angeles
untrustworthy,
in
et
California,
cetera, et cetera.
and the American Civil Liberties Union, also known as the ACLU. But then she did not make the donations. Quite simply,
Yeah.
Ms. Heard
Yeah, that one hurts.
publicly
That's
cast
like, ugh.
herself in the role of a
She was
domestic
misheard,
abuse survivor.
you know.
There was no going back.
Boo.
But
Mr. Depp finally stood
I
up
appreciate it.
and fought for his good name in court by filing this lawsuit.
It's not about the
Ms.
money,
Heard, because she
because I already
couldn't
spent
back
it.
down.
It is.
Went
It's really. It's just such a
all-
preventable. Like it's just an
After this
unforced
lawsuit
error
was
on her
filed,
part, right?
it's important
There's a
to
lot of
remember,
unforced errors in
after
my
this lawsuit,
personal
Well,
opinion.
that can speak
Ms.
to lying. It
Heard
can also speak to
started making
judgment,
up
right? I mean, so
more
Yeah.
and more
Yeah.
alleged
you don't have to commit to
incidences.
donating if you don't intend to donate.
Yeah.
And if you'll recall, ladies and gentlemen,
And maybe don't say that you actually
headline
donated, because
of the
there is footage
op-ed
saying of that.
references sexual
And then the ACLU is
violence.
like, no.
Yeah. Or the Children's
No.
Hospital of Los
No.
Angeles
But Ms.
saying,
Heard had never
actually,
made that
what about the
accusation
children?
against Mr. Depp. It was never part of her allegation.
What about him, right?
Yeah.
So what changed? What changed between 2016 and 2018? We submit to you, and the evidence will show, when she realized the seriousness of what
I
she
think
had
she's
alleged,
fine. Maybe it's just, maybe the
panicked
problem was
when she
the
alleged
guy's
sexual
first
assault.
opening. Maybe he's just unnecessary. Because
Ms.
I think
Heard
she's
has a
doing fine
lawyer
laying
that
everything
wasn't
out. And
shown
I,
some truly
yeah.
Unfortunately, the first guy was talking about the
very
defamation case,
both
which is
sides of
actually
it.
right
But
what
the
we're here
horrific
for.
details
I mean,
of
so
her
the
design
interesting part about
were
this is all
designed to
character. This is all
shock
bad
you
stuff. This is
and
why
to
you should not
overwhelm
like
you.
her. It's not
They are
actually
designed to be
the defamatory
explosive.
statements, right?
This is
And they're
she
designed
is
to
literally
distract
putting
you
on a family law case.
from the
She is
evidence
putting on a DV
and most
case, and
importantly,
he is
Yeah.
putting on the
common
defamation
sense.
case. Which
One of
fine
them is
strategy
arguing
for
about
the
what's
jury.
actually at issue, right?
Common sense and
Okay.
Yeah, fine
Yeah.
strategy for the
tells
jury.
you
Like I
that it
don't
is
fault him for it,
all
but
a
that's
lie.
they're bifurcating it.
That none of this, not one single alleged incident of abuse, could have happened as Ms. Heard claims. Ms. Heard's pattern is consistent. She tells a lie, then covers up that lie with still more lies in a constantly changing, evolving, ever more dramatic story. You're going
The
to
seventh
hear a
time she
lot
says
about
drama.
Mr. Depp during this trial.
Well, and this is what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? This is what Johnny Depp is paying for, is these statements to go out there. This is what you're saying about Amber Heard, period, regardless of how the rest of this goes. This is out in public.
Yeah, 100%.
She's a
right.
liar who lies and covers her lies up with lies, is what you want out as the messaging if you're on the Depp side.
Exactly.
But struggling with drugs
Also,
and
welcome
alcohol
potentially criminal.
doesn't
Glad to
make
have you
a
here.
loser.
Thanks for having me on. Hi, everybody.
He has also
course.
used some very colorful language.
Did they get in front
He
of the
uses
whole
words that I don't
dropping a
use,
log in
and you
their
probably
bed
don't use.
part yet, or is that not
No,
happening?
I don't think that we got
They have
there
not yet mentioned that.
Mr.
We are
Depp
still
happening
on
now.
Johnny Depp's opening
But he
statement.
did
So
not
Amber
use
Turd
these
has
words.
not dropped hers yet.
All of this
Oh
is
my.
just meant to distract you from what this case is about. This case is about what Ms. Heard said in her op-ed.
Right.
The
Spinning
evidence
back
will
to
show
the
that
actual
Ms.
case
Heard
that's in front of you.
painted a picture of herself as a heroic, innocent survivor.
So many
of
poop
abuse
jokes.
by Mr. Depp, a beaten woman who finally stood up to her tormentor. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard used her allegations against Mr. Depp to raise her own profile and to advance
Yeah,
her own
that's their claim.
career.
Aquaman.
The very same day that the op-ed was published, under the title, quote,
Is Jason Momoa
"I
on the
spoke
witness
up
list?
against sexual
I
violence,"
don't
end
think
quote.
so.
She posted that article that's now displayed
He's
on
too
your
busy
screens
promoting.
Sure.
and the title on her Twitter page, right along with an announcement that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador on
Oh, no.
to make sure that, quote, women and girls can live free
And you
from
said the
violence,
ACLU
end
basically
quote.
wrote this. That's been discussed on this stuff.
She presented herself
Edited,
as
at
the
least heavily
face
edited.
of the Me
Okay.
Too movement, the virtuous representative
I will say the
of
acoustics
innocent
of here
women
sound just like the
across
bathroom in that
country
courthouse.
and the world
I don't think the
who have
lav mic's
truly
working,
suffered
but I don't think
abuse.
they care in the
The evidence
courtroom.
will show
Part
that
one of the
was
opening
a
statement was
lie.
by the attorney Ben Chu, so they
And the evidence
flopped
will show
on
that
their
Ms.
legal
Heard
team.
portrayed Mr. Depp as the
And he was at the
representative
podium, and the
of
audio was
abusers
much
everywhere,
better.
the agent of her suffering,
I'm using my bathroom
the
mojo.
villain in her heroic journey.
There you go.
That was a lie too. And more than just a lie, it was an act of cruelty. Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing that whatever he does, there are people out there in this world who will always believe that he abused a woman.
Welcome to life, man.
This is a case about what Ms. Heard said. It's also a case about what a man named Adam Waldman said. Adam Waldman is a lawyer who has worked for Mr. Depp. After Mr. Depp filed this case against her, Ms. Heard filed her own claim against Mr. Depp, which is also the subject of this trial. In her claim, Ms. Heard says that Mr. Depp defamed her because Adam Waldman, his attorney, made some statements to reporters denying the truth of her claims of abuse. Adam Waldman is not in this courtroom. Ms. Heard chose not to name him in her claim.
Oh, this is the countersuit that you were mentioning.
Yes, this is
Okay.
responding to the counterclaims now. Everything having to do with Adam Waldman is responding to a
See, I keep getting
counterclaim.
confused by the captions. Adam Baldwin is a completely different person. Yeah.
Alex Baldwin, what?
Ghost guns.
By Adam Waldman. And Mr. Waldman, the evidence will show, is not.
Yeah, it should say Waldman.
That's
not
Waldman.
Walden.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's his former attorney that said stuff that she's bringing suit over as if Johnny had said it.
Exactly.
Of his client and friend, Mr. Depp. Mr. Waldman believed those statements. And finally, at the end of the day, Mr. Waldman's statements merely reflected the reality that we intend to prove in this trial. That Ms. Heard's portrayal of herself as a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp is a lie. Ms. Heard, as you know, is an actress.
He believed them. They were opinions. They were also true.
And painted herself before the world as a representative of abuse victims everywhere. Ms. Heard took on the role of a lifetime. She can't back down. She has been living and breathing this lie for years now. And she has been preparing to give the performance of her life in this trial. But this trial is about the evidence. It's about a man's reputation. And it's about his whole life. His ability to walk down the street, look people in the eye, without having them think he's an abuser. It's about the truth. And the truth will come out in this trial. At the end of this trial, we will ask you to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We will ask you to tell the world that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the victim she portrayed. And we will ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez.
There we go. That's the end
That's
of
our
the opening statement for
Ladies and
Johnny
gentlemen, it's
Depp.
a little early, but maybe we should go ahead and take our morning break. Just
All
as
right,
a
we can-
natural point
we
to
can
have a
talk
break
about
before
it.
we have
We
the
can
second
chit-chat.
opening statement. Okay?
Huh.
So why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess?
15
Just,
minutes.
remember, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, you're free to go.
Welcome
No
to your new
outside
life for 6
research.
weeks, Fury.
No Westlaw. Your quick Westlaw hit.
No watching Legalbytes live stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what
It's
do we
of course
think so far?
not legal advice.
I thought it was fantastic.
I think this is going to
like
be
how they
far
split it up.
messier than I thought. I mean, I didn't. Again, I came in, as we said in the pre-show, knowing enough, but not knowing quite all of that. So if I'm sitting in the jury, I go, okay, so we're not just accusing her of defaming. We're accusing her of abusing him, and we're accusing her of a series of fraudulent setups and lies. So that's, you're going to have heavy punches both ways on that. And unfortunately, it'll be interesting to follow the case, because just looking at opening statements and anticipating what they're likely to say in return, I see that's the kind of thing you wind up throwing your hands up. If it just gets spun into a messy thing for 6 weeks, I don't relish the jury's job on pulling this apart.
Agreed. But I will say that, when the facts do start to come apart and they do start to get confusing, I think what the jury is going to start looking at is like, okay, on one side, things are really messy. And if on the other side, things have stayed relatively consistent, the jury will start to at least be able to tell that difference. So then they'll lean one way or another. And so my personal prediction is that they may start leaning more towards, and maybe this is just my own, because this has been my own journey over the last few weeks. But my anticipation is that they will be, starting to shift more towards Johnny Depp's side if he remains consistent, as I've seen has been the case throughout this litigation. But on Amber Heard's side, when you start to introduce other accounts, you start to introduce the police body cam footage, you start to introduce other photos and these issues with authentication of these photos, then you start to be like, okay, but I'm not really confused, or I'm a little bit confused about your narrative. I'm not really sure exactly what you're saying happened here. Like, what is the story that happened here? But on the other side, it's like, okay, things are just kind of simple.
Right. No, I thought, and I'll stop monopolizing time here, but I thought that some of what they said about police officers, security officials that day, and like for the next 3 days, saying they didn't see anything as potentially violent, and then those photos come out after. I mean, that's a strong bit of their narrative if they can like make that case work.
Yeah, for sure.
I sense confidence from this group. They come out and they're saying all these things. They've had discovery. They know what the other side has. They do not think that the assertions they're making. An attorney knows. I'm sitting here saying a bunch of stuff to you. You would love to go back at closing and say, "See, they told you all this stuff and it wasn't true." These guys think that they can prove everything they were saying. They were not sheepish about it.
Yes.
I thought the first attorney was devastating, and then they send the female attorney as the hatchet man to go after her because the optics of having a middle-aged man do it suck. And for the same reason she's dressed like a PTA mother so that nobody gets offended. That's the plaintiff's side, playing that same game. That's my thought.
Well, and I think it's really important in any cases where domestic abuse or intimate partner violence is at issue, especially in divorce or family law cases, if not outright criminal cases, is that one of the advantage you have is being the first person to come out and tell the jury your emotional story, and they know that clearly that is what the defense is going to do here. But because they get to talk first, really that best strategy involves, okay, we're going to beat them out to it, and you're going to hear our emotional story and believe us and side with us, so that now they're playing catch up, which is smart, I think. I agree that confidence in they kind of like got out the defamation case. They're like, yeah, the defamation case. It's kind of open and shut, right? Great. Okay, now listen to this. And they got more intimate. They left the lectern. They talked right to the jury, and said, like, remember this is going to be the part that's really going to sell it to you. And you're right. It is. I didn't mean to dismiss what the first lawyer said. It said it very well, but they put it in the right order, I guess is what I'm saying.
I agree. And on that point, that's a very interesting point, because what they talked about first was kind of the defamation stuff that's a little bit more, not boring, but like it's less emotional, right? So while the jury is fresh, while they're paying attention, they're not lulled into boredom by a bunch of information hitting them. Get them with okay, these are the statements that we're paying attention to. This is what this case is about. Okay, now let's launch into this emotional story that we're going to take you on this whole long journey of all this stuff that happened and all these hoaxes that she put together and all this, this and that and this and that, super emotional story. That's something that a jury can pay attention to for a much longer period of time than a factual assertion of bop boop beep boop, like going
drama,
down the
right?
line for hours.
That's the drama. But like going back to the defamation case, at least one of those statements, like I think is a non-starter, right? Like I looked at institutions and how they deal with men accused of domestic violence. Like, he was accused. She did see how institutions dealt with. I don't have those statements. It was interesting. I was expecting a little bit something that was more direct, even if it wasn't a named man. That was defamatory. And that third one jumped out at me as like, oh, that's not great. That's separate from the situation at hand.
Yeah, I agree. And it is interesting who brought up when they'd heard about, they're like, wait, she brought this up 2 years before this article came out. Why isn't that at issue here?
That's what I said,
and it's and it's a good point, but we all know why, right? Like, we all know why, because Johnny Depp was still in movies after she said the accusations. It didn't systematically do what Amber was wanting or what she thought should happen. And so then it did have the effect, a better effect than, better as in a larger effect in 2018. And so that's why it's at issue.
But the problem from the legal side of things, as I see it, is that she does become a representative of domestic violence, regardless of whether it happened to her, right? Like, so she says, so I spoke out. Okay, you did. And it was about domestic violence, and he didn't do that. It's like, okay, that's fair, but she is a representative. She did see how institutions dealt with it. And is that really an accusation of it again from May of 2016? If I find myself on Amber Heard's side at the end of this, fully legalistically, I say those statements aren't silver bullets for what this usually you'd want to look like if you're on Johnny Depp's team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think the defendant has a real problem with that charity thing too, though, because ultimately that's a microcosm of the whole case.
Well, we talked about this, right? This isn't about that defamation as much as it's let's get as much out there as possible about how this woman operates. Like, that's part of what's happening.
Well, that's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say this woman will say what suits her in the moment, what furders her cause. That's what she's doing with the abuse allegations. Yes. But here we have an example where she says, "I'm going to donate these proceeds to these people." This is a verifiable lie. Those proceeds have not been donated, and she got it, and she said it at a time to win a hearing. That's why she said it.
Yeah,
but that doesn't lose her the
but
case.
Then afterwards she went on talk shows and stuff saying, I donated, no qualifications about it, just straight up, I donated all $7 million, half to the ACLU, half to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which to me, ACLU is one thing. Of course, they're a public interest, public interest. What's the word? A nonprofit, I should say.
Sure.
But when it comes to the children, right? Like the kids' hospital, like
the children.
Yeah. You lose everything. You lose every argument once the kids are involved.
Like little bald children that are dealing with chemo, and she's like,
but I don't know
who said it. $500,000 million.
I don't know who said it in the pre-show, but I think somebody said, well, I'm not sure that he's going to win this case, but this is about something different. I'm sitting here saying, gee, I don't know if that winds up in an actual winning defamation case at the end of the day, but it does feel from that opening statement that that's not fully the point. The point is to have just reams of material about how this is a false actor, a bad person, and getting that out there into the public.
And look, salting her like that, and also, frankly, for me, salting her future dating life. I mean, any guy who goes out with Amber Heard in the future is going to be like, hey, look, we've got all this testimony from all these people and all these facts. Do I really want to hit that? Is that worth it? Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah.
I got to run into my office real quick. Thank you so much for having me on. You're going to be on all day?
Yes. Yeah. Come back whenever you want.
All right. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Mike. Nice to meet you. So
I really want
to do. We have. Oh, do you need to go, Mark?
No, not at all. I just wanted to bring up that it was Nate. Nate, even though Nate didn't join us, it was Nate who brought up kind of the idea that his prediction that defamation loses the case, but that's not the point of him bringing this case and bringing it to trial.
Well, good on you, Nate. Cool. Good for remembering.
Potentially criminal. Welcome. This is your first time on the channel here. I'm happy to have you.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
So for anybody that's new to you, why don't you introduce yourself real quick, and then we'll get some of your thoughts on this.
Sure. My channel name's Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm an attorney out of Cleveland, Ohio. I do criminal defense. If anything else comes in the door, I do it as well. I run my channel. We mainly talk about criminal defense topics. I do. Well, when I'm not on copy strike, I generally do a live stream every Thursday, and then if there's a good trial or something interesting going on, I'll try to run that during the day. So, yeah, give me a like and subscribe. Let me get
Absolutely.
that Raid Shadow Legend money. I would appreciate it.
Oh my.
Yeah, and we'll get you linked in the description below as well. So
Yeah.
so anybody who wants to check him out, check it out from the description. My editor is helping me out on the back end, so that I can focus on some of the more front end stuff like managing the stream and
Your
various
editor,
stuff.
man, I'm on a fancy stream today. My goodness.
I'm my own editor. Yeah.
He's great. He's wonderful. And I am so incredibly, honestly, truly blessed to have him because he is worth so much more than I'm paying him right now. But yeah, we hopefully will be able to remedy that sooner rather than later. But yeah, he's great. He's wonderful.
We're all looking to grow.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anyone else was pooping on the opening a little, but I for my taste, I thought it was a little much. Hey, look, I'm gonna. Hey, look.
No. Let me say one other thing too. No, I was saying in the chat, like she should remember if you're gonna get up there and walk around the well. Having the notes is not.
Yeah,
a great
that's not a
look.
good look.
Like you should need to memorize that shit. That was not that long. That was not that hard to memorize. You graduated from law school. You have a law degree. Get your shit together and memorize it. Otherwise, stand at the podium. The purpose of the podium is to mask the notes that are there to make it less obvious that you're holding sheets of paper and looking down and not maintaining eye contact with the jury. I mean, to me, that was a little bit on her, but hey, she still looked hot. So, and half the chat said smash. By the way, I think the most interesting for me, the smash. Mary or Yeet is Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony, or Amber Heard. I think that's the hypo that I think comes out.
Okay.
Why is it I find my head in my hands every time I come on this stream?
You're welcome, Mark.
We welcome all
It's just the
personalities.
nature of being on. Yeah, so he does that. He tries to poke you a little bit. We love it.
Oh yeah,
but it's great. But that's,
Yeah, no,
that's
and
why
it's
I
interesting
love
to have
having
somebody
all you
zoom
guys
in
on
to-
here.
Yeah, you got to have different personalities. That's the purpose of the
course.
conversation. I say on my channel, you get a bunch of lawyers in a room, you're going to get as many lawyers you put in there as opinions, plus probably 10, because there's just going to be a couple people all arguing in the alternative.
Isn't the saying put 2 lawyers in a room, get 3 opinions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You got to cover
There's
yourself
the
either
same.
way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean,
if you were,
as I said, I get to operate as the jury member here because I really hadn't heard the specifics so much before, and I thought that a lot of it was compelling. Some of it doubled up around itself a little bit, and I wasn't quite sure what they were doing or where they were going. But I think that just happens when you're talking about what's going to be 4 weeks of evidence plus. But I thought it was effective. I continue to be struck by the fact that it seems like the body of this trial is going to be character attacks on each other for what is very specific statements happening in December of 2018. And that does ring to me of contentious family law kind of concepts. We really dislike each other. We're gonna punch each other figuratively, not literally, in the courtroom. And yeah, I will be interesting to see as a lawyer that focuses on these things, what actually winds up happening with the specific charges leveled here about defamation. But I think the bulk of it is going to be divorce court, effectively.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's one of the reasons why it's compelling is not just compelling to the, to the mainstream non-legal people, is not just because they are rich people going through this, but also there is this aspect of kind of reverse, what we think about stereotypical reversal of kind of the male-female dynamic in these sort of cases. And it's bringing to light a lot of these sort of political issues that people have been activist about and people have been talking about. And so it kind of shines a light on that. And I think it would be smart. I mean, it's definitely behooves Johnny Depp, who's trying to basically make his version of the Washington Post op-ed to
is that
make
on
that
mine
part
or
of
is
the
that
story.
Mark's end? Because he's
Oh,
coming
is that
in
me?
choppy.
Oh, man, and I was
he
making
wasn't
good.
coming in
It
choppy
sounded
to
okay
me.
to me.
I heard everything.
It sounded fun to me.
Yeah, it sounded fine to me.
To you? Okay. Oh, then that's just me.
No, I was about to violently agree with him.
Oh, shoot.
It's like California internet.
For me, he's frozen now. But
Well,
it's
the
just him.
interesting thing about that to me is, for those of you that have seen me talk about these various things before, is I think that's right in the court setting. I think that's right for what the lawyers should do. I personally, on the outside, following a trial case, have a certain amount of discomfort with this is a symbol of this movement against this movement or as a political largeness, because I'm naive. I'm not a litigator on these things. I say, hey, can we focus on, what's in front of us? Obviously, that's all very useful to a jury and talking about missions and all these kinds of things. So I think you're absolutely right. I sit here and go, but it's the three statements in the newspaper, and were they true? What was the effect of them, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm just a simple contracts attorney. I don't understand.
That's what I am. I'm a transactions attorney. Yeah, I'm a transactions attorney, and it's it's really interesting. And we saw the same kind of thing. Honestly, you see the same kind of thing in most of the stuff we wind up covering, because 99.9% of stuff isn't going to have those kinds of mass political opinions or followings. And yeah, you can see they started talking about Me Too. They started talking about that. That's going to be a part of their story that they tell about why it happens in December of 2018, why it's useful to go out there with Aquaman, not just to get her name out there, but because of the zeitgeist and riding that wave. They're going to establish, if they're right, they're going to try to establish that's Oh, I'm host now. All right, welcome.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, and there's a question while we kind of wait for our host to get it back. There was something I wanted to bring up. Do you guys, if you guys were the defense attorneys,
I was for some reason.
Can you hear Mark?
You know what? Mark is still a black box, actually. Oh, now I can. Okay, I think I can probably hear you too.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
No,
And the question I was just going to pose is, if you were the defense attorneys right now, would you want to respond with your own opening arguments, or would you want to save the opening arguments for your case? Like, when would you want to do opening arguments? Like, do you think that was strong enough? Do you think that was strong enough, what the plaintiffs did, that you would want to respond to it, or would you want to save your opening arguments for when you put on your case?
I think you got to put out a story now.
Yeah,
is the way to go here. My thought in terms of response is just to be, the article's not about Johnny Depp. Is my first thought as a defense lawyer, is that what she might have said 2 years before that is neither here nor there. This particular article isn't about him. Didn't mention him. He's so self-aggrandizing, narcissistic. He probably thinks the song is about him.
That's probably going to be their theme.
But I guess
that's my first thought.
The question might be, though, Mark, is rather, do they just do, because of course they're going to do their opening, right? I don't think that any sane lawyer skips their opening. However, I guess the question might be, do they respond to what they said, or just do their opening as they plan to do it without specifically responding to some of the things that they said? I think that's a different tactic.
We got.
I probably wouldn't respond. I don't want to get thrown off my game plan.
And I think,
sorry, I've got to share. Hang on, guys. We're gonna start. I had to. Oh, no. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
In a few minutes, Elaine will get up here and she'll introduce you.
Oh, we're doing a 2-part too.
She'll address the allegations that you just heard in Mr. Chu and Miss Vasquez's opening.
The guy has the sun right in his eyes. Poor guy.
She'll explain to you.
So they're going to do
all those inflammatory.
Second's going to address the allegations.
Are things that are designed.
She's going to be their attack dog.
Mislead you from the truth. She'll explain to you what the evidence will show. And that's something that we're going to focus on in this trial, not attempts to distract you.
Folks in the chat, do you know his name? Can somebody say it? I missed it. I'm so sorry, guys.
Not what we wish the evidence showed, not some crazy conspiracy theories, but what the evidence and the facts actually show.
Joe, welcome.
And as you assess the evidence in this trial, I would ask that you keep one question in mind above all else, which is this.
I'm going to turn your mic down.
Why are you here? What are you being asked to decide?
Oh,
you're being asked to decide a very simple question. And that question is, were the words that Amber used in the December 18th, 2018 opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post protected free speech under the First Amendment or not? That is the question. And that's what you're being asked to decide. At the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the law is on defamation and what Mr. Depp's burden is to prove in order to establish defamation. And she'll tell you a lot of things about the law. But among them, she will tell you that Mr. Depp will have to prove that the words Ms. Heard used were about him and that they were false. And if he can't do that, and if he can't meet the other elements of the claim, then he loses that claim. And he can't do that. He can't come close to doing that. And for that reason, you're going to hear, and this trial Mr. Depp's team is going to make it about trying to distract you from that very simple question. Mr. Depp's team is going to try to turn this case into a soap opera. Why? I'm not really sure, because the evidence isn't pretty for Mr. Depp. It's not. You're going to see who the real Johnny Depp is. Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes, you're going to see who that man really is. Amber is going to tell you about it. You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses. And you're going to hear who he really is in his own words, in the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber and ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber. From the
I'm sure he had
days
some
that they were
thoughts
dating,
about her, given what we know. He probably had some thoughts.
You're going to hear about
Yeah.
that. This case isn't about that.
I just don't think the jury's going to go with this First Amendment claim.
About a day-to-day of their marriage.
I think it's a smart approach, whether they buy it or not. I haven't told
About who you like more. It's not about which party can sling more mud. But you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial.
This is about
You're
defamation.
going to hear that because that's what Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into.
Yeah, but you don't need to make the jury think
He wants
like
to
that.
turn this case.
The goal is
into
you
a
want to try to
six-week-long
get the
public
jury thinking in your
spectacle
lines.
of the most intimate aspects of their relationship.
What judge allowed this to be a 6-week trial?
You know what?
That's the
I'm
next
sorry for
logical
that.
question.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're going to have to do that.
Like, no.
I'm sorry that you're going to have to live all
It's
that.
not happening.
And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that.
I don't like the
That's
apologizing.
case that Johnny Depp chose to bring.
You can each have a
And we're
week.
not going to stand
Yeah, I don't
idly
think
by
apologizing either.
and let him sling mud at our client and make
I think a week
inflammatory and
apiece is
false
very
statements
generous,
like we just
Kurt.
heard in opening,
Yeah.
and not let those go unresponded to. But ultimately, what this case is about the First Amendment,
Ah,
about that
There's our
December
theme.
18th, 2018 op-ed piece, and whether Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment give her the right to say the words that she said. That right, that freedom of speech is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect.
So our strategy is cloak ourselves in the
And that's a
flag.
very
That's what we're
simple
going
Mhm.
with.
Yep.
We
Not so
decide
sure
this
about that one.
afternoon. And it
Yeah,
does
that's what I
not
mean. I mean,
require
it sounds
you
good, but when
to stand and serve
Johnny's
as the
done
umpire of two
airing
movie
your public
stars in
execution for
perfect
3
marriage.
weeks, I'm not sure that's going to be
doesn't.
enough.
Yeah.
And so we're going to focus on those words. We're going to look at those words. And as we look at those words, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. Keep in mind what you just saw on the screen from Mr. Chu when he put up those words. Keep in mind what you didn't see. You didn't see the rest of the opinion piece. And what we'd ask is that as you look at those words, that you look at them in the context of the piece in which they were
Fair
written.
enough. Defamation is always understood in its context.
Whether you look at them individually or in the context of the piece doesn't really matter because the words are true. But context matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Heather to put up the article, put up the opinion piece, and I'm going to read that to you. And we're going to look at those words in the context of what this piece was about. Because Mr. Depp's team wants to make you think that this opinion piece was designed to destroy Johnny Depp. That this was designed to maliciously talk about him and their life together. And it wasn't. So let's take a moment.
It was designed to
look
use
at
him
this.
as a
And I'm
launch
gonna read
pad
it
for
to
her
you, and
career.
I'd ask that you follow along if you can.
And to drag all men.
Either way, let's take a look at what the piece as a whole says. This is the piece that Amber wrote. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be
I
told.
think the whole First Amendment thing
I knew
is
that
to
men
say,
have
give
the
him some
power,
slack. It's close to truth
physically,
in
socially,
context.
and
And give him some
financially.
slack because the First Amendment.
And that a lot of
Give him some
institutions support that arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
I knew this long before I had the words to articulate it, and I bet you learned it young too. Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age, but I kept quiet.
Feels weird having him read
I
this
did not
part.
expect filing complaints to bring justice.
I feel like this should be read
and
by
I
a
didn't see
woman.
myself as a victim.
That's sexist.
Then,
How do you know he's
2
not a
years ago,
woman?
I became a public figure
You know,
representing.
you're not a
women.
biologist
And I
either.
felt
I was
the
gonna
full
say,
force
I don't
of
know-
the culture's
you're just
wrath
a lawyer.
I don't know what a
when
woman
you
is.
speak out. Friends and advisors told me I would never again work as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year campaign as the face of a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the movies Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing, in real time, how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In recent years, the Me Too movement has taught us about how power like this works, not just in Hollywood, but in all kinds of institutions, workplaces, places of worship, or simply in particular communities. In every walk of life, women are confronting these men who are buoyed by social, economic, and cultural power. Institutions are beginning to change. We are in a transformative political moment. The president of our country has been accused by more than a dozen women of sexual misconduct, including assault and harassment.
Oh, was Trump on your bingo
Outrage over
card?
his statements and behavior
Should have been on the bingo
has
card.
energized a female.
I didn't know they were just going to read the op-ed.
Me Too started a conversation about just how profoundly sexual violence affects women in every area of our lives. And last month, more women were elected to Congress than ever in our history, with a mandate to take women's issues seriously. Women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force.
What's the word?
We have an opening now to bolster and build institutions protective of women. For starters, Congress can reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women Act. First passed in 1994, the act is one of the most effective pieces of legislation enacted to fight domestic violence and sexual assault. It creates support systems for people who report
I mean, at least they're showing it
and
so that
provides
the jury
funding
can read
for
along.
rape crisis centers,
But it's
legal assistance programs, and
Nah.
other critical services.
For an
It
opening, I don't
improves
like it.
responses by law enforcement, and it
I suppose the
prohibits
concept here is
discrimination
to
against
show that
LGBTQ.
the whole op-ed is
Funding
not
for the act
really aimed
expired in
at
September.
Johnny Depp at all. It's got a different angle.
Exactly. That's exactly why I think they're reading it. They're reading it because this isn't just her screed about Johnny Depp. She's talking about a lot of different issues here.
Yeah, and then you're
No.
back to, are those statements about
Last
Johnny Depp
month,
at all? It's not about or
Education
concerning
Secretary
him.
Betsy DeVos
He's certainly not the
proposed
focus.
changes to Title IX rules governing the treatment of sexual harassment and assault in schools. While some changes would make the process for handling complaints more fair,
Wait, was
others
that a
would
Betsy
weaken
DeVos thrown in
protections
there?
for sexual assault.
Yeah, someone mentioned Betsy DeVos.
For example, the new
2018
rules
was a wild
require
time, y'all.
schools to investigate only the most extreme complaints, and
Some I
then
think got better in
only when they are
2020.
made to designated officials. Women on
2018
campuses
feels like it was
already
20
have
years ago.
trouble coming forward about sexual violence.
Pandemic
Why
time is a
would we
black
allow
hole.
institutions to scale back supports? I write this as a woman who had to change my phone number weekly because I was getting death threats. For months, I rarely left my apartment. And when I did, I was pursued by camera drones and photographers on foot, on motorcycles, and in cars. Tabloid outlets that posted pictures of me spun them in a negative light. I felt as though I was on trial in the court of public opinion, and my life and livelihood depended on myriad judgments far beyond my control. I want to ensure that women who come forward to talk about violence receive more support. We are electing representatives who know how deeply we care about these issues. We can work together to demand changes to laws and rules and social norms, and to right the imbalances that have shaped our lives. I know that was a lot, but that is the central issue in this case. Are those words that Amber wrote, are those protected by the First Amendment? And the answer is very clear.
Many of them. Yes.
So let's talk about that article for a minute. First of all, the article doesn't mention Depp by name. It never once contains his name in that article. It is not about Amber's relationship with Mr. Depp. There are no details of any abuse in that article. The article is about proposed legislation and strengthening of government laws and policies designed to protect abuse victims and people who report abuse. That's what the article is about. And it was written in the midst of a social movement in which the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, asked Amber to use her platform to speak on these important issues. And that's what she did. To do so, she drew on her experiences as someone who had reported domestic abuse.
Reported.
And there's no question, there is no dispute that she did in fact report domestic abuse in 2016.
See, that's right.
Depp's side admits that. She talked
You can
about
technically
her
say that
negative
dropping feces
personal
on his bed was also a
experiences and her
verbal act.
reactions and opinions after
I don't
being
think so.
someone in Hollywood
Making a
who
statement of
reported
sorts.
abuse.
Yeah.
And the consequences
I'm just saying that
flowed
you can
from it.
read that whole
She
op-ed
talked
as,
about what she
regardless of whether
experienced
she was
in the
right
days and
or
months
true
following
then,
reporting that abuse.
she can still reflect
That's
on
what
the
the
experience
article's
she
about.
had from there.
The article isn't about Johnny Depp. The article is about the social change for which she is advocating and that the First Amendment protects. And so I hope you remember as this case goes on that you
What's interesting about
saw
dragging the whole
that Mr.
op-ed in is
Chu
you also bring in
only
some
the
jury
three
thoughts
statements
about
in isolation
VAWA and
because they
Title
want you
IX
to
and
forget
Betsy
that.
DeVos
They
and
don't
Trump
want
and
you
all
to
this
pay
other stuff
attention
about whether
to
they
what
agree
the
with like
article is
that
about.
concept, which doesn't have anything to do with anything either.
Now, if it had been Amber's intention to use
It makes
this
people pick
article
sides,
to
Rick.
detail
Yes.
the
Yeah,
abuse
yeah.
that she suffered
Yes.
and that you'll hear about over the course of this trial, believe me, the article
It'll get
would
the
have
reading
very,
nice
very
and
different.
fired up.
She could fill a book with those details. She probably would have started
She
out
will.
by
She
calling
will,
out Mr. Depp
yes.
by name. She probably wouldn't have published it in the Washington Post.
She was just waiting for this trial to end.
She
The
would have
grift never
described
sleeps.
in great detail
We know.
the man who has described himself, the violent side of himself, as the monster. That's what she would have done. The monster. She would have told you about the monster. But she didn't. That wasn't the point of this article. And she was careful to avoid that, even having her lawyer review the article to make sure that it was okay. And she relied on that lawyer's advice, and you'll hear testimony on that during the
Wow.
trial.
So
Here's
trying to get in
excuse
front of the
number
red
two.
line stuff
But
then?
because Johnny Depp brought this case and asked for it, all of that is going to come out. Just know that Amber Heard never wanted to unearth for the public who the real Johnny Depp is.
Oh, I'm sure she did it.
Bullshit.
But that's going to come
Her
out.
book is
over the
currently
course
on
of
hold
this
with
trial.
Scheinman and Schuster as we speak.
I'd like you to also take into consideration who isn't here today. You don't see the Washington Post sitting here as a defendant in this courtroom. Depp didn't sue the Washington Post. He had no interest in doing that. He only sued Amber.
It's harder to sue Washington Post. Come
He
on.
could have sued the Washington Post. They published the article. But he
Come
didn't.
on now.
And he chose
Yeah.
to bring Amber to court.
What's he trying to
here
do
in
with that
Virginia,
argument?
Where she has no
Yeah, the
ties,
same weak
never
arguments that
lived,
the
he's
that
never
the
lived,
plaintiff
where
was
they
trying to
never
throw
spent
too.
any time.
Well,
Sway juries.
I mean, I like this
Because he
tie.
wanted to make her
Virginia
life
is
hard.
crap without
He
the
wanted to
post. I mean,
ruin her
I
life.
think that's at
He
least
wanted to
useful to a
destroy
jury that's
her.
going to be sitting there for a month and a half.
You have to realize that he's
That's what he
not
did.
pitching it towards lawyers. He's trying to pitch this towards lay people. So he's making it as if this is just a
And
personal vendetta, and
I wish
that's
I
why
could
he's
say
doing
that
it. You know,
that's
he has no proper legal justification
surprising,
Mm-hmm.
because of the person.
really disturbing, but it's not surprising because the evidence will show that for years, all Mr. Depp has wanted to do is humiliate Amber, to haunt her, to wreck her career. That's what the evidence will show in his words. That's what he wanted. But he made a mistake bringing this case in Virginia because you're the people who are going to hear this case. A qualified, prepared jury who respects the First Amendment. And with that, even though
Mark,
we've
can
looked
you
at the
unmute
article as a
yourself? I'm gonna
whole, I'd
adjust
like
your
to spend
mic.
a few minutes looking at the individual statements that were made. Just
I'm
as
here.
Depp's side showed
Cool.
because I think it's important to do that as well. Can we pull up
Alright.
slide 1, please?
Okay. Now I think we should be good.
Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. There's absolutely nothing false about that statement. First of all, the evidence will show that Amber did suffer domestic abuse at the hands of Johnny Depp. And it took many forms. Physical, sure, but also emotional, verbal, psychological abuse. It's all domestic abuse that she suffered at his hands. So that's the truth. But what else is the truth? Is that on May 27th, 2016, 2 years before this opinion piece was published, Amber walked into a courtroom in California with bruises on her face that were given to her by Johnny Depp.
Really?
On that incident in May 21st, 2016, that Elaine's going to tell you more about. That absolutely were given to her. And she took out a domestic violence restraining order that she obtained from the court in California to protect herself. And she was, of course, a public figure. She was a movie star. She didn't want the paparazzi, the press photos. She got those, of course.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
Who wants to be photographed with a bruised face walking out of court?
If it's
Someone
beneficial
wants
to you.
sympathy.
The evidence will show that.
Yeah, someone wants sympathy does.
But she was
If you're going for a
public figure.
DVRO, maybe.
And 2 years before she wrote this article, she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. That is 100% true. And try as he might to take it away.
I mean, you
Amber's
see the
freedom of
implied
speech
thing
gives her
there
the
at the
right
back
to say
end is
that.
it doesn't matter if there was domestic abuse.
we
She
pull up
was
slide two,
representing
please?
it at that point in time.
This is the second statement.
You don't say that to the jury.
Yeah.
I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
Yeah, I can't see that winning.
Once again, that statement is 100% true.
It's 100% bullshit,
Amber did
but yeah.
accuse Johnny of
Yeah,
abuse.
it might be that it's neither here
And
nor
she
there.
saw how he was
Well, but
treated
it's
at the same
implying that
time
he
her
was accused of
career
abuse and that the institutions
took a downturn.
But he
and
was
that did
accused. I
everything
mean, like,
he
there's no
could to
question.
try to wreck her career,
Yeah.
as the evidence will see. But she accused him of abuse. That statement is true. You don't need to relive
That
every
accused is doing
intimate
work in
detail
that
of their
line.
marriage. You don't need to decide what happened on any individual day of their marriage to
Oh,
determine.
he actually
that the
did say
First
it doesn't
Amendment
matter if there was abuse
protects
or
that
not.
statement because it is true. He wants you to forget that. Don't take the bait. Let's pull up the third statement, please. Now, this statement was in the headline of the online edition of the article. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change.
Also bullshit.
The undisputed evidence in this case will be that Amber did not write these words, did not review these words, did
She
not
didn't write the
approve
headline.
these words.
I believe that.
That's
Yeah,
how
I
I
believe
Yeah, I
that.
mean, that does happen.
It's pretty
She
common
wrote
for
the
headlines to be
article.
rewritten.
She didn't write this headline. And for that reason alone, it's not defamatory. But here's the thing, like the first two statements, tragically, it's true. Amber did suffer sexual violence at the hands of Depp. And Ms. Vasquez tried to minimize that and tried to make you think that it's all made up. But it's not. You will hear in the most graphic and horrifying terms about the
Yay.
violence that she suffered.
Oh, grab your
You'll hear that
popcorn.
straight from her. She will get
I
on the
think our
stand and
DV
she'll
expert
tell you
needs
that.
to come up with a DV bingo because that's where we're
It
going.
happened. And by taking out that domestic violence restraining order, by obtaining that from the
It's
court,
just so
she did
sad
speak
for
out.
everybody.
And all the other abuse that she
Oh, yeah.
suffered. And she said enough is enough.
It's like
I need
that's
to
why
protect
I've
myself.
pledged I'd
She
never
didn't
touch
want
family
to do
law.
that. She didn't want to be forced
Ever.
to
'Cause
get
it's
that
too
restraining
sad.
order, but she did. She spoke out against the abuse by doing that. And the evidence will show that she did face her culture's wrath, perhaps illustrated no more clearly by the fact that she's here today facing this lawsuit brought by an obsessed.
But that is
I'm not sure.
really pushing it right
I'm not
there.
sure legal
Yeah, no, we're not
claim
buying that
is
one.
cultural
And
wrath.
as you consider whether
Chicken
these
or the
statements-
egg, right?
It seems we went a little too far with that one.
The
Well,
evidence
when you
will
lose
show
every
that
single lawyer in the room, man.
Well, that's the point. They
Mr. Depp never
they think
denied the
any
allegations.
pushback is wrath.
And in fact,
Anything.
he signed a statement that Amber hadn't made any false statements for financial gain. He signed a statement saying she hadn't made any false statements. And you'll see that in evidence in this trial. And it was only 2 years later, as his career was in free fall and her career was taking off, that he pounced.
I don't remember
chose
that
to bring
happening.
this lawsuit after saying that she hadn't made a false statement.
I don't think there's ever a time in history where
And
her
one thing
career was stronger
you'll
than
be
his.
instructed at the
Yeah.
end of the trial. the
2018
misconduct
Their
that was
definition
tried
of
to
taking
distract
off
you
is
from is
weird.
that
Except for
any
after her
damages that he
her
suffered
op-ed.
and any defamation has to flow
Like
from
he
that
lost all his work,
2018
and all of a
opinion
sudden she was in
piece. This
Blockbusters.
case isn't about the statements made in 2016. even
Well,
though
she's
they
got an
did.
expiration date, so
This case is about the
By
December
Blockbusters, you mean that
2018
old
opinion.
that old
That's what the case is
DVD
about.
chain,
And I
or
have to
like
say,
movies?
it's pretty ironic.
Like, what was she in besides
It's pretty
Aquaman?
ironic
Oh, don't
that a
start.
piece
I'll start
that briefly
doing a list.
discussed
Magic Mike
Amber
XXL.
moving on from Johnny
XXL,
Depp,
yeah.
that briefly discussed her life experiences.
Yeah,
I saw
I
that,
missed
of
that
course.
one.
It was
is
good.
the
It was
very
great. I liked it.
It's real good.
It was fun.
vehicle
It was a
that
fun
he
movie.
uses
I'm
to
sure you
try
thought
to
it was
keep her
good.
from moving on.
What's that mean?
To try to keep
Yeah,
her
the
from
movie
living
is
her
good.
life, rather than give her her
I
life
also have been
back,
very open
rather
about the
than
fact that
take
I'm a
personal
very
responsibility
basic
for his
woman,
own
so
actions. It's
this
not
falls
about
He's in
right
Zack
on brand.
Snyder's Justice League.
But like I said, it's not surprising.
That was a real
because
barn
you will
burner.
see clear and graphic evidence of his intentions.
Well, you get to hear her try a British
Dating
accent.
back years. Now, in 5 or 6 weeks, Elaine or I will get up here at closing argument and
This
we'll
judge is out
remind
of their
you,
mind, letting it go this on long.
we'll remind you
Can't
what
believe
this
it.
case is about.
I was going to say in 5 or 6 weeks
This
he
We'll
might be
judge
remind you
wrapping
that
up
this
this
case is
speech.
about one piece of paper.
I mean, and I
Yeah,
thought that
that's
he was-
exactly why. 5 or
in
6
this article.
weeks to talk about one piece of paper. I'm
It
like,
wasn't
no.
about Depp.
If I ever
And I-
become a judge, just no, that's not
It wasn't
happening.
about her marriage.
And I thought
It
the
wasn't
Houston
about her
murder trial was
relationship,
boring
but
at
it was
6
about
weeks
life
long.
after that.
Yeah.
Well, it's because remember there are
It's
14
about the freedom of
allegations
speech.
of incidents that have
It's
happened
not about
during
the
the
soap opera
relationship. So
that
they've
Depp
got to
was
go
in this
through
case
each
into.
one to
It's
show
not
whether
about
or
who
not
you
there
like
was
better.
abuse.
It's not even about whether you agree with the words that she wrote. It's about her right to speak them. Now, before I sit
kind
down,
of.
I'd like to briefly
Do kind of
discuss
overlap.
some of the damages that Depp alleges in this case, because he can't win the case if he can't show damages. And the evidence will show
You're really going to
that
fight
he has
damages on
not
this?
suffered
If it
1
was false?
cent of damages from this op-ed.
Yeah, that is
Now-
definitely one of their weaker
Now-
angles.
Make no mistake, Johnny Depp's reputation is in tatters. His career is in free fall. But it's because of problems that he created,
And that's where his old
problems that
manager's
he
going to come in.
is responsible for.
She's going
And
to
he's
testify
steering
against him
court
as well.
Asking you to blame Amber for them. But it's not Amber's fault. They're from the choices that he made.
Amber didn't make
You'll hear a
Mordecai.
lot of evidence in this trial about those choices.
I mean,
You'll
they
hear
literally
evidence
have him
of
coming off
crushing
Fantastic Beasts
drug
as
and
this
alcohol
happens, right?
abuse.
Yeah.
You'll hear evidence of Depp taking more drugs than you can count. You'll hear evidence that before
God,
one
this
of
is
the
going to be so
instances of
damn
abuse,
ugly.
Yes.
a cross
Did he
country
smoke the
plane
devil's
flight
lettuce?
in May
Oh, no.
2014 from Boston to
Devil's
Los
lettuce.
Angeles.
relevance.
Kicked Amber in the back on a private jet. You'll hear evidence that he had
We're
had
going
no
to
food for
2014,
days,
are we?
We're going to
started
an
using
incident, yeah,
cocaine,
on a private jet where he might have
that he
kicked her in
had
the
half a
back. I
bottle of
mean,
whiskey,
Yeah.
really?
that he had had countless Red Bulls and vodkas, that he had
Red Bull
taken
vodka.
pills,
Mm.
and on the plane decided to top all that off with 2 bottles of champagne.
Oh, that's just classy.
He'll hear evidence of that. And he blacked out on the plane, and he abused Amber.
Okay, so the
Didn't
notion
remember
is if you
anything
want to
about it when he
believe that
woke
she
up.
shouldn't be allowed to say these things, and it is
You'll hear
a
evidence
matter
of
of
drug
importance whether
binges
he
with
did
his
abuse
good
her,
friend
all we have to
Marilyn
do is find
Manson.
one time when that happened.
You'll
at
hear
some
evidence
point.
of
That's
that 3-day
the
blackout
point.
in Australia.
I
that
got to
his
tell you though,
pastors
if
tried
the
to
only
minimize
time
until you was
that they
false.
can find evidence that he
A 3-day
abused her
blackout
is an incident
in
that
which
he blacked out,
abused
that's
and
really weak.
sexually assaulted Amber. All because she had the courage to confront him about his drinking.
A 3-day
Imagine
blackout.
that. A concerned spouse confronts her husband about his drinking and gets rewarded with that. That is what the evidence will show. That is what happened to my
Well, yeah,
wife.
Depp's side didn't even go into the drugs and alcohol that
3-day
she's used.
blackout that led her to be so in fear for her life.
This is
that
the
she
this is the
barricaded
3 days
herself
that
in her
all
room.
Depp referred to was
That
they're
same
going to
3-day
claim a
blackout
hostage sexual assault.
that kept him from
thing.
being able to do what he was in Australia to do, which was to film Pirates of the Caribbean 5. His behavior on that trip, both before
Let's
the
face it,
blackout
Pirates of the
and
Caribbean
during,
5 is not something
kept
that
him
ever
from
needed to be
being
made.
Does he say which one's 5? I'm trying
Yeah.
to, I
Yeah.
can't remember.
To the set. And after that blackout, he was gone from the set for a long time. Now, he did cut off his finger, but the evidence will show my client did not do it.
He cut off his
And just
finger.
imagine this, what Ms. Vasquez is trying to get you to buy.
He Van Gogh'd himself.
Heard somehow developed a major
Yeah.
league level fastball.
This is why they kept bringing
cut
in the
off his
drugs and
finger with a
alcohol.
bottle.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the evidence. You'll see that that doesn't make any sense. And you'll hear from Ms. Heard's experts who testify, including orthopedic hand specialists who testify.
We're going to bring in
there
the
was
drug
no
dealer.
way
That'd be good.
The toxicology on both of them.
You'll also see pictures of what Mr. Depp did after he cut off his finger, when he dipped it in blood and paint and wrote graffiti all around the house. That's what you're going to see.
He drug it across her head like she was Simba.
And you're going to ask yourself, how can someone
That's insane,
that
though.
is blacked out,
If I'm
how
just
can
sitting in
they
the jury,
deny
that's what you're going to
that they
show?
abused him? How
Yeah.
can they deny
Yeah.
what they were told that they did? He has no credibility when he gets up here now in this court and tells you he didn't do this or do that when he was blacked out. So just remember that.
I'm not gonna lie, it's
Those
pretty
were
hardcore
problems
to
that he created.
paint on the wall with your severed finger.
You'll hear evidence that
Who
the
hasn't
same
done that,
addictions
though?
that led him to abuse Amber also led to the demise of his career as an actor. Like I said, as you saw with Disney, the evidence will show with Disney, he was unreliable.
This is only
as an
opening
actor,
part one,
and those
remember,
same
by the way.
self-destructive
Still going on.
tendencies led to financial
I mean, I still think
distress.
this is no damages
But
is
simply
very,
was
very
running
weak.
out of
If
money.
they could
Yeah.
actually
And
get to
that
the place where they
distress
show defamation
fueled
and
his
lies and
abusive
otherwise,
tendencies
there's
toward Amber.
damages.
Of course. Well, because we're talking
And it
about
led the
defamation per
public to think
se
less and less of
here.
him.
So they don't even
Yeah.
really need to show
And you'll see
damages
a
if they,
parade
if
of
they can prove
witnesses
defamation per se, which
who testify
judges agreed.
They probably can.
in Johnny's case
Yeah,
that
but
all
they
have
still
one thing in
defamation
common.
per se. I don't. You
They
still
all
have to
rely
calculate what
on
the
him.
damages are.
They're all on his payroll.
Sure.
So it means you win.
For the
You
most
win.
part.
You win a nominal
Or
award
they
of
rely
$1.
on him for some sort of
Yeah.
luxury in
Theory.
their
Yeah.
life. And you'll see
No one
that
wants to see
as
Pirates
these
of the Caribbean
witnesses.
6, $5.
So in a lot of ways, Amber previewed.
This is what we're
her
watching now,
parade of
Pirates
How
of the
about
witnesses.
Johnny
Caribbean.
Depp? Honestly,
said
that
in
was
her
that was the only
op-ed, and
reason
I'm gonna
why
read from
I
it
even watched, I think, the
and
third
quote it
one.
here. She
Yeah.
said,
I don't think I watched the fourth
when I
one.
said this. Imagine a powerful man as a ship.
Oh, I saw the fourth
We'll
one.
dissect
That
that
ship
world's
is a
end during a
huge
recess.
enterprise.
We'll just do a 2-hour breakdown.
When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate.
We're
to
gonna
patch
just
up
roll
holes,
this right into a
not because they believe in or even
into
care
a
about
meta
the ship,
stream.
but because their own fates.
I want to do a breakdown of how shitty the ship metaphor is.
The
Remember that,
relationship.
as Depp's witnesses take.
Well, I don't know
stand.
why you'd pick the
None of whom
Titanic
know
in
what
your
happened
op-ed.
behind
That's a
closed
ship
doors
that
when he
famously
came
went
over.
under.
None of whom can testify to that.
Yeah.
I think
Do
that's
the
I,
Bismarck
Remember
instead.
that these are people
that I think he's
who
doing
care
on
about their
purpose
own
because
financial well-being,
the
just
point
as Amber
he's
previewed
he's
their life.
analogizing Depp to the Titanic.
And they know what
Right, she did in her
happens to
op-ed,
people who
but
stand up
but she's
to
also
Depp,
trying to say that all these people are
They know
invested
what
in keeping it
happens
afloat.
because
You
they've
might want to
seen
pick a
it.
boat that stayed afloat.
They've seen it with Amber, and they've seen it with other people in his life who had the courage to ask him to change and who he lashed out against.
No, you could be
These are
desperate to keep
people
it
who
afloat
helped
and still
enable
fail
the
because
man who
she's saying
describes
he's a
himself
failure
as the monster.
ultimately.
Yeah, it's a dig. It's
Make
an insult.
no mistake,
Well, so she
This
can
man's
keep
poor choices
hitting it with Elon and get that divorce
have
payment.
brought him to this courtroom. His own bad behavior, his own refusal to commit to sobriety, his own violence, his poor choices.
Okay, so he's addicted to a
And the
bunch of
people
stuff and
who
he
have
can't
spoken
remember
up
anything.
against
All
it,
of his evidence should be thrown out.
They're the ones that have suffered the consequences. You'll hear evidence that he fired his longtime agent, that he got rid of his business managers and his law firms that had represented him for years.
Yeah, well, maybe
No one
because
has
they all
suffered
believed her.
From his
They're basically being
refusal to
dicks.
take accountability.
Yeah, well, you keep getting down to
More
why.
than
Why will I be hearing those things about the Washington Post op-ed?
You'll hear evidence that 2 years before the op-ed, 2 years before that, Mr. Depp brought someone else into his life who helped convince him to blame other people. That man, Adam Waldman, who Ms. Vasquez introduced you to, had never met Mr. Depp while he was in a relationship with Ms. Heard, or while he was represented by his agents or his former business managers. But he convinced him that all these bad things that are happening in his life, he helped convince him of this, were other people's faults. And you'll hear evidence of that. Rather than take responsibility for cleaning himself up, Depp chose to blame other people. That's why we're here. And the evidence will show you crystal clearly that the op-ed had nothing to do with damages that he suffered. He's going to try to make it sound like this caused him to lose Pirates of the Caribbean 6, which is a movie that hasn't been made, but that Disney wasn't going to cast him in it because of Amber's article. But there's no evidence of that.
There's evidence that it wasn't
The
made.
evidence will actually show that months before the op-ed,
it doesn't get produced, and you can literally point to a movie that will be in theaters during this
The evidence
trial
will show that
that he was
Disney
pulled
had
from.
a dossier on him that had articles from the press, had other information about Mr. Depp, and they didn't have this article at all in their files. It didn't register with them. Just as it didn't register with the public. The public had known since 2016 what Amber had to say about Johnny Depp. This didn't change any of that. The evidence will also show that he said he would not make Pirate 6 even if Disney paid him far more money than he never made on a film. That's what the evidence will show.
Oh yes, actors never get convinced by the Brinks truck.
So
Never,
any
ever.
damages that he suffered in his career are not because of this op-ed. And it's time to make Johnny take responsibility, to tell him, Mr. Depp, stop blaming other people for your self-created problems, to take responsibility for your own life. And it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to make him do that. It's up to you, because you are uniquely qualified to do that. No one else has the power to do that. Only you, to tell him enough is enough, to stand up for the First Amendment, to stand up for the truth, and Amber's right to speak it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's part
So
one.
His oh yeah, that's right. That's right. This is part one.
You got too excited.
They're doing a co-gendered opening statement too.
Well, it sounded like they had set up the second person to do like parliamentary debate style rebuttal for the specifics that they said in their opening.
I wonder if they had to negotiate this. Like, we want to do a two-part. Well, then we're going to do a two-part.
Got it. Yeah.
Would make sense.
I've never seen such a thing.
No.
I definitely have.
I wonder if this is going to turn into the judge losing control of this case. If this has already started.
Yeah.
Already agreeing to 6 weeks on
morning
this.
still.
Is wild.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
Yeah,
all
it's true.
again, and thank you again very much. Ben told you we will be relying on the evidence rather than the hyperbole and the personal.
Put your
Wow,
notes
sounds
at the
fine for her.
podium.
Hyperbole and
The
personal
evidence in
attacks.
this case, simply put, is overwhelming and compelling. In
Sorry,
the
did we
6
get her
weeks,
name?
We're going to try to show you as much as we possibly can. There are many, many, many photographs. Now, you heard Ms. Vasquez try to say, you can't trust those, it's not the originals. She's got that wrong. It's not from the original devices. Ms. Heard took all kinds of photographs, and her friends took photographs, and all of those remained on the cloud, and all of them have been imaged, and all of them have been examined by their IT experts, and they cannot discredit one photograph. Then she says, and
Putting it on the line
got
with
a
that
photo
one, I guess.
editing thing. Well, all iPhones have the photo editing. It's where you can make it a little lighter or darker. You can move it to the center or not. That doesn't discredit the photographs. And
Coming
we
in
will
hot.
have an IT expert who will testify that all of these are legitimate, authentic photographs. Not only that, but Ms. Heard produced all of her different devices over the years, including her most recent laptop, and they were pulled from many, many sources, and all of them are identical. So if she was going to go in and try to manipulate, she would have had to do it everywhere. And Ms. Heard will tell you she doesn't have that level of talent. There may be a couple of you on the jury who have that.
You heard it
talent.
from
She
her
does
own
not
lawyer. She doesn't
that
have talent.
They're all very legitimate photographs, and listen carefully to the evidence from
There'll be
the
a
expert,
headline
and you will
somewhere.
find every single piece is authenticated and is true. And they show bruises, and they show cut lips. They show hair pulled out of her hair. They show all kinds of, they show two black eyes when he headbutted her. Those are all going to be there. We also are going to show you, and I'll talk about the time.
Curious to know what she
frame.
looks like with
Ms.
Irish
Heard
sunglasses.
took that on her iPad. And it was one day when she was in the kitchen with Mr. Depp. And it was February 10th, 2016. And he's on a tear. And he's going around, he's yelling at her and being abusive to her. And he's slamming the kitchen cupboards, and they're glass. And you can hear them rattling, and you can hear them breaking. Then he goes over with a big glass of wine, and he has a huge bottle of wine, and he pours more in there. And then she says,
Can I just say, I like her extemporaneous style outside of the substance here.
Bam. That's going to be a pretty graphic.
Yeah,
one for
she
you.
has the notes like you're talking
Then you're
about.
gonna
She
hear audio
purposely
clips,
throws them down,
which are pretty
like in
significant
performative
too.
manner. It's good.
Ben told you about the May.
No, she sounds like she's just talking to
2014
you.
plane, Boston
Yeah.
plane
She's maintaining eye contact. Look at
where
that.
he
She's not
kicked
reading
her,
like
where
the
he
other
was
girl.
so drunk and he blacked out. Well, Amber audio taped him when he went to the back of the plane and passed out and was moaning loudly. You will hear that. You will also hear some other audio tapes that are
Hold on
very
a second.
significant.
What's
One of them
happening here?
in Australia. At the end of the 3-day hostage.
I go away for 2 minutes,
You will
and
hear,
this dude changed
apparently,
the
Mr.
language. We
Depp
got a whole other
turned
thing.
on Ms. Heard's iPhone.
It's the second
She was
half
never
of
allowed to
defense's
have a
statement.
password. By the way, he would never let her do that.
Why do they
in their
allow this?
relationship.
I
But he
never
must have
understood why judges were
inadvertently
allowed
turned on this
tag
5
team.
hours
Yeah,
of
I
audio
don't
tape.
know.
It's during the cleanup.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
of
to
all
think
the
of it
Why the
myself.
judge is allowed 6 weeks of trial is beyond me.
The urine and the blood stains and everything else in that house. And you can hear his handlers talking about it. You can hear them talking about trying to find his finger. And then you can hear them say, she's stone cold sober. You will hear all of that. It's very, very significant evidence.
If that's
What
real,
this is
that's
gonna tell you
legit.
is the story of a very different Johnny Depp. It's one who is
His defense is,
always,
I blacked out.
always, well, I can't say
Like,
always,
and
because
they
he
have
has the
audio of him, you know, during
charismatic
blackout. It's not
side
great.
that Amber fell in love with. But he
So
has
long as
an
it's the
enormous
full
amount of
unclipped
rage.
audio,
You will
because
see
there
the
have
medical
been
records
some
from the
videos that they've
psychiatrist
tried to
that
use,
for a
they've put out to the
while in
public that were
2014, where he admits
clipped in
that
such
he
a way
has
that
rage,
looked
that
worse
he's
than
like
what they
a
really
demon,
were.
that he views his wife, Amber, like his
Hey, Joe,
mother
can you
and
mute
his
while you're
sister.
just driving around?
That's what you will see.
Oh yeah,
You will
Joe,
see
mute
that.
yourself
And
while you're
it'll be
driving.
fueled by the alcohol and the drugs.
Or I'll mute you.
Ben
Okay.
told you a little bit about that. You're going to see a list of his prescription drugs that his concierge doctor and team, who charge him $100,000 a month and have since 2014, and they are
100,000
still
months in
his
prescription
concierge
drugs?
doctors. That's the list of medications he
That was for
takes
his doctor
every
team.
day that they prescribe. That doesn't include the cocaine. It doesn't include the ecstasy, the MDMA, the mushrooms, and all of the others. Now, it's during these rages.
Is
that
coke
Mr.
now
Depp
objectionable?
engaged
Come
in
on.
Verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse of Amber. Let me introduce you to Amber, the lesser known person here. And I know when we were doing the voir dire, none of you had even watched as much as 3 of her movies. So I'm going to tell you a little bit.
Oh
about
no,
her.
don't say that.
She's 5 years old. She's from Austin, Texas. She grew up outside of Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas.
She has a
Woot.
daughter, Una, who turned 1 last week.
I really do think this is the most
Amber grew up
effective lawyer in the room
in
right
a-
now.
an
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
Her father was a
Totally.
Except for the
construction
shitting on
Amber's
worker,
good,
movie
too.
primarily a
career.
painter, but he would break horses as part-time. They lived out on a ranch area. Her mother, Paige, who died at 2 years ago at age 63, dropped out of medical school to marry Amber's father. She worked for the state of Texas in internet communications. They grew up very poor. Amber has a sister, Whitney, who's 16 months younger than her. And you will see and hear from Whitney later because unfortunately she also witnessed some of the abuse. Amber rode horses with her father. She tried to work with him to help him break the horses. She remembers having a broken arm at least 4 times, being in casts during that time. But there were some things she learned from breaking those horses that was very significant. Her
How to
father
break a
taught her
man.
she couldn't show fear.
Exactly.
She couldn't show
Yep.
pain, and she couldn't show emotion. That's how she could break those horses. It's significant for you to know that so you can understand
So
how
she grew up a
Amber could have
narcissist.
remained in this relationship with Mr. Depp for as long as she could, and the dynamics of some of the abuse you're going to hear about, because that's what would be her instinct, is to stand up and not let him show that he's caused the pain, that he's caused the fear, that he's caused the humiliation. You'll hear about a long line of jobs that Amber started from back, age 12, as soon as she could, working in a soup kitchen. Well, that was volunteer, but then she took all kinds of miscellaneous jobs, lifeguards, everything else, trying to improve herself. She's not somebody who had a great break. What happened was she got recognized by a Hollywood agent who expressed some interest in her. She took her $180 that she'd saved up and she went to LA. That's all she had.
That's not a great break.
The
A Hollywood
testimony
agent
was she worked
recognizes
all
you and
kinds
is
of different jobs
interested in
when
you.
she
That's
was
not a
in
break.
LA. Anything that she
I mean,
could
that,
get.
yeah, that is,
And she would go
It's
on
a curse,
didn't have
but
a
yeah.
gig. She would go on buses.
expressed some
She'd go up
interest.
to six
It's so
different
hard being a movie
auditions in
star.
one day. She'd have a
So let me
map,
tell you something.
and
You
she'd
guys
have
think,
the-
you guys
the
laugh.
bus,
Being
and then
very,
she would
very
just
pretty.
go around. She had a big sweater,
It's
so she
terrible
could change
perks.
underneath it to
If
whatever
you're
the
not
role
used to
was,
it, you
so
can't
that she
appreciate
could get
it.
things. And
But
she
it's
wasn't
difficult.
going for
It's difficult life.
famous actor roles. She was taking one-liners. She was taking extras. She was doing anything she could to make money.
They didn't
to
want her for her
survive.
acting chops.
And then
That's
what she
pretty
did
much
with it?
everybody in Hollywood.
She gave a bunch of it back to her parents. She started helping support them. Then when Whitney graduated from high school, she brought her out to LA and put a roof over her house and put her through community college.
Because the same
She took
argument can be
care
made
of
for
her
Johnny
family
Depp. He did
with
the
what
same
she
thing.
made.
He started
When
off from
she
very
met
humble
Johnny
beginnings
Depp
in
2009,
Appalachia,
when
right?
He hired her for Rum Diaries to
Mhm.
star across from him.
Exactly.
She felt like she was pretty successful. She'd starred in some roles. She had an
Yeah, but I
apartment,
think she's
a
talking
vehicle, a
about
Mustang.
at the
She
time,
could go to Starbucks.
at
She
the
could
time that they
afford
met,
Starbucks.
at the time of their
She gave
relationship where they
herself
were in
as
the
doing
respective
pretty
careers and
well
the power
at
dynamic
that
there.
point.
Sure,
Now,
sure.
during
Yeah,
the Rum
Fair point.
Diaries, she got
think
to
this
know
is pretty
Mr. Depp.
effective.
Not true that she was pursuing him or anything else. She was in a long-term relationship with Tasha Van Ray, and he was in a long-term relationship with Vanessa Paradis. Neither of them had any kind of romantic relationship at that time. When she departed from the Rum Diaries in 2009, Johnny started pursuing her. In fact, he sent her a number of
That's
gifts.
interesting. They both
One of
accuse
them was
each
a
other
guitar, and
of
she
pursuing
returned it.
them.
Now, 2
Exactly.
years later, fast forward,
Good
that's
catch.
when the press junket started. And that's when she had to come back and meet with him, and they ran on the press tours. At that point, she had ended the relationship with Tasha Van Rie, and he said he had ended his relationship with Vanessa Paradis. So during the press trips, that's when they started dating, and by both accounts, fell madly in love. She loved the side of Johnny that we see in the movies, the charismatic one, the charming one, the generous one. That's the man she fell in love with. But sadly, the monster came in the way. And that monster would come out when he was drinking.
They've used monster a bunch of
and
times.
when
Does
would
he have a
take the
tape that he
drugs.
calls himself a monster? They
Amber will
implied
never
that.
forget the first event of abuse.
Where he calls
was
himself a
sitting in his
monster?
house
Yeah, they
with
implied
his
that he calls
sister on the
himself
sofa,
a monster.
And he was across
I
from
can't recall
and they were
that,
talking about
but
a
I
tattoo
may
they
have
had
just not
that
heard it.
had
I think there's a
had
lot of evidence here.
Winona-
I don't blame
Winona
you.
Ryder
Yeah.
forever.
It almost sounds
He
like Jordan
had
Peterson's
altered
going to make
that
a guest
to
appearance in
Johnny
this trial.
forever
Yeah, I was
after he
wondering if
broke
someone's
up
gonna
with
mention that.
Winona Ryder. Just an aside, he had Slim, which was his nickname for Amber. When they broke
man
up,
of
he turned into
peace.
Scum. But in any event, he had that on there. And Amber thought he was making a joke when he was talking about it. And she laughed. And he up and slapped her. Now you see the rings that Mr. Depp has on him hurts when he slaps. And she was stunned. She had
I'm
no
sorry.
idea what
There's
to
something
do.
about his look
And
just now.
she
He's like,
kind of
oh,
laughed,
oh,
thinking, well, maybe
I have
that
rings.
was a joke. What just happened?
What rings?
And he slapped her
How many
again.
drugs are you on right now?
And then she
And then
just
he's
froze
like,
He's like, let me show
and
you,
just
lady.
looked. And then he hit her again, and this time it knocked her right off the sofa onto the ground.
His lawyer's got to tell him
And
to
she
stop making
remembers
faces as much.
Her face was in this
He's
dirty,
way too
filthy
expressive.
carpet. That's
Yep.
what she remembers and
Yeah.
fixated on, the dirty carpet. And she's thinking, oh my God, I have to leave. I have to leave. But I love him.
What are they saying?
I have to
I
leave.
always want to know what they're
But I
saying.
love him. And she sat there.
Yeah,
for
you
the
got to
longest
whisper. They're
time.
going to say horrible,
Lay
horrible
there for
things
the longest
about
time.
you.
Then Johnny came off the sofa, got on his knees,
You have to be a
started
stone.
crying, told her he was very, very sorry that he had done this. It would never happen again. And he said some very significant words. I thought I had put the monster away for good. That's what he said to her that day. Well, Amber ended up leaving. that day, and she went out to her
They're saying
car,
he said that.
her
They may or may not have a
Mustang,
tape
and
on
she
that.
remembers that it was cold. and she
There is
sat
some
in the
tape I
car
just
for
put in the
longest
chat,
time, and
guys.
she
There is a
remembers watching
tape
her
of them
breath
talking and her
because
referring
it
to
was
the
cold,
monster and
and
him
she was
engaging in that
thinking,
conversation, but he
I
does
have
not
to
call
leave,
himself the monster.
but I love him. She just kept thinking that.
At least we
She
don't have it on
finally
tape.
drove away.
Yeah, so
But
we'll see if
Amber made the
maybe
mistake
during
that
one of the
millions before
breaks we
her
can
and
listen to
millions
that.
after her have, who are victims of domestic abuse. She chose to stay and try to fix
So it's
the
one of their
problem,
touch points. They've referenced
and
that
thinking that
like
she
4 or
could do
5
that.
times.
So she stayed. Now Amber
Yeah.
was also, she grew up in an
She's using the
abusive
word
family. Her
monster as
father
much as the
abused
other
her mother,
attorney used
and
the word
sometimes she
dramatic and
witnessed.
drama
So
about
she
Amber.
had that cycle in there, just as you've heard that Johnny had that cycle in his house. And so what's the normal to them is a little bit more difficult than some of us can understand. You will hear expert witness testimony about the cycles of violence and what happens with these people, and how they react, and all the dynamics of thinking they can fix them. She thought all the way through she could fix them. If she can just get them sober and clean, then everything was going to be that wonderful side that she fell madly in love with. And she kept trying and she kept trying. She went to Al-Anon meetings. She went to therapists. She tried to do couples therapy. You'll hear about their tape recording sessions to try to
At
resolve
whose request?
fights
That's what I
or
want to know.
de-escalate them so he wouldn't get mad at her for anything. But you'll hear that he gets mad at her for all kinds of things. He
That's
didn't want
allowed
her
in
to
the
work.
marriage.
Here she's a budding actor who wants to be out there and succeed, and he doesn't want her to take roles. He starts controlling what she wears. He starts looking at her lines when she tries out for places. He nixes any romance scenes, sex scenes. He gets mad and accuses her of sleeping with every single one of her co-stars.
I'm not saying
Not a
any
problem
of
if
this
it's
is
true.
Control
Yeah.
emotional abuse as you go. But what's also
I'm not saying any of
significant
what they're
in that
alleging
is
here is
the
true,
property
but
damage.
I mean, this is
And
such
that's a hard
textbook
one
coercive
for Mr.
control.
Depp
You know,
to be able to
Well,
escape.
yeah, I
He's
mean, you're
sad
describing
and
emotional
such a
abuse, right? I mean,
gossip
that's
and
another
it's
form
all
of
in his
defense
fur.
here.
You're going to see pictures. He
Right, they're
writes
gonna
on
describe it, but they're gonna
horrible
describe
things
it and fill it with bullshit.
Writes on lampshades.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm saying, again, if the premise of the
clothing and
defamation
countertops.
case is he
In
abused me and
Australia,
we
when
get
you
to
heard
that
Ben
point,
talk about Australia,
you know,
he
maybe
wrote
you can frame it as there was
the
abuse of
third
some
day
kind
as
that's
Amber comes
effectively
out after she's
invisible either
barricaded
way.
herself and gone through a lot, and I'll back up on that in a minute. She comes out, he's got mashed potatoes spread across the top. He's written along the wall of the staircase going down all kinds of nasty things about her, and Billy Bob Thornton, the last one she was in a co-star with, and fucking ambition and all kinds of things like that. And then he's written on the lampshades downstairs, and then he's got more on the mirrors, and then on top of it, you've got all the broken glass everywhere, and you've got the liquor everywhere, and it's just, and then he's tried to urinate messages to her. That's the Johnny Depp. That's the other side.
he tried to urinate messages to her, like write a letter in urination.
All the way through. She didn't.
No,
want
She
I'm
said,
to know this. She didn't
I
want
have
the
not
kids
seen
to know
any
this.
evidence of that, but
And so
that's
she didn't
the
tell
first time I'm
people
hearing of
about
that one.
it.
The blood
So
I
let's
heard
go
about,
back.
but
The first
Yeah, I've heard
event
about
that
the
I
blood
told you
too,
about
but the like,
was 2011. And how
Urine
do we
is a
know
hard
that it
skill
was
to
in
master, Mark.
2011?
yeah,
Because
handwriting's
Amber
hard
was
with
going
that.
to her therapist, Bonnie Jacobs, and Bonnie Jacobs has therapy notes.
Can you ask for a
of her
handwriting
sessions
sample with the
Amber.
urine? Can
And
you
in
do
those
that?
therapy notes, she chronicles the first time that Amber
This
tells her that
match.
Johnny
Get a
Depp-
forensic expert on
and it
that one.
goes through into 2012, 2013, 2014, and you will see, and you will hear from Bonnie Jacobs, her saying, this is a cycle of violence. This is a cycle of abuse. You can't enable him. You need to stand up for yourself. Amber will testify about how Johnny would get so drunk and so drugged out that he would vomit all over himself, and worse, lose control of his bowels. She would clean him up. And you'll see Bonnie Jacobs in these notes saying, don't do that. You're enabling him. Don't do it. Leave him there. But what would happen was his handlers would then take care of him if she left him. So that's the story you're going to hear on that. Let me just tell you about a few of the events. And I'm going to start in Australia. That's the 3-day hostage. She gets there. Now, you will hear Mr. Depp testify under oath that for 15 to 18 months before the March 2015 Australia event, when he's there filming, that he's been sober, clean and sober. Then you'll
I'm starting
see
to have a
all
little bit
the
of a harder
text
time
messages
following her
for the last
timeline.
18 months
I
in
don't know
which
about you
he's
guys.
storing drugs, in which
It's
you'll hear
length.
testimony
I
from
think,
people in
yeah,
which
I
he's
agree with
gotten
you.
drunk and
That's the
you
problem
know,
with going
taking
too
all
long
kinds of
for an
different
opening statement
drugs.
is you can only pay
The whole
attention for
time
so long.
he doesn't get clean
I actually also think she needed to
but
kind
he
of
claims
pause
that he
and
was
drink
clean
of
and
water
sober.
between
That she
switching between
came
the
there.
stories.
This is a
Yeah.
Or
month
something
after
like
they
that.
just
But
got married. She flew in from
That would have
filming
been
the
smart.
Danish Girls. She's
Yeah.
there,
she's on a
and he
roll, I think.
claims
It's
that
don't
he was
stop,
just sitting there
don't stop him.
calmly, and she was
Yeah.
haranguing him. So he took a shot.
At first, it felt very
glass
strong,
of
but now it just
vodka.
feels like she's
And
rambling.
when he did that, she got mad, took the bottle of vodka, was 8 to 10 feet, about where I am from you, and hurled it at him. And it happened to just take off the bottom part of his finger. And then he says she came and burned a hole in his cheek.
Which
The
there's evidence of
testimony
that.
is going to be that he self-mutilated on a number of occasions and burned himself in the cheek and also cut himself. But Amber never
He
did that. And you're gonna hear from
self-mutilated
the
on a
experts
number of
testifying about this
occasions.
finger injury and how fantastic this version is. But the other part
Oh,
of it
don't
was he was with
smirk.
Marilyn
Yeah,
Manson for a
don't
week
laugh,
before,
man.
scoring on cocaine. You'll see text messages of him getting it from his handlers, the cocaine and the liquor, and you'll hear it so much before that. But Amber gets there, and instead what he does is he takes 8 to 10 tablets of ecstasy almost immediately. And the next 3 days are just a cycle of very, very, very violent activity.
When he was holding her hostage on
Okay.
10 pills of ecstasy.
Tries to get him.
That's
Yeah,
what
I was gonna say,
look, I'm a
if you've
square, but
if
that's
you've done
that's
MDMA,
a
like,
lot,
He
right?
would just at different
You're also,
I would
but
think
you're
so.
not,
you know,
it's
at
not a
times
violent drug.
delusional,
Like that's
paranoid. He would be, mad at
I don't think he was
somebody else,
only
then he'd
taking
be mad
ecstasy.
at her. And by the way, we'll talk about the prenup, but he
That's what she said.
called
I'm not gonna
her
lie. I think
lawyer,
one of
who
the
she
rambling
had
nature
because
that
she
works for
wanted
her
to
here
give
is
him a
that she
prenup,
has
and
such
then they
a
got married
knowledge
so
of
quickly,
the
so she was gonna
facts
give him a postage.
that like you are just
He
getting
called the
overwhelmed
lawyer
with this
from
sea
Australia,
of like
called
his
her a
drug
bitch
use or
and
his,
fired her.
like whatever. And
You'll
you're
hear
right.
the
The timeline
testimony
is
from
mixed
the
up.
lawyer
What the hell is
on
going
that.
on? But like her control
That's the type of
of
Johnny
at least
Depp that was there. And he
8 to
didn't
10
want the
pills
post
on
nup.
this
He didn't
day.
want the
These,
prenup. But now they're going to
it
tell you
tells
that's
an
that's
emotional story, if not a
Now,
cohesive
you're gonna
narrative
hear
one.
she had a lawyer and
It's
she
a
was
sea of
fired.
vodka bottles and cocaine and
So as
self-mutilation
he
and
goes through those
ecstasy.
3
And it's
days
like,
of
I have
Australia,
no
some
idea.
pretty horrendous things happen to her. He rips off her nightgown. He has her
Again, this
jammed
is all
up
for the
against
jury. It's not for
a
us.
bar. He has hurled bottles and bottles at her. He has dragged her across the floor on the broken bottles and the liquor. He has punched her. He has kicked her. He tells her he's going to fucking kill her. He
Dragged her
fucking
across
hates
the
her.
floor on
He's
broken
pounding at her,
bottles.
pounding her.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
that's pretty serious injury
penetrates her
level.
with a liquor bottle. That's the Johnny Depp that you're going to hear about in this case.
I mean, there
Now,
are people in the comments being
after
like, stick to the
that,
facts. This
Amber
is the story
goes to the
time. But
airport
in
and
the
what
lawyer's
does she
defense, this
do?
is the only time they have for
buys
story
a
time.
book.
You know,
Yes.
in like
No,
4 to 6 weeks,
story-
this is their
yeah.
story time. Yeah.
Yeah,
The only time that they can
couldn't
talk
disagree with that
to them,
more.
until the very end, that they can actually directly talk to the jury.
I couldn't disagree with that more. The opening is primarily to set out the story and narrative.
Now, they
It's
go
more
back
important. That's the
to,
fundamental
LA.
goal from my
He's
point of
gotta
view.
get his
It's
fingers
like to
fixed,
set out
so he has
set out
to
a
stop
narrative
from
architecture
Pirates
that all the
5.
facts will sit
They
on
get
top of.
there,
But
and
yeah,
there's
They're trying to have
the opening is story time.
He's
They're trying to
still
have this
using
3
it at
hours
this point.
drive
He's
you
still
through
drunk.
week
But
4 and a
Amber
half
finds,
and
Yeah.
hour 7 of whatever
TV screen,
testimony.
his monitor, she finds
Story time, however, does
pictures
not need to be the
of another
entire
woman, naked pictures
audiobook
of
of
a
the Lord of
woman,
the
and
Rings,
text
though.
messages which show
You don't need to set out
How about the
everything.
Silmarillion,
She gets
though? The
extremely
Silmarillion.
Amber can be jealous too. She can get angry. She's half his age, and she's defiant.
be
And
at,
we're
like,
not going to
3
say
hours
she's
is
perfect.
all right.
She was mad as can be when she saw that, and she confronted him. The two of them were screaming at each other. Now her sister Whitney happened to be in the house. She was summoned. She literally was awakened to come and try to resolve this fight between the two of them. While she's there, Johnny starts hitting Amber. And Whitney ends up getting in between them, and Amber thinks that Johnny's going to throw her down, push her down the stairs because he's in that position. So Amber actually gets up and punches Johnny in the face. She'll tell you that's the only time she has ever laid one on him, in an aggressive manner. But it's after he's already been hitting her.
There's
and it's
audio
in
saying
defense of
otherwise.
her sister. She'll admit she got him that
There's
time,
audio saying
and she
otherwise of
actually
her
did have
admitting
an
to it,
impact on him.
throwing pots and
She'll
pans and
testify
vases.
about how many times they were were in their fights. And she said, you know,
Not
she's
good.
almost
Not
half
good
his
for
size.
Team
So
Amber
he-
Heard.
you know, she said, if I pushed him, he doesn't move. He pushes me, I go flying across the room.
I'm pretty sure if you push him,
I
he'll
mean,
move.
you know, ability on her part to be the abuser. What she'll also tell you is it took her
The
a
defense
while.
can't be my abuse doesn't count.
That many times before that,
Oh,
she
well,
would do what she did when she was
I might get
breaking
on my
laws. She
soapbox later
wouldn't
for
show
that one.
fear,
But,
Okay.
she wouldn't show
Okay.
anger.
yeah.
She would look at
Take
him,
a
she would
note
just be
and we'll
defiant, and
talk
all
about
would
it.
do was piss him off more.
Yeah.
She'll tell you that she tried everything. She tried everything, from trying to be nice, trying to get away from him. She would throw things in his way to get him from running after her. She would
Maybe that's the
try to
possum
get him
pants
to go
part.
back. She would use her hands and legs, and she would go and try to fight him. She'd run into her room and try to barricade and push his hands and everything out of there. She'd try all those things, but she couldn't figure out what could get him to calm down.
Either way, she sure has
I'm
described a
gonna
wild
fast forward
relationship.
now to the next one, and that is
Yeah.
Which is what's
I'm
really
gonna
sad about
jump you
this.
up
You
to
know,
Yeah.
this is
That
like,
continued
I don't
for
know
weeks.
who's right. I don't know what's
And
true, but
Johnny
I
had
do
to
know
get
that
surgery on his finger.
all
this
of
was
us knowing
horrible.
about all
In
of
this
this
period
is
of
sad
time,
and it's horrible
He
for everybody.
stayed
Yes.
sober.
It is sad.
It was
There's no way to
almost 3
live
months.
one way or the other.
You're going to hear that he has never been through rehab, even though he has been a lifelong drug addict and alcoholic. Never has he gone through a rehab plan. Instead, there's twice that he went to some New York hospital and did a
Eric,
cleansing.
welcome.
One time it was for
Hey, you'll let
3 days,
anybody in here.
one
I
time it
figured,
was
why
for
not
5
try?
days, and that's it.
Hey.
He's never made
I'm going to
any
turn your mic
effort
down just a little
whatsoever
bit.
to get
Oh.
sober or stop the drugs. But this particular time
we
he
go.
did for almost 3 months. And you'll see the text messages. We're going to take you through this whole story and all
But
the
yeah,
text
welcome, Eric.
messages and all the
Hey,
emails
good to be
and
here.
all the testimony that you're going to get. So fast forward to December 2015. That was one of the worst. Australia was pretty bad, but this one was even worse. In this particular occasion, he gets angry for some reason, and he starts
I think
dragging
Depp's
her by her
reactions are
hair
stronger
through the
than Herd's.
apartment,
Yeah.
kicking her, punching her,
He's a
She-
better actor.
she's
tearing her
playing her
hair
role like,
out.
oh,
At
oh,
one
oh,
point,
what
she
was me
gets up
earlier?
and
She
looks
was
at
playing the
him
role
and
of,
headbutts her.
look at
She
this guy.
does
He's
look like
such a
she's
cuck.
black
forcing a
eyes.
face.
Then he goes and
She
grabs,
does,
drags
but
her
Johnny
up the
Depp is
stairs,
reacting
puts
way
her
too
on the
much.
bed, puts his
In
foot
their
on the
defense,
back
they're
of her,
both forcing
and he continues
faces.
to
This
punch
is
her
one of
till
the
he's
hardest
fucking
things
hitting her and he's
is
fucking
just to
gonna
sit
kill
here
her.
and not
He's
react
got
in
his
any way that
boot
can be used
stuck
against
in
you.
the bed
I
frame
don't envy either
as
of
he's
them
doing
sitting
it,
in here and
the
listening to all this
force of what
terrible
he's
stuff.
doing to her
Worse.
causes the
Yeah.
bed frame to
Yeah, but she's
splinter.
doing a far better
That's
job
how
right
much
now.
force. She is suffocating in
Right
the
now,
pillow,
yeah.
and she
I mean,
believes
it's
truly
also
she's gonna
on
die on this
on
one.
him the whole
She
time.
wakes
All he's
up
thinking right
to
now is like,
defend
don't make a
anymore.
face,
She
don't
doesn't
make
know
a
how
face,
long
don't make a
she's
face.
unconscious or
Yeah.
something.
Although,
She doesn't
although
know.
for
I-
him it's like,
But
don't
Johnny
make a
was down
face
at
and he
that point in
automatically
the
makes
fence
blue
saying, "Are you
steel.
okay?
But yeah, I was gonna say, just to be
You'll see
clear, this
pictures
is one of my
of this.
weaknesses
You'll see the
from going back
pictures
to
of the hair.
debate and
Imagine
everything,
how
doing the
much
eye
damage
roll
her
and the head move.
hair
So
is
yeah,
on the ground. And you'll see
I
the
hear you.
pictures of Amber.
Yeah.
All she has
Now,
to do is
here's the
pretend to be
ironic thing.
traumatized like she was
The
about to
next
cry.
day, she's got
Right.
on
Well,
James
that's it.
Corden
She's
show.
got that frozen
And you can see the text messages.
quiver
She's not
face.
sure if she can go. She's
Earlier,
worried. She's
though,
got two
is what I
black
was
eyes.
talking
She's
about.
got
She had that
split
scorn
lips. She's
face,
got
essentially
bruising. She's got
saying,
hair missing.
look at this guy.
But
He's
her
such a
friends rally
P-word.
with her. She's got a makeup artist you're going to hear from, Melanie Iglesias, who does the best job of makeup you could imagine to get her through the James Corden show. And she does it. But you'll see the pictures, the before, and you'll see them then. And that's the resilient Amber who says, I'm going to go do this anyway. Now,
I do tend to agree that I feel like the point has been made here. If I get the thrust of what
he
you
was
have
in New York.
established.
She texted him and said, Johnny beat me up really good this time.
Yeah, she's trying to
Can
set
you
up just
help?
too much
And
facts
he says,
in
I
this
was
amount of
filming
time.
something,
It's just too many.
stopped. I got the first flight out of there. I'm flying from New York back to LA.
You don't have to
I
try
see
the
her on
entire
James
case in the
Corden
opening.
show. I can see the swelling
That's
because
what I
I
was
know her
wondering.
well.
Is there
I can
anything
see the
saved for the
swelling.
arguments?
And
Or
then he said
witnesses?
somebody touched her and she flinched on the show. He said, that's not like Amber. He got there, they hadn't cleaned up all the mess. He sees the hair, he sees the splintered, he sees all of the other things. And he is so upset. He was a good friend of Johnny's as well. He'll testify about all of his friendship with Johnny. But he put his foot down on that one and said, you need to have consequences. You cannot do this to Amber anymore. I am not your friend anymore. Now, there were several people
White
that were
knight.
supposed to go to Johnny's Island, Bahamas Island, in December for Christmas. He was going to bring his 2 kids. He'd invited Amber's parents, who loved Johnny, and unfortunately her father used to drink and do drugs with Johnny a lot. And he was also going to take Rocky, her friend who lived next door, in in a penthouse and her fiance and Rocky's parents. Imagine being able to go to a Bahamas island for Christmas. What a cool thing to do. But they all were so upset what he did to Amber on December 15. They said, no, we're not going. We're not gonna condone this. We're not going. But he talked Amber into going. He guilted her into going. I'm gonna be with my kids. Please come. I'll be better. I'm gonna get better. Amber went. And then he ends up assaulting her even there and sexually assaults her even there. Now, you'll see a video from them of the Bahamas, the place that they stayed in on his island. And the video just conveniently leaves out the wardrobe in the bathroom where he committed the assault. He just goes around and makes it look like it's a one room and his kids were there and there's no way they could have done that. But you'll hear the testimony and you'll see the pictures. Then from then on, things really were bad for Amber, and she was really considering leaving him at this point. And she was talking to her friends and confiding. You'll see, the medical records. And in February 2016, I told you you'll see that video. That same night before the video, he called Io, Till It Right, and left him a voicemail message that he said was just absolutely delusional. It was crazy. He was pretending like he was the property management. It was just an insane call. And then the next day we have the picture of the video. Then we get to April 30th, or April 21st, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. She was going to turn 30 the next day. Pretty big event.
I think we're going to get to the
Her
poop
friends
soon.
had a tape that they put together of everybody giving her tributes.
Well, I mean, is she going to walk us through? We're only in like 2015, right?
Party for her that night. Johnny says, I have a business meeting at 7 p.m. I'll be there after that. What kind of business meeting do you need to have at 7 p.m. when your wife turns 30?
That's a dumb question.
Right? And he can't say that it was an important
What kind of business meeting would you have to have the day before your
financial
wife's
manager
birthday? What
the
kind of
month
question is
before,
this?
When, as you heard from Ben, it was blaming him for all his financial problems. So he's the problem. So
I feel
he
bad
shows
for
up
the
late,
times in my
drunk,
meetings now.
drugs, and after everybody, and he's even drinking while he's there, and he's telling the other friends, and you'll hear from one of them that he's saying, hide the bottle from Amber, hide the bottle from Amber. When they all leave, she expresses her disappointment. He gets mad and assaults her again, including sexually assaults her. Then he goes away and he doesn't come back for a month. Now, this is an important event, May 21, 2016. This is the last one. And this is the final straw that leads up to the DVTRO, the Domestic Violence Temporary Restraining Order.
God, I thought she said final
So he
straw.
says he's coming over to get some clothes. He's going to go out on tour. She says, okay. He comes over and his mother died the day before. And he's already in a state. He's been drinking. He's clearly high. And he comes in and he's got on his mind this obsession that when she, on her birthday, go back to her birthday, the next day she and her friends went to Coachella, but his housekeeper had come in to clean after that, always did. And the housekeeper had found some feces on the bed.
It wasn't just the feces. I've seen the picture. It's a pretty big log.
So all of a sudden, a month later, he's got it in his head that Amber has conspired with her friends to defecate on the bed. It's human, not dog, even though they got two dogs and one of them has major problems. You'll hear about Boo and Pistol.
How are the dogs in this
somehow
equation?
Amber was doing this.
You'll
so he
hear
would
about
get
Boo
back
and
there
Pistol. Look
find
forward
him.
Bring him to the stand.
Are they
Bring him to the
horse-sized
stand.
dogs? Because
and he won't lose it. He won't get rid of it. He's just obsessed with it. Then he decides that it's Io Till It Right. Who did
I
it,
mean, if
even
somebody
though
pooped in
Io
my
wasn't at
bed,
the birthday
I'd be
party,
pretty
wasn't even
obsessed
in
about
town.
that too.
yeah,
I'd want to get
Io
to the
on
bottom
phone.
of that.
Io's in New York.
Well, I-
Her
I
trying to
don't like
dismiss
the-
that is like
He
so
says, "Please
stupid,
just
I
calm
think.
down, tell him
Yes.
this
I
isn't
do
true.
not want the
We didn't
bottom.
do it. I have a conspiracy.
Like everybody
And
takes a
Io's
poop in their bed every once in a while, like pull a
And you'll
Kraus.
hear
This
from Io, he'll
dog
say,
accident.
Amber's
Like, that's the
fecal phobia.
pitch here,
And She
right?
can't even, she's so embarrassed about that stuff. She would never conspire, never do anything like that to him. So they're kind of laughing at the absurdity of it, and that was the biggest mistake.
yeah. Johnny's laughing.
That
It's hard not to
triggered
laugh
his
at
anger.
that.
And then he started hitting Amber. He
It's
took
judicious finger
grabbed
over
the
the
cell
mouth.
phone from her, wound it up and bashed it into her face. And you will see the pictures. You will see the bruise there, and you'll see the form of it there.
Someone in the chat
Now,
said,
I was
are they going to
very,
have
very
a
upset.
doggy
He's
poop
worried
lineup
because he knows
later?
about the December
Pistol drop one
15,
here.
2015, and he says, Amber, get out of there, get out of there. Are you safe? Get out of there. As Johnny's storming around, and he calls.
I'm here
Rocky,
for
who
dog
lives
poop
next
and
door.
urine
And
handwritten
then he
messages.
calls 911,
This
and it's
is
not
why I'm
clear
here.
whether Amber
I gotta
said
tell you,
call
there's some
911
crazy
or he
stuff
said
in these
call
statements.
911, but he calls 911. But
Yes,
he's in
lawyer
New
dog
York,
Kurt.
and he's genuinely concerned for her safety. So he calls 911 there, and he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911 and just tell them this. So they get somebody there so we can get somebody fast. I don't know what's going on. So the police are called twice, essentially. And now here's what happens next. Johnny goes around and he trashes the apartment before he leaves. He loves to do that. You're going to hear about his penchant for that. Does it a lot. And you'll see a picture of him in the elevator afterwards, leaving with his bodyguards, and he's a little agitated there. And the police are called. You will see pictures of Amber with metadata on them, both before, during, and after the police officers are there. But what happens is Amber calls her attorney.
He
the
hit
one
her
that
so
she
hard, he
consulted
left metadata.
December 15 him. And the attorney says, if you press charges, they'll arrest him. And Amber says, I can't have that happen. I don't want his kids to know about this. I don't want the public to know. I can't have that happen. So when the police show up, she refuses to cooperate.
Because she'd
She
be
says,
filing a
"On
false
the advice
police
of my
report.
attorney, I'm not going to cooperate." But
She'd be
her
a
friend,
Jussie before Jussie.
Rocky, whose fiance was there, Josh, at this point, he takes them around and shows one of the police officers all the property damage around the house as well. And the police officers say to him, look, she's got the red mark on there. You know, if you just give us the name, we'll go get her.
I thought he said the police didn't
I can't.
see
She
anything.
won't let me.
And
So
she's
they
saying the
leave.
police did see something.
Now, here's what
Yeah,
happens.
no,
and
there's
creates
direct
all
conflict
the,
points in a
you know,
bunch of
noise
places.
here that you're going to have to deal with. So the police officers don't make an incident report. They don't take a report. They don't document the property damage. They don't document the facial damage. Instead, they go out and they write on their CAD, that's their little system in there, they write verbal dispute only, victim uncooperative. That's their language for, we don't have to write a report. You'll see that the police officers have another one later that night, and they put verbal dispute only. That's their magic language. Now, that's notwithstanding that you will see these pictures, but Amber wasn't cooperating with them, and they were quite convinced she wasn't going to. So as many domestic violence, calls that they take, they're not going to, they're not going to. This is one that they figure it's gone. Now, the other police officers come 2 hours
So trying to
later.
explain
They
why you're
cleaned
going to
up
hear
the
all
place
these
at this
police say
point.
there was
They don't
nothing.
know that these police officers are arriving.
But either they
when
saw
do
a mark or they
arrive
didn't.
there, they try
Yeah,
to
I mean, is
discourage them
there
even from coming
facial
in. Johnny
damage that
answers
she's
the door, says,
accusing?
no, the other lawyers are. The other
You mean to the
police
apartment?
officers were already here.
To her
And
face,
he
like that
said-
you would see just
and,
talking
they
to
said,
her.
no, but we just have to see her. And they have body
She
cams, by the way,
alleges
so you'll
yes.
see the body cam
Okay, yeah, that's what I
footage.
mean.
Yeah, and the police
So they
said
go
that
through
they looked at
and
her
they do
face and
that,
saw
and,
nothing.
Okay,
and one
that's
of
what
the
I thought. That's
significant
what I
things
thought
is you'll
Depp's
see
attorneys
on
had
the
said.
CAD
Yeah.
Is this
that
useful, or
two
should
police
she ask the
officers
cops and
are
say,
communicating
isn't this
with
your
each other?
special
The
language
first
when you
set
put this
says,
on a report?
I don't think she's going to change her mind.
Rather than now, I mean, is
And
anybody
they-
going to remember
they
this?
know who
I'll
the
forget in
officers
an
were
hour.
the first time, 'cause they
Yeah,
say
I think there's a
officer
lot of
something. So
detail in here that's
hear
just
this,
going to
and
be
you'll see it
washing
in
over
that
this
body
jury
cam
right now.
footage. So they go through, Amber says, no, everything's fine. You
I
can
mean,
see
presumably that's
on
the angle for Cross when
Now,
those
the reason
police
this is
come
so
up.
significant
Yeah.
is what they have done with this.
Yeah, I would
interrogating
think
her.
so. I mean, it's
this
like
is
if they
going
say,
on
I
for
didn't
way
say
too
anything,
long.
or I didn't
Their
report
version
anything,
of
then
the
she's saying,
reality is
well,
that-
doesn't this mean?
that Amber calls the cops, then they don't see any injury, so they mess up the
Yeah,
place,
no,
fast,
she's
flash a
trying the whole
little
case, I
line,
think.
and then call another set of cops. Does that sound like the situation here? No, and it's really
Well, also
important to look
the
at
body
evidence
cam
and
footage
think
from the
about
second
this.
set of
You'll
cops
hear
also
from
shows that
many-
there's nothing.
Actually, I don't know how many of the police officers we'll put on, but we have, between 4 and 6 LAPD police officers and experts who will say those police officers, even when she declined to cooperate, should have taken.
They got
report.
6 of them that they
should have
flew out and
documented
made
that that was
testify?
police
Dang.
policy.
Or
So
by video link.
when
Oh, video,
faced
okay.
with this
There's
big
3 ways that people
public,
either in person, by video
big
link, or by
public,
deposition.
DVRO and all
But
of
most
the
likely those guys will be
publicity
by
with
video
it,
link, I would
Now
imagine.
think
they
they
go
said
back
you
to
will
the
hear
police
from a
officers and say,
number
hey,
of
wait a second,
police.
you didn't take a report. You said it was a verbal dispute.
That
only.
was their
They're
statement.
stuck. If all of that was true and they admitted it was true, then they violated policy by not doing the report because they were supposed to take a report. So the police officers chose the other and said, no, there was no evidence. But you're going to watch it. You're going to
So
see it in
she's
real time.
claiming
You're gonna
dirty
see it on
cops?
metadata.
I think
So
she's
Amber
claiming that
goes
if
to
they were
get
to
the
say anything different in this
the
court,
domestic
they
violence
get in
TRO.
trouble.
You're going to see the
I mean,
letter
it's
that
full
her lawyer wrote to
explanations
Johnny
of
Depp's
why you're going to
lawyer
hear stuff that we
week,
don't think is true.
telling them
Yeah.
that's
But,
what she
yeah.
would have to, she was going to do.
It impugns some
if,
police officers.
but giving them opportunity here to be
Who
able
would
to
suggest
resolve
a
it, to
cop
get a
would lie on the
mediator,
stand?
just make sure that she's safe, that she can stay in the residence until they figure things out, that she can drive her vehicle until they figure it out, some attorney's fees, whatever. You're going to see the letter. And so they knew, and it says right in there, she's going to go in on Friday. They chose not to go. They keep saying ex parte, but they chose not to appear, and they knew she was going to appear. Well, Amber didn't call TMZ, but somebody called TMZ to take all those photos that day. Now, you also heard them say that all kinds of people saw Amber that week, and she didn't have any bruises on her face. Well, let me show you this.
You guys, I've got to put this on subscriber only mode for the chat just because we're starting to get bots. I'm sorry. I apologize if you don't like that.
That means you're.
Where am I
that
going to
means
get?
you're popular.
Where am I going to
You
get
don't like
my
breast cams?
best vids? 18
that
only.
she ever would have wanted other people to see her bruises? And her
They have
cuts?
girls and boys.
This was
I've
what
gotten
she
a habit of
used.
I just put
only.
I usually just put subscriber mode on only
about
now,
how
just all
she
the
had
time
to
to
mix
avoid
the
that.
different colors for the different days of the bruises as they developed in the different
Although you
colors
can set it to
and
0
how she would
time,
use these
so you can
to
change the
touch those
time
up
of how long
to
it
be
takes
able
to
to
be
I
a
do 1
subscriber.
minute.
She also used concealer, foundation. You'll hear from
Yeah, I
a
can also put
makeup
on slow mode.
person that Amber didn't even leave
She
her
was
bedroom
wearing
without
so much
having
makeup
foundation
you
on.
couldn't see the
And one of
bruises
the
that were
people
under
was
it.
at the building
That's a lot of
testified.
makeup.
He said she
Well,
had
also
makeup
there's
on and it would
swelling to be
cover that
contended with.
So that's the testimony
Well,
on that.
it looks like makeup is their explanation on that.
Let me talk about the divorce just for a moment.
Yeah, it's not.
So they go through, they have the 2 months of trying to resolve the divorce.
We're up
Ben
to the
already told
divorce,
you
so we're only
that
2
they
years
signed
shy
a
of the
joint
defamatory
statement in
statements.
which Mr. Depp admits that she did not make any of
She
these
started strong,
allegations
but she just kept going.
falsely
It's
and
still
not for
going and
financial
going.
gain. But they brought up the donation,
Yeah.
so I want to talk to
I
you
think
about
each of
the
these
donations
zones,
for a
like
moment.
pre,
Now,
during, after,
here's
should have
the
just
story.
been like
Amber didn't have a
summaries.
prenup. She didn't have a postnup. She was more
I
than
agree.
willing to do
It's
that.
interesting because
But
in her
as I
voice or
told
in her
you, Mr.
speech, the
Depp fired her
roadmap
lawyers
is
and said,
there.
"Only
It's just
until
there's
death."
so many words
That's
that
the
you
only way
can't
we're going to
you
pardon
can't see the
Mr. Depp.
signs anyway.
We're not-
You know,
we
you're
don't need a
right. I think if she
postnup. We don't need a
stopped, if she
prenup.
literally
That's
physically
done.
stopped,
It's true, his
separated these
advisors
sort
were
of
all telling
roadmap
him, "Get
sections
one." And
Yes.
she said, "I'll
physically,
get one," and she hired a
auditorily,
lawyer.
I
But
think
anyway, she didn't have a
she maybe
prenup.
could
So
have
what you're
sustained a
going to
little
hear is
longer.
that
Yeah, I agree.
no matter what,
Yeah,
whether
we
it
did
was abuse,
prehistory,
adultery,
the marriage.
irreconcilable differences,
We're in the divorce.
abandonment, doesn't matter. She's
Yeah.
entitled to 50%
Couldn't she just
of everything
thumbnail
during
it though
that
too? I
marriage.
mean, I hate to
Well,
say,
he
but
did Pirates
you won't
5, and he did
believe
2 other
what
movies
happened
during
when
that
the
time,
cops
and you'll
came.
see that he made $65
And then another thing,
million
and you won't
during
believe,
those
and
2
just
years.
deliberately
After that is
telegraph that this big
32.5.
incident is here,
Amber didn't
and then
want
everybody
that.
has to stay tuned
You'll
for a
see a
witness to
letter,
find
you'll
out.
see an
Or am I
email
too into
from her
storytelling
lawyer
mode?
that she
The
forwarded
problem is her
on to
thumbnail
her agent, who
photography
became
session is
Johnny's
after
agent
today,
later,
so
saying,
she'll have the wacky.
I want you to
like,
sign this because you're
you know,
entitled to a
poses
whole
ready
lot
for
more than
tomorrow.
7 million. And I
Yes,
don't want you
I
to
guess.
come, basically, I don't want you to come back and sue me for malpractice.
Now she's just your like lecturing great
That's
aunt
what
who's
the
telling you
lawyer
you need to go to
tells her.
college.
And then her lawyer says, I offered them even less than I demanded.
Well, she's
less than
impressively
they offered. In other
cohesive
words,
for
the 7
long
million
periods
was
of
less
time
than
with a
Mr.
lot
Depp
of words,
would
but
even
that's not
offer
necessarily
to.
effective
And
rhetoric.
she said, I just
But Rick, at this point, your attention span is gone. Your attention
Oh,
span
yeah.
is blown at this point.
Hey,
I mean,
you don't know
it's not
me,
even
but I
debatable.
agree. Yeah, no,
So she didn't
I
take
hear
the
you.
money. So she
This
said, I'm
is
going to.
what happened with
donate all
Smollett.
7
This is
million
more of a
to
filibuster
charity
than an argument.
after the ACLU.
Well, we're still
after
4
children's
hours
hospital.
shy of getting to
And-
what would
and
be the
then
end of the
what
sentencing
happened
hearing.
was
So
the
I'll
first-
give her
and
credit for
By the
that.
way, the 7 million was paid out over time. It's installments. It was over.
Rick is, of course, referring to the Jussie Smollett sentencing hearing that we all thought was going to be like maybe 2 hours. Took a whole day.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm not sure this is either here nor
out
there,
of
but
the
it is
7
possible to
million
have an
to
entire
each of them,
trial in less time than
and
this.
says this is a
Depending
pledge
on how complicated it
towards
could
the
be, right?
3.5 million that
So
Amber
do the entire
donated.
trial in an hour.
And she'll be paying that in installments. So everybody knows she's paying it in installments. You're going to hear differently from them now, but you're going to see that was the admission at the beginning. You're going to hear from Children's
This is
Hospital
my method
and
when I'm
the
fighting
ACLU
parking
that
tickets.
they assumed this was a
Cop
class
has to go.
payment.
If
This
you just
is
take it long enough, the
because
cop
that's what they
can't
do,
sit
because
in
of
court
tax
all day. Got to
deductions
go
and
back
things
to
of
work
that
and you
nature.
just win.
So Amber
There you
does
go, that'll
make, she
work.
makes a $250,000
Filibustering.
payment
Yeah.
to
Okay, so
Children's
their
Hospital.
claim is
Then she
that
also makes a
she started
$250,000
donations and that you'll
payment
hear
to Art
from
of
the
Elysium,
parties that say
which
they
is another
understand it
charity
to be
that
on
she worked for.
installments.
and used to feed and used to do a lot of arts work with the Children's Hospital.
I always
pays
did think that her best
$350,000
argument
to the
was when she
ACLU.
talked to her money manager,
Now,
like,
in
it's in an
addition
escrow
to
right
that,
now, or it
she
will, you know,
also
like,
was
that's the
dating
only
Elon Musk by
potential.
this
We might as
time.
well tax
You'll find
maximize
out
it.
that
I mean,
Mr. Depp
I buy
was
that.
Right.
with
Yeah.
Elon
Right.
Musk.
That's the only way.
But she's
that
dating
it's
him, so
not
she
Or I
gets
gave instructions for that to
500,000
happen
to
and they
both of
didn't
those
follow my
charities in
directions
her
and
audit.
she could prove
Now,
it.
she doesn't
I'm
claim
just
that's
saying that
part of
could
the
be
7
one.
million.
Yeah, it's true.
But
Yeah,
what
that's true.
happens is that she makes her payments up through 2018. Mr. Depp sues her March 1, 2019 in this litigation. She can't afford right now to be making those pledges. She's got to defend herself.
Oh my
But
God.
she has
The
every
litigation
intention of
cost those
continuing
kids
to
their
make those payments.
donation.
She has been a lifelong
I gotta
person who works there at
respect the
charity.
boldness.
She used to volunteer at Children's Hospital 3 times a week when she could. She's very much that kind of person, and she intends to. And both ACLU and Children's Hospital will tell you they have no reason to believe she won't be good on her pledges. There's nothing that required her to do a certain amount at a certain time, and she will give it to them once she's able to afford it again.
She'll give it to him, all right.
Now,
If only
let
this
me talk about
litigation
the
hadn't
counterclaim
happened,
for a
those
minute.
kids would have their money.
And then I have to promise to let you go at some point, don't I?
Please, please.
So you know just how long you're
Acknowledging
taking.
it makes it worse.
Yes.
Has decided, you heard from Ben. You're going to.
But I like she says she has to. If she could hold them forever, she would.
The judge is going to demand a
Not
lunch
to
break.
say that
here
it would
at
make
some
for a
point.
more effective opening statement, though.
But in the summer of 2016, he vows he's going to hunt her. He vows she's going to suffer global humiliation. He says he's going to live in her and she will never forget him. And he meant it. So in the summer of 2018,
I thought you were going to say in summary or closing. Darn it.
Me too.
Be called the wife beater, etc. But an article, an op-ed appeared on the Sun Times in London. They called him a wife beater. It was written by Dan.
Yep,
Whitman,
I would bring this
CEO
up too,
of the,
that he lost that one.
Chief editor of the Sun at the time. And he is writing because Johnny Depp is being cast in Fantastic Beasts 3. And so the article is, why is J.K. Rowling genuinely?
Of course, she's going to bring up the Sun trial.
Yeah, I would. He lost. Bring it up.
She's still going.
She
Jeez,
got pulled. I don't know why.
Do you guys have the audio? For some reason, I can't hear the audio.
No,
There's no audio
stopped.
right now. I think
Sidebar.
she's getting the article or something like that. Or
Oh, okay, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't suddenly miss something with my connection.
That was wild though. She was pulled almost
They're-
mid-sentence.
I think they're having a sidebar right now because her attorney, Johnny's attorney's gone too. Yeah.
Oh, there must have been an objection.
Whether or not you can talk about the Sun trial and what meaning
Yes.
it has to the jury.
It's interesting because
Yes,
it's
that's
not even
right.
in the
That
same
was-
country.
Oh,
so
she
it's
might.
like
The judge looks like she's almost
GTFO.
lecturing her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're not going to have that European stuff in here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's an entirely different standard of law. There's no question there.
Exactly.
is.
That too.
That's
It
very
is.
true.
Yeah, and they've definitely argued about this too.
If you're going to talk about
Wouldn't
the
that be
First Amendment in your
prejudicial as
opening
hell
statement, you
anyway?
best stick in jurisdictions that have it, I suppose.
Exactly. Places that have constitutions.
So yeah, I like saying this during trials that if you're bored, the jury is probably also bored. So just keep that in mind as you guys are watching, people in the chat.
So you will hear testimony. Let me
Let me back up a little bit.
So you have heard from Mr. Depp's team that they are going to claim that Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. You also are hearing from them that he says that she cut off his finger. When you look at the text messages and you look at the emails, you will see that in every one of those, Mr. Depp said to Dr. Kipper, to David Heard, Amber's father, and to others, I cut off my finger. You will see that. He never, throughout the entire time he was married to Amber,
Sounds like she got
ever
killed on the
claimed
Sun
that she
stuff.
hit him.
I mean, this is
He
different.
never, ever, throughout the time he was married to Amber Heard,
She lost that
claimed
objection.
she
should
cut
have
off the
been.
finger. Only 2 years later does he, for the very first time, start claiming she abused him and start claiming that she cut off the finger. I'm going to ask you to look hard at the evidence in this case because the evidence is going to show that it never, ever came up before. Now, let's talk about the counterclaim for a few minutes. There's a few statements here. Now, they've said, why are you suing Adam Waldman? You heard from Ben that Adam Waldman didn't come into Johnny Depp's life until October 2016. He wasn't there for any of their marriage. He doesn't have any personal knowledge of their marriage. Everything he does is based on Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp used Adam Waldman as his agent, and you will see a bunch of texts where he's saying, yeah, man, he's going after these people. He's doing all this stuff for me. He's suing my business manager. He's suing the lawyer. He's going at, he's doing all this. He's also going to the press and making all kinds of statements about Amber Heard. And those statements are as follows. And Heather, if you can pull up the first. The first one is Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, there isn't any sexual violence hoax. There isn't any hoax at all. But he's out there affirmatively stating that she's got this.
And that has the
conspiracy
opposite
with her
problem
friends, and she's
of
making these
the
things
original
up.
case, which is if they can
And it's
point to
very,
one
very
that's fake or
damaging
any
and
hoax
harmful to
facts,
her. The
then
testimony will be that these
you're
Depp
fine.
fans take
Yeah.
and run with these things. And you're going to hear from an expert who talks about computer-wise, when you search the hoax and you see that it just spreads out into the internet and the social media and generates a lot of negative publicity for Amber. Statement 2, please. This was made in April of 2020. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible.
That's notably not a
Quite
quote.
simply,
outside the
this was
highlight.
an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, and got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Now, I've already told you all about the events of May 21.
That
but
is a factual accusation.
You're also going to hear from the second set of officers. There's no way that Amber was trying with her friends to now get charges pressed against Johnny. They'd cleaned everything up. They didn't want him in there. The absolute opposite of what he says there. The third statement, if you may. Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, when Amanda Day Cadenet, that's a friend of Amber's, Amber Heard's best friend and Me Too activist, recants her support for Ms. Heard and testifies against her, you know we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Amanda Day Cadenet never testified against her, but that's
How are
not
these
part of
statements
the
from the
claim.
attorney
It's the
particularly helpful to
defamation.
anything?
It's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. In other words, in all of these articles, he's saying that she created an abuse hoax, and you're going to make those determinations of whether that's true or not. But what we're going to show you is that that not only was tremendously damaging to Amber emotionally, and you're going to hear from an expert on domestic violence and intimate partner violence, IPV, about how those triggers happen when you have somebody who's gone through all of this and she's trying to heal and she's trying to get past this. And then bam, you come in there and you inflict this and put this out in the public and everybody runs with it. There's over 1 million, we're going to tell you about 1 million different searches on the Twitter from these different hits, how that impacts her emotionally. Every time somebody calls her a liar for what she went through. And
Twitter
how
hurts her
hard she
fifis.
tried to protect Johnny Depp.
Those
so that
experts
his
are going to be
children
just
and
as
the public
viable for
never
Johnny
found out
Depp then too,
about that Johnny Depp.
explaining
much
how the
that's harmed her and
crap
how
allegations
much
spread everywhere. I don't know if that's a good
impacted
idea to
her
bring
and
all that up
re-triggered and
because it
re-triggered. But we're also
reinforces
gonna
their
talk
point
to you
too.
about the reputation.
I don't even think they believe that there's no damages
Amber
if
made it
Amber
through the
Heard
divorce.
defamed Johnny
Then
Depp.
she got cast in Aquaman. A few of you saw that. That was a blockbuster. It was the highest grossing movie in DC Films history ever up to this point.
That's not an
It
accomplishment.
hit over $1 billion.
Yeah, we are talking about DC because Marvel, that'd be
It was a
something.
mega
Sorry,
hit.
Well,
She was moving
okay,
forward.
so you don't have to like the Aquaman movie, but it
With
was
the
a
defamatory
massive,
statements
massive
and
hit.
all of the Depp followings and the computer.
That's not a
and
lie.
Twitter
Decaf
and
Geek says
everything
every
else.
time she says,
Nobody
let me
wants
tell
to
you
touch
about, I assume at
Well,
least
and
2
you're gonna hear
jurors
from
start
an
looking
expert
around
who's
for
gonna
their
say,
cyanide
Look
pills.
at Jason Momoa. Look at
It is
Gal
going
Gadot.
on
Look
for
at
a
other
long
people
time.
who started cleaning up in those tracks. She was Justice League and then Aquaman.
Losing the
what
will
they're
to live
getting
is not the ideal
commercials
reaction
and
you're
getting
hoping
all
for the
kinds of
jury. You
different film
know.
opportunities.
Yeah.
These are the things that
Why?
she would have done.
Why did I sign up for
looking
this
at
jury?
Texas. She's a pariah.
Someone on that jury is
And we're
probably thinking
gonna
themselves, "I
ask
really
you,
want to be on this
as
jury."
Ben
Now it's
said,
like regretting every
to
decision they've
hold
ever
Mr.
made.
Depp responsible.
Yeah.
Enough is enough.
I feel
And,
like
and the
we're gonna
one
ask you
piece that we can't see
hold him
here obviously
responsible
is the jury for
and-
obvious
and
reasons.
try
We're
to
not
fully
supposed
and
to see
fairly
who they are
compensate
for their
Amber
anonymity.
for what he has
So we
done
can't
to her.
tell if
Thank
they
you very
are
much.
taking notes, if they're
Thank you,
looking
Ms.
up at the
Berha.
ceiling, if they're bored.
Based on the
Oh, they're
time, ladies and
done?
gentlemen,
Oh,
I think
thank
we're gonna
God.
thank
release
you.
for lunch
Okay.
a little
Wow.
early so we can just start with the first
That
witness
felt like
when we
a
get back
lecture.
from lunch. I think it's just a natural
Okay.
break.
Felt
So
like
first
So if
witness
you
will
want
Well,
be
that's a lot of
on-
security.
go ahead and go with
Oh.
the deputy.
yeah.
Just remember, don't
I would
don't
imagine.
talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, and we'll be back here. Let's get back at. I'll give you a little extra time to 1:45. Okay, just to give you some extra time
1:45.
downstairs. Okay. All right. Thank you. If you would go with Deputy Luce.
We brought in Panera. Get excited, jury.
Is that what she said? We brought in Panera?
No, no. I'm just
Oh, okay. I was
I'd
like,
be
wait, I
excited
was
about
taking
some
notes,
Panera
but
at
I
this
missed that.
Oh my.
So everybody
Can I get some of
quietly
that cocaine I
stands
heard so much
while
about? Can I get some of that?
Well, it doesn't come with orgies like in
Somebody have the motion
Washington
lemonades
D.C.
For me, I don't think I've
Man.
received those signed.
Motion
motion
lemonades.
lemonades. I like that.
For Mr. Death, I noticed
Yeah.
that earlier.
Okay,
Yeah, for
first thing
Mr.
after
Jeff.
lunch, I get them. Okay,
When
all
life
right, that's
gives you
perfect.
lemons,
Anything
That's what
else?
they're going to
Motion
discuss after
lemonades.
All right, we'll be back at 1:45 then. Thank you.
Which motions are they discussing?
Motions and lemonade
Whatever's in
for
lemonade.
I'm not sure exactly what, but
Okay.
that was great. Okay, so lots that we can talk about here.
Let me make sure I understand this completely, Legalbytes. Your plan is to stream this entire trial?
Oh yeah.
I have a great deal of respect for you.
I am in it to win it.
Oh my god.
Well, I'll check in with you in about a month, see if you're still
Yeah.
still alive.
Yeah.
I know.
We'll pop
I
our
am.
You're at least
I'll
on this
make sure
continent,
you're
right?
okay.
Are you on this continent at least?
I am currently in California, but I won't be
Good.
for the duration of this trial.
Oh, that's
so
where it's gonna get ugly.
I'll be headed back overseas again. Should be after this week. So, yay.
You know what? You may want to check out that other software I use because then you can make other people co-hosts, and when you drop
Yeah, there
into
you
a
go.
nap,
Yeah,
have
that's probably
somebody
a good
just
idea,
keep it
actually.
going. Being
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps I don't know. I mean, for the Rittenhouse trial, I managed to get in early and basically stuck it out every single day from that. So
You just flipped your sleep schedule.
Yeah, that's what I did too. I had my sleep schedule completely inverted, and
That's right.
It's
Mine
fun.
said it's
Welcome,
always
Bree.
at whatever time.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello.
Happy to
Morning.
have you here. I'm gonna adjust your mic just because we all have to turn it down so that we can balance out with the what's it called?
Court audio.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
record audio.
Oh, you got yours on, Bree, I think.
Somebody's
playing
got
background.
YouTube going.
That was me. I turned it off.
No worries.
Ah, there you go. So, yeah, so there's a lot that we can talk about. Both of them got objections. Both sides got objections during their opening statements. However, Johnny Depp's
One
team
worked.
won on that objection and then was able to pounce on that and hammer it back in again and again and again. On the other hand, Amber Heard's team, they got an objection about the Sun trial and they lost on that one. Magically, we heard nothing else about this trial over across the pond in the UK. So that's something that is very, very interesting because the jury, objecting can be risky sometimes because number one, if you lose, then the jury sees like, okay, there was something that you didn't want them to talk about that now they're going to talk about. On the other hand, if you win, I don't know, but it could be the same kind of thing. I don't know. What do you guys think about their use of objections in these opening statements so far?
Well,
That's
clearly
the
it
moment
was
when the
good.
jury wakes up, right? Like that was a long form, expanded speech. You heard son. I think she might have said wife beater. I think she was going in that direction.
Yeah.
And then you hear it stopped, objected to, goes away, never comes back. You say, oh right. So you woke up at least for that last 15 minutes because we were knee deep in anecdote, story, number 14, number 15, number 16. Much like the accusations against Johnny Depp, it's just a haze of drugs and violence at the time that statement ends.
Well, and something like that is extraordinarily prejudicial, so you definitely would want to make sure it stops. So I think that was a very timely objection.
Yeah, if the court's not going to allow it, I mean, that's like I think we were all saying at the time. I would definitely bring it up if it's allowed. You've got a court case effectively saying, yeah, wife beater's all right.
Yeah, it's interesting. The plaintiff, the objection to the plaintiff's opening statement is a little more of a calculated risk on the defense's part, right? Because obviously what they were trying to block was suggesting that Johnny Depp didn't have any prior allegations of domestic abuse. But once you lose that, it definitely swung the momentum and the tone all in the plaintiff's favor for the end of that closing statement.
It solidifies it, right? You're the jury. You think, okay, if the court didn't deny that kind of statement, and they're allowing that, then that's true, give or take, even though evidence isn't being presented.
Yeah. So, but that's it's an effective way of trying to trip up the other side, and some attorneys can just roll right back into it after an objection, and others get very, very tripped up. We saw that in, I think, the Edgecombe trial. That was very effective in tripping up, I think, the defense attorney, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
So that was just, it was as soon as the prosecution saw that was an effective strategy, they just would object. And so that's one of those things that you can start to look out for, is when they start to get this sort of strategy being employed against one another. Hey, Nate, welcome back.
Nate. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I might be back later.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got to pop off too. So.
All right.
I think all of us were trying to make it to the end of opening statements, and then just went on a little longer than we expected.
Did it still open statements?
No, we just finished. We just went on a lunch break after opening statements, and now we're going to 1:45 East Coast time is when we are coming back, and then they're going to start with the first witness.
Who's the first witness?
They didn't tell us.
They did not say. They did not
No,
say.
The maid who found the bed.
And even if they did, it would have been buried in an hour of defense's opening statement anyway. We would not.
Yes. Yeah. And that's, like I said before, that's one of the hardest things about this trial, is that there's just so much information. There's such a long history that they have to go through, that it's going to be very easy to confuse this jury with all of this information. They'll just get lost among it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they can actually succeed in attaching the Waldman statements to Johnny Depp, those are much more along the lines of what I assume defamation statements would look like, more than the Washington Post statements.
Yeah,
like,
that's
like there are things that he says that are like, well, that's true or false, versus the Washington op-ed stuff is like, and I understand that it's more holistic than that they're trying to say, well, obviously it's Johnny Depp, and that's all included in kind of an overall concept of defaming him. But the statements themselves are all just kind of just slightly off target for what you'd usually want to pounce on and say, this is false, obviously. And that leads to this.
Isn't that article, though, a summation of everything prior, though? It's like, I am a victim of all this. Look at the record. So therefore, that publication, her putting it out, in essence, is saying every single thing prior here, I'm was hanging off of that.
It doesn't, right? So like the statements are, I'm a representative of someone who accuses someone of domestic violence. And so it's like, that's not false, regardless of the underlying truthfulness of the accusation. So,
so fight on that ground. Well, they're kind of doing both, right? They're saying, hey, freedom of speech, and well, it happened anyway.
Well, freedom of speech is true, right? Like defamation always exists in this area where freedom of speech is the highest power, and then it's a very specific exception to that freedom of speech. So you can always bring up, hey, people should be allowed to talk about things, and then the law makes this very, very small. You can't lie about people and hurt them in this particular fashion. And so I do think those statements are like, well, you were a representative, whether or not that was deserved or not, and you did see what happens when somebody gets accused of something, whether or not that's deserved or not. And so you have this issue running through the actual fundamental claims at the heart of the trial.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and I think it's funny because it's almost the opposite of the damages claim, because like the damages are total slam dunk in Depp's favor, right? And any sort of damages, did they talk? I'm sorry, word salad in the opening statement. Did they talk about any sort of damages that she really suffered? Like I
yes, that was their very end.
Yeah,
Okay, I mean,
week though.
They said they did,
I completely
they did a
missed
very
it.
funny thing where they said, well, Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot are getting movies and commercials, and she isn't.
Right.
And it's like, well, okay, so just so we're clear, I don't want to go into the plot of Aquaman too in depth, but she was not the lead in.
Yeah.
I know, brace for it. She's not Aquaman. Okay,
Yeah.
that's Wonder Woman and Aquaman. She's not that. To be clear.
Yeah, and look, in their defense, I also would have de-emphasized that because as I agree with you that I think the statements themselves, if you just took them devoid of context, you're right that the statements about Amber Heard look more specifically defamatory and falling under that ambit of what we call defamation versus what in the Washington op-ed. But the damages cut the complete opposite way.
Now,
Well,
on that note, Virginia does recognize a defamation by implication. So they do recognize that you can imply basically a defamatory statement. So even though like it doesn't quite pierce directly at him, the question though is whether the jury is going to see that and recognize that though. But
hey, Emily's stream got shut down due to copyright.
Oh shit!
Did Law and Crime come after Emily?
I just saw in the chat.
Oh no!
Sorry to
That's
interrupt.
funny.
Oh,
I know
no.
that
Because of, is it just because of how
wrote that.
long the opening statement was, so there wasn't enough time?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know.
I wonder if
it
it
might
was
not be
Law
Law
and
and
Crime.
Crime. I mean, who knows? YouTube is always,
We might have to
happening.
sue Law and Crime. We might have to preemptively sue them to stop this.
the law tubers.
LawTube in
Oh,
general.
geez, she got a copyright
oh God,
strike.
I hope not.
We'll have to
I
go
hope
jump
it's
Dan
struck
Abrams
her.
in a parking lot.
Are they the ones streaming it?
Well, they're one of
they're the ones
them
with the
that are
camera.
streaming it. I
Right?
might see about using Court TV then. For the next
PBS?
part.
I feel
That's a
like
good
PBS
idea.
is going to be the safest bet because
Could be.
public
Yeah, is
broadcasting.
PBS streaming it? Let me see if I can find if PBS is streaming it.
I mean, there really shouldn't be a fight about any of this at all.
There shouldn't be.
There
No.
shouldn't, but
So
I think
while we're
courts
figuring this
I think
out, just
courts
for
have to
fun.
get. I think courts have to get more specific with their media orders. That anybody that's running this is now a pool for not just quote unquote media, but anybody that wants to comment on it, and that stop it with your strikes.
It's kind of interesting because it does overlap a little bit with that weird angle of SCOTUS just being so against cameras in the courtroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's just like, why? What are you doing? And then the first time they let cameras in the courtroom for the Obamacare argument, within 24 hours, a political action group had like cut an advertisement together using clips and like took it all out of context. And SCOTUS was like, well, never again. Thanks a lot. There isn't really a copyright interest. There is kind of this odd political social interest that they're trying to angle. And so they just leverage
It was
this
Law and Crime, by the way.
bogus copyright claim.
Okay.
It was Law and Crime, that's confirmed.
I've
That's
fought
what
with
the chat saying, yeah.
my state legislature tries to copy the law. When you reference it in treatises and things, I got a copyright like cease and desist. I was like, no, ignore it, publisher.
Hey Andy, welcome.
Hey,
Welcome
thanks for
to
the invite.
stream. Yeah, of course.
I had a legal question, so I wanted to go to the lawyers.
Yeah, there we go.
That's it, guys.
We
Thanks
got
for the
your legal
commentary.
advice.
I was watching. Wait, sorry, I'm catching
Mike
in.
is hot.
Are people? Can you hear me now?
Oh, you know what? Sorry, let me turn down your mic because we have to turn all of ours down for the
Oh, sorry.
for the streams.
Yeah,
Oh
it's,
yeah,
it's
no,
on the
no, that's
mastering
okay.
end, not yours.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that better?
There we go. Yeah, that's better. Okay.
Wait, did someone take a takedown on the Law and Crime feed?
Emily D. Baker got taken down for it.
What?
Hopefully the same does not happen.
Well,
to us.
because I looked into the feed and it's being run by this organization called Live something, and they're charging an absorbent amount of money to get the feed, and I was wondering, is that legal? Like I have because if you go to the Virginia, request to get access, it's a company called LiveView Inc. And so they're manning the remote, and they're like, here's the cost for trial feeds: $1,500 for switched feed, $2,500 for blah 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 blah, $7,500 for blah blah blah, $10,000. I'm like, what? I thought it's supposed to be a free feed. So I don't know if the court Law and Crime bought the license, but I guess you can spend $10,000 and buy the license from the live feed. Do any of you know? Is that allowed?
Do you have the court order for media? Do you have the court order for media on this?
Yes, I do.
I think Andy, I think that would just depend on the court may have outsourced this to a company and that may be what they're operating through. There could be any number of ways that's set
They
up.
will have, but usually the court order says, "We
Yeah.
give you this, and then you shall provide it to the media."
Yeah,
right?
it does say that,
Yeah.
that they need to cooperate with the others. Let me see here.
Because otherwise, you don't want 600 cameras. You don't want the after the Super Bowl look at the court because it's
Right.
unnecessary.
It sounds like they're trying to
gallery
like
being
own the
addressed.
digital output and then charge them for the time, but that's complete bullshit. If they have the feed, it's just a link at that point, and to charge this much per outlet seems like someone's just trying to make a buck off of the court feeds, and I can't imagine the court system is okay with that. Why would they want this group to be paying all of those media outlets?
What's the group called again, Andy?
Live View Inc.
Like, okay, one V or two V's?
Yeah, sorry. The website is live and then the letter U.tv.
Okay.
And that's on the court's website?
This is if you go to here, I'll get you the link. I'll DM you the link in question. Do you have the media request form?
So I don't have the media request form up, but I do have the court's order involving the media, and it says
feels like a worthy conversation to have.
A pool camera system will be utilized, and all media requesting access must coordinate with the designated pool camera representative and must sign the media credential order. All media representatives should always display proper media credentials. This is for people in the courtroom.
Right.
So here's the Fairfax policy. Do you have this from the Fairfax County website? I'm DMing it to you now.
Oh, okay. Or if you want to share it on here, I can show your shared
Here,
screen.
I'm mailing it. You have it in your DM, so you can just.
There's a private chat here too, Andy. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I can send it both
Okay,
ways.
yeah.
There you go. You both have it. But that's the That's where I learned about the pool cameras and connected to Live View, and the contacts emails are there. Video Court TV is the pool coordinator, media accessing pool. It tells you basically what you got to do, where the photographs are, etc. Media inquiries can be sent there. But yeah, now hearing that they're, I'm wondering this. I don't know if everybody has this link, but there you go. That's the secret to get the access. And I emailed, and I got an email back with just, I'm like, I'm not paying that. You kidding me? What the fuck is that? Now I don't.
How much were they saying that they were charging?
It's on my. I don't know how to show this to you. Live here. I'll read it. Sorry. Live View and Court TV are partnering to provide a set of live feeds from the Fairfax courtroom distributed via Live View Matrix. We will have 3 ISOs, 2 ISOs plus 1 Elmo cam, and a switched feed available via the Live View Matrix cloud service for this trial. Cost for the trial feed is $1,500 for the switched feed or $2,500 for the switched plus ISUs. Content not for redistribution to other content is not for redistribution to other broadcast entities. $7,500 for switched feed and $10,000 for the switched plus ISU feed. Content available for redistribution to other Now, I don't know if law.
That's to direct it for yourself, right? I mean, that's if you want the feeds and you want to.
It sounds that way. The trial feed costs are for the length of trial. Our records indicate that Popcorn Planet is not currently a customer. Membership is required to receive these feeds, depending on how many simulcasts you want. The cost between $175 per month for 1 feed or $700 for 4 feeds. You'll need a way to receive the live content. If you wish to receive via RTMP, you can configure the matrix outputs to these. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. There's another money, or up to $1,125 per month for 4 SDI output receiver. Do you want the feed? Anyway, I can forward you. If you email me your address, I can forward this email to you.
Even if all that were true, it's not Long Crime's feed to strike.
Yeah.
No, but it sounds like they have a vendor that's providing it. And if
Okay,
they're not
we can talk if the
not,
vendor wants to strike or the court wants to strike.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Hey, I got to run. Y'all, it's been great hanging out with you for a little bit.
Yeah, it has.
I'm glad I
been.
could make it through the through the opening at least. So
yeah, thanks for joining us, Mark, and feel free to come back whenever you're free.
All right. I might could. All right, later, y'all.
Okay, see you, Mark.
Take care. So anyway, that I don't know if that's what keep me. I'm curious if you get pulled because I'm pulling Mike stuff from the same place you are. I assume was a free able source, but I'm not streaming it. I'm gonna be doing stuff later. But we should all let's keep each other in the loop because this doesn't seem right.
Yeah,
isn't it a question?
And Emily said that she's going to be fighting with it. So I see a DM from her. She says, just as a heads up, they're just the court TV is also streaming, and they struck me while the court was on break. I will
Can
be
you
fighting
ask her
with
what
them.
feed she was streaming?
I think she was initially using Law and Crime, and then she also was using Court TV, I think.
So Law and Crime, actually, who
Law
struck
and
her?
Crime. I know for sure that Law and Crime struck her. She said.
Who's Ricada?
Ugh. So it's all going to become a contest.
No.
If we
If
have
it's
it,
Law
we
and
have
Crime,
it.
they'll probably avoid Ricada after the last month.
I don't know. I mean, if they're all in on it, you know,
He's
Court TV in on
streaming.
it.
He cropped out the logo, which was smart of him. Oh no, he's got Sky. He's doing Sky Media.
Okay. Yeah, that
looking at
was
his-
that was what I
Well,
was.
it's getting interesting.
They're all the outlets are fighting each other. The legal question while I have, because I got to run and record it up, but I wanted to say hello. Thanks for the invite. I hope.
Yeah,
please-
of course. Thanks so
please
much
join
for
me
joining
after
us.
the recap. But I did have a question, if I can ask. That moment where there was I tried to tune into you guys at that point too, but where they did the objection and they cut the audio, and it seemed like the judge was yelling at Elaine. Amber's
She was speaking
attorney.
strongly. She was speaking strongly. So,
Am I correct? I'm just curious the lawyer's take on like.
It looked like she was giving her a little bit of a lecture.
I think they were told not to go there.
I was going to say, it looked to me like at some point they had said you can't bring up the Sun trial already.
Yes.
It looked that had the look to me of the judge being like, we talked about this, and it looked like the stater was like, well, this is doing something differently than what we talked about, and the judge was saying, come on now. So I mean, that's the rough.
She was doing a binger.
Yeah,
but because she's not supposed to talk about the UK trial, and so she was trying to sneak it in. They
yes, that was definitely what it was
judge.
about. She
And the
says
judges
son,
feel like
and
they
then she
can't
says
do
wife
this
beater,
because she
and then
didn't
gets
bring it
the
up,
judge.
right? Because in the earlier objection with Johnny Depp's team, they had tried to object, and he kept going and didn't change
They won.
anything. He won the objection.
Yeah, you can tell how they went in direction. So in the prosecution or in the plaintiff's side, they won. That's why you hear him come back and say, as I was saying, he's never been alleged to anything, right? So he won that, and then she comes back and she's on a completely different point. She's not talking about the son. She's not talking about wife beater. She's talking about fingers again, which was actually, I think, the end of her prior point. She was trying to stitch that up. No pun intended.
Ha.
Yeah, overall, I just thought it was complete word salad on Amber's side. It was, I don't know how that jury stayed awake. It was just all mentioning things. How do you keep? They were like telling the story. I felt like to people who knew the story, but it just was a mess. And even I, who knows the story, I was like, "What?" Johnny's was just way more concise and better. But it's been an interesting start. My advice is, you're not using OBS. I was gonna say, put a logo over Law and Crime.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not using Law and Crime anymore.
Whoever's feed, block it, because they're all using the same damn feed. And I wonder if Live View actually cares, or if they're gonna try and strike. If it's the channel, they probably paid the money to get the feed.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then now, and in which case, I can understand where they're coming from. Of like, guys, we just paid $10,000 to get this feed. Like, F off.
Yeah,
so
that's my response to them at that point is F off as well. So
yeah, at this point, they're already winning the view countage. It's like, dude, guys, just do what you're doing, and this is an important case. Let it go. It's free for the public. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna run off to do my video before they come back. Thanks for what you guys are doing. I'm trying to chime in, and thanks for the invite. I'll keep popping in if you want me when there's slow points, and feel free to come on ours. Hit me up if you can stomach it after streaming as long as you're doing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks so much for showing up, and
keep going,
I
guys.
would love to come on later if I've got the bandwidth.
Yeah, DM me. We'll keep in touch. Keep up the work.
Sounds great.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Andy.
Anyway,
So-
Alita, I use Sky News like Nick because at least it's international, and that adds another layer on the.
Yeah, I've switched over to Sky News. So, hopefully that first part I don't get yeeted just for using Law and Crime earlier.
It shouldn't. I mean, unless they really are
It
directing
shouldn't.
their feed, which I don't think they are. It shouldn't matter what your source is if they're going to
I
come
know.
after on a match.
Yeah.
Emily's back up.
Oh, she's back up?
That's what somebody in the chat.
Yeah, she said she was going to.
Oh, yeah. She said she would fight it, but the question is whether they would let her back up.
Well, if she got fully struck, then
Yeah.
usually YouTube will kill your live streaming ability for like a week.
Yeah.
So if that didn't happen,
yeah, but she has somebody at YouTube.
I was going to say I have literally never heard from YouTube
I was about to
within
say.
10 minutes of something happening in my life. So
Nick has somebody at YouTube. Emily has somebody at YouTube. You get to be big enough, you can maybe make a phone call.
Oh,
That
sure,
is
Nick and
also
Emily,
true.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a direct line to Susan.
Uh-huh. I still have to use the
yeah.
black box like everybody else.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
So,
we'll see, I guess. I mean, God knows, we got struck halfway through the end of closing statements in Rittenhouse, didn't we? I mean, we got pulled, we got put back. So who knows what'll happen here, I guess.
yeah. But I mean, so far it'll be interesting to see how the jury takes Johnny Depp's attorney's arguments, because of the fact that, like you guys said, that the statements are not as direct as we would like them to be for a defamation claim.
To win one. Yeah. If you're going to win one on that side.
Exactly. But as I said, the Virginia does recognize defamation by implication. There is some pretty long standing and strong case law to support it. So anyhow,
Well, folks,
see.
I gotta go. I have a lunch thing, and somebody in the chat has a good idea. Lena, it's up to you.
Yeah.
If you might want to finish this stream and start a second one just to see if you can kind of dodge around. Because if they do yank at any point during this one, then the whole thing is gone. But I don't know. That's just consideration. But
yeah,
thank you. I will try to catch up sometime later. I got a day job, that cursed thing.
All right. Well, thanks for coming, Eric. It was really great having you in here.
See you.
All right.
Yay.
See you.
Yeah. So anyhow, but hopefully if at least Emily can get her stream back up, then that will be at least encouraging.
Well, I certainly hope that nothing happens. It's fundamentally unfair, and the companies running around and doing that are causing damage to what I think is a pretty robust ecosystem of commentary that helps people understand things. And look at all the choices you have. Emily gets struck. Nick is doing his thing. We're over here on the side of right, of course. We're where you should be if you're interested in this stuff.
Yeah.
But
Well, because also, I mean, just watching our streams is fundamentally different than watching it straight from Law and Crime or straight from Court TV. Like we have a very strong fair use argument, right? We are using this footage to educate people on the trial process, on the legal system, on trials, on all of this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, there are all kinds of reasons why it is stupid for them to issue takedown notices over live streaming a public proceeding.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And it's unfortunate, but we'll see. Maybe it was a mistake.
Yeah, kind of like towards the end of the Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah.
Where suddenly the stream got yeeted and then brought back, and they were like, "Oh, oops, just kidding, that was a mistake."
Yeah. I can only think if they paid for it, maybe that would be the reason why, but who knows?
I mean, who knows indeed, because at that point, it's like, all right, if you license something that other people can react to on a fair use argument, I'm sorry, but that's the way the law is written.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
Potentially
bad.
criminal. You actually got yeeted also by Law and Crime Network, right?
Yes, I did, but the way I understand it, there were some issues with the trial that the judge wasn't happy about the way people in chats were talking about him in the case. And then from what I understand, allegedly one of the witnesses got involved in one of the chats and he got all upset and said, nobody can chat or stream it. And if you do, the only way I'm going to let you stream it is getting rid of the chats altogether, which I think is a bit ridiculous. That's like getting mad that a witness gave an interview in a newspaper and saying, no more newspapers allowed. Like, I think it was a boomer moment, but I think Court TV overreacted, and I mean, Law and Crime overreacted and nuked me to preserve their ability to have a feed. I don't know though.
Well, I think
I've asked them, and they won't talk to me. So
sharing in this kind of commentary is fundamentally right and sound long term. But we are in kind of a middle stage between even the courts understanding what they're doing with this kind of stuff and what that order should say and everything else.
Yeah.
So I think long term or even medium term, this will all be fun and this will be worked out. But there are friction points here where nobody really understands what rights they have. And as we know from not this kind of stuff, YouTube in general,
yeah,
you can copy strike whatever you like. And maybe YouTube will help you. Maybe they won't. Maybe your livelihood will be gone. Maybe it won't. Who knows? YouTube doesn't care on an individual basis.
It definitely does not. We are all literally just numbers to them.
Yep.
So maybe I should put on a new stream and then just send out a new link for you guys to join.
I don't mind. I only have about another hour that I can do, and then I have meetings.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, if you need to restart, I'm fine. I gotta take care of some stuff anyway. I'll be back.
Okay.
But yeah, Emily is on a tear right now. Looks
Is
like
she?
Yeah, she does not look.
What we should do is we should react to her and see if she strikes us. Just pull up her screen.
So wait, so is she still on YouTube then?
Yes, she's back on.
I think she got back
Okay.
on.
So at
Apparently
least
very
she's-
upset.
Yeah. Oh, I can understand that she would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Let me see if I can find. Okay.
Yeah, and we can get on there and say, well, see what she did here with these 3 consecutive curse words was really establish her anger at her treatment by YouTube.
I mean, it is coffee and cursey words. So
Change that.
I have no doubt.
Oh man. So, alrighty. Well, okay. So let me then in that case, I will.
It's a perfect time. You can pull it and come back.
Yeah, I'll end the stream and then I'll send you guys, or you know what, I will. Let me set it up now. I'll give you guys the link right now, and then we'll do that. Broadcast. So continue talking amongst yourselves.
Well, I got chat saying they're up in where I am,
Yeah.
Southeast Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, chat, you should say hi. Let's drop in.
Yeah, I gotta shut off Emily. She's going crazy. I'll leave her alone for
Oh
a minute.
yeah, I just saw like a preview of hers, and
Mm-hmm.
she's ranting.
Yeah, well,
with no volume.
I had a similar rant, but it was mainly me just yelling at my computer screen. So,
Yeah.
and nobody was watching it.
All right. So I will. I've got the link in the private chat, and then I'll also send it to our DM crew. And then I will wrap up this stream. I've got to get those super chats somehow. You know what? I'm gonna copy paste all of these, and then we'll get through super chats on the other stream. How about that?
Sure.
Sounds good.
This way. Okay. And then so yes, I'll meet you guys over there then.
All right.
Sound
See
good?
you in a second. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, guys. So yeah, head on over to the other stream, and I will take some screenshots here. So yeah, head on over to the other. Oh, you know what? Here, how about this? Dun, 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 dun. And for everybody that's still in the chat, here is the link to it. Okay. we are going to end this stream. See you guys.